When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1001, Mysterious MOU. According to the information I have, you're the newest pill concoction Hall of Fame number 1, but you offended Ghost Immortal sect and thus you sought asylum here. Perhaps you even wanted to go South Peace State. Pu Yufeng looked at Yimo and said. Yimo sneered on the inside. He didn't try to promote his name, but he knew that if someone really looked into him, they would find this out. Even if Ghost Immortal sect came, he wasn't afraid. He heard that they only had one hollow spirit state. He could kill the Yanghai Merchant Association's hollow spirit state cultivator, so he could also kill Ghost Immortal sect's hollow spirit state cultivator. If he dared to come, he would just kill him. As for Immortal Treasure Tower and All Pill Tower, he wasn't even worried at all. It was just people lower down in the power pyramid that had enmity with him. They wouldn't all come over. Plus, he believed that if he kicked Yanghai Merchant Association away, then Peihai City would form an alliance with him. Once that happened, he believed that ordinary powers wouldn't dare to come say anything, not even the Ghost Immortal sect. Seeing Yimo sneer, Pu Yufeng quickly said, I'm not intending to use this news to exchange anything. I know that since you're here, you aren't be afraid of the Ghost Immortal sect. I'm just making a deal with Association Leader Yi. If you agree then great, but if not, then pretend I never came. No one would know about those things. Yimo didn't want this guy to look too bad since he was smart and saw through things clearly, so he asked, just be straightforward then. Since MOU is publicly staying here, we've never planned to be scared of anyone. Pu Yufeng felt Yimo's discomfort and smiled bitterly. Association Leader Yi would know that the journey to South Peace State is very difficult. Even Hollow Spirit State have to be under 300 years old. Ordinary people won't be able to access the teleportation formation to South Peace State at all. But if Brother Yi wants to go to South Peace State, I have a way. Yimo was startled. This ordinary Golden Core State cultivator had a way to the South Peace State? Why didn't he go himself then? The South Peace State was much better than North Far State. Pu Yufeng continued. Association Leader Yi probably heard that if you want to go if you're not yet Hollow Spirit State, then you need the recommendation of a North Far State Disaster Transformation State. You have a way for a Disaster Transformation State to recommend me? Yimo asked him. Pu Yufeng nodded. Yes, although I don't have a way for Disaster Transformation State Cultivator to directly recommend you, I have a way for them to find you and ask you for help. Then you can make your request. Yimo didn't ask how. He stayed calm and asked, tell me, what is your condition? Hearing this, Pu Yufeng's face turned red and he seemed excited as he said, I want a pill to reach nascent soul state, either Chaohuan pill or soul condensation pill. Yimo replied, MOU is just a newly started small merchant association. Do you think we can provide this sort of pill? As though knowing Yimo would say this, Pu Yufeng took out a formation disc and put it in front of Yimo before saying, plus this formation disc, it's passed down from my ancestors. Our family is a formation master family, but my generation has far less formation prowess than that of our ancestors. Level 6 defense formation disc? Yimo was shook again. He was already a level 5 formation grandmaster, but he could only make level 3 and level 4 formation discs. He didn't have the materials for level 5 formation disc, but even if he did he wouldn't be able to make one. Yet Pu Yufeng had taken out a level 6 formation disc, even without the Disaster Transformation State Cultivator's recommendation. Just this level 6 formation disc was enough. Yimo grabbed it and studied it for a long time before sighing. It's a level 6 defense formation disc indeed. Each time it's sold it costs 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. It's a big money drain. Pu Yufeng smiled awkwardly. He knew that it was a powerful item and he could get a very good price for it. But he was only in Golden Core State. If he tried to sell something this powerful he might be killed straight away. He made up his mind to find Yimo after seeing that MOU's defense formation was already level 5. He believed that a level 5 formation great master wouldn't kill someone for a formation disc. Plus, he had made some preparations too. Okay, deal. Here is a Chaohuan pill. Yimo didn't even ask about going to South Peace State and gave a Chaohuan pill to Pu Yufeng. Pu Yufeng still couldn't believe he just got the Chaohuan pill. His hands were shaking with excitement. It's a special grade Chaohuan pill? Pu Yufeng's tone was shaky. Yimo studied it for a while before putting it away and asked, I'm very curious how you knew I had the Chao Huan pill. Pu Yufeng collected his emotions and actually became respectful and fearful of Yi Mo. He said carefully, when Li Chen-bei was with association leader Yi, she was only golden core state tertiary stage power but reached nascent soul state in a short time. Not long ago, manager Li reached nascent soul state too. Yi Mo understand this and began to frown. If Pu Yufeng could think of this, other people could as well, but then Yi Mo thought if he could even kill hollow spirit state cultivators, why would he care about other golden core state and nascent soul state cultivators? Pu Yufeng got up and saluted with his fists to Yi Mo. Association leader Yi, I will get the disaster transformation state cultivator to find you as quickly as possible. Yi Mo nodded and sent Pu Yufeng away. He was desperate to go to South Peace State, but even if he got the recommendation it would only be for him alone. He was very conflicted. At the door, Pu Yufeng suddenly turned around and said to Yi Mo, association leader Yi, if the people who came before from the Yanghai Merchant Association can't leave, then you don't need to worry because the association leader Yang Yukong had gone to South Peace State. He won't be back for a few years. There are only 2 nascent soul state cultivators here now, thank you. Yi Mo heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he didn't need to worry. After a few years, with his supply of pills, who's to say that MOU wouldn't have their own hollow spirit state? As the conflict between MOU and Yanghai Merchant Association was still being discussed, MOU suddenly started doing business and shone light on something unexpected. That was that Yanghai Merchant Association took a hollow spirit state and 5 nascent soul state as well as 5 golden core state cultivators and robbed MOU's leaders' belongings. This shook everyone's minds, but no one doubted it as it was recorded on a crystal ball. The item's name was removed, but everyone knew that it was precious and that's why the name was removed. In this instance, Peihai City was in an uproar. A hollow spirit state went up and robbed a golden core state cultivator's things, and said so what if he robbed what he wanted? Yanghai Merchant Association's fame was instantly degraded. This wasn't the end. MOU also brought up a condition. That was that Yanghai Merchant Association must compensate and apologize to MOU. They must give up their land and compensate him with 100 million spirit stones. How dare a newly emerged merchant association dare to ask for this and kick Yanghai Merchant Association out of Peihai? But things weren't so simple. Soon, people noticed that the 11 cultivators who went into MOU hadn't appeared since then. Immediately, MOU became very mysterious. Chapter 1002, coming to the door, the news that a hollow spirit state cultivator robbed something from a golden core state cultivator was now publicly spread. However, that hollow spirit state cultivator didn't come to rebuke the accusations and hadn't emerged after entering MOU. The reason for this was clear, that hollow spirit state cultivator was silently done in by MOU. No power faction dared to underestimate an entity that could quietly kill a hollow spirit state cultivator. Plus, that hollow spirit state cultivator had brought 5 nascent soul state cultivators along as well. People were guessing how powerful MOU really was. After all, they could even kill a hollow spirit state cultivator. This caused people to begin to fear MOU. Hollow spirit state cultivator weren't considered anything in the South Peace State, but in the North Far State, they were the top of the food chain. Are you sure that he never came out after going to MOU? A middle-aged man at the city lord estate asked a manager like cultivator. That manager replied respectfully, yes, I'm sure. When he went to MOU, people from MOU immediately came to ask for help. I told them that we couldn't intervene in this according to your will. They didn't say much and immediately left. Interesting. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. This was the second time that he said this golden core state cultivator was interesting. Hearing this, the manager asked carefully, then should we go to MOU to check on the situation? The middle-aged man didn't say anything but asked after a while, you said that they recorded the robbery and made the conditions for Yanghai Merchant Association to leave Peihai City as well as compensate them 100 million top-grade spirit stones? Yes. The manager nodded quickly. The middle-aged man nodded and said, in that case we don't need to be hasty. A mere golden core state cultivator killed a hollow spirit state cultivator with his formations. It's not bad, but it's not worth us going to visit him. Wait for a while and see how Yanghai Merchant Association deals with this situation. As soon as he said this, a seductive-looking woman came in and reported, City Lord, Manager Wang, Yanghai Merchant Association's people are asking to see you. The middle-aged man laughed and said, tell them what we told MOU before. Then he paused and said to Manager Wang, investigate the GMO. Why does this name sound familiar? The Yanghai Merchant Association people didn't come for revenge. But they didn't agree to MOU's conditions. YMO didn't go up to Yang Hai Merchant Association to ask them for reparations because he knew that they still had two nascent soul state cultivators. One was the nascent soul state level 3 they met outside the city, and the other was nascent soul state level 2. Even if YMO wanted to go up to them, he needed to wait for a while until Li Jingwen and Li Yuqian reached nascent soul state level 2 or level 3. They had soul essence pills and blue carrot pills. It wouldn't take much time. Things seemed to go back to how they were before. The only difference being that MOU was still the same while Yang Hai Merchant Association was shrinking down their business. YMO went into solitary cultivation again. This time it wasn't for pill concoction, he wanted to break through. He had 9 Heaven Glory pills and wanted to get to Golden Core State Peak stage as quickly as possible. In Mo Qianli's storage ring, there was a Heaven Grade Evil Soul Strand cultivation method and a few extreme grade materials, but he didn't even have 1 million top grade spirit stones. YMO glanced through the cultivation method. It used evil ways of cultivating live souls. Each soul strand the cultivator got was formed from countless innocent people. When he fought Mo Qianli, he had countless evil soul strands. From this, one could see how many innocent lives he had taken. YMO hated these evil cultivation methods the most. He turned it into dust and cursed Mo Qianli for being so poor. However, Ao Qilong's storage ring shook YMO greatly. There were more than 2 million top-grade spirit stones and large amounts of pills. YMO thought, this young master of the Ao Chang Merchant Association was really wealthy, but when he saw the hollow spirit state storage ring, he realized Ao Qilong's storage ring was just loose change in front of it. It had more than 50 million top-grade spirit stones. YMO estimated that this storage ring was like Qi Hong's. It contained the majority of the Yang Hai Merchant Association's wealth. In addition to this, YMO found a level 7 Fire Dragon rune. This made YMO rejoice. Such a rune could kill nascent soul state primary stage cultivators and even defend against nascent soul state tertiary stage cultivators. It was very useful to YMO. The spirit herbs were also level 5 and level 6. After organizing these things, YMO started to eat the Heaven Glory pills to cultivate. He could feel the difference immediately between these ones and the ones he had made with spirit crystals. There was much more spirit energy and none of it was volatile. It flowed like water. After eating this pill, it started unblocking his meridians and increasing his power. It wasn't as fast as the spirit crystal pills, but it didn't have any side effects. A month later, YMO had reached Golden Core State level 6. He consolidated his power a little and heard someone had come to visit. He knew that it must be someone important as he ordered that he wasn't to be disturbed during his solitary cultivation. An old man in his 60s sat in the guest reception room. YMO could feel a strong pressure as soon as he came in. The old man didn't even move. "You're YMO?" The old man saw YMO and asked plainly. His expression seemed a little disappointed. It was a hollow spirit state cultivator, but he seemed much stronger than the hollow spirit state from Yang Hai Merchant Association. YMO felt this person was at least hollow spirit state tertiary stage or even peak stage. "That's right, I'm YMO. What business does Qian Bei have with me?" YMO asked slowly. The old man nodded and said, "You're the new pill concoction Hall of Fame #1, the pill master who created the spirit weaving pill by adding the spirit attraction grass into pill concoction?" YMO sat down and looked calmly at this old man and said, "It's me." The old man saw that YMO didn't seem worried at all and faced him, a hollow spirit state cultivator, calmly, and his disappointment retreated a little. "Not bad, you're so young, but you can think of using the spirit chi whirlpool to add the spirit attraction grass into pill to create the spirit weaving pill. This is very significant." The old man nodded and took out a herb and placed it in front of YMO. "Do you know what this spirit herb is? Level 7 spirit herb, spirit recovery vine?" YMO recognized it immediately. It was the main ingredient for the spirit recovery pill. It was also very hard to add it to a pill. Therefore, rarely anyone could concoct the spirit recovery pill. This vine was very precious. It was almost like a level 8 spirit herb. This person took this out, meaning that without question, he wanted to ask if YMO could concoct the spirit recovery pill. Before reading thing, YMO had thought that this was the main ingredient for the spirit recovery pill, but after reading it, he learned that the real ingredient was the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow, but it was too rare, so people replaced it with this vine. "Very well, you know a lot. If you use your unique technique, would you be able to add the spirit recovery vine into pill and concoct the spirit recovery pill?" the old man asked in joy. Chapter 1003, City Lord Visit. YMO took back his gaze and said calmly, "That's right, I can concoct the spirit recovery pill." But what does this have to do with Qianbei? The old hollow spirit state cultivator was dazed. Clearly Emo called him Qianbei not because he was scared of him or respected him, but only because his power level was higher. But the old man rejoiced immediately. He didn't get angry at all. He didn't expect this pill concoction Hall of Fame #1 to be really able to concoct the spirit recovery pill. This was too unexpected. Although it was said that only a level 3 pill king could concoct the spirit recovery pill, perhaps with his unique pill concoction means Emo might succeed despite being only a level 1 pill king. Thinking about this, the hollow spirit state cultivator got up and said, "I'm Wang Yusek Su Jianhu. I came to Peihai City just to visit Pill Master Yi. Your fame is indeed true, you can really concoct the spirit recovery pill. Our sect leader wants to invite you to be a guest at Wanyu Peak." Hearing this, Emo immediately understood what was going on. Wanyu sect was the one of 2 8-star sects in North Far State. The sect leader Shan Shi was said to be disaster transformation state power. The news they got was probably spread by Pu Yufeng. This Pu Yufeng really had some capability. If he succeeded in this pill concoction, then this spot of recommendation would be no problem at all. But this Pu Yufeng really thought highly of him. Not everyone could concoct the spirit recovery pill. It was after all a heaven grade level 3 pill. The heaven grade level 3 pill didn't mean that level 3 pill kings could concoct them. Sometimes, even level 7 pill king wouldn't be able to concoct them. The main reason was the scarcity of the spirit recovery vine. Seeing that GMO didn't say anything, Su Jianhu suddenly said, "I heard that Pill Master Yi wants to go develop in the South Peace State. If you can help Wanyu sect concoct a spirit recovery pill, that spot won't be a problem." Emo saw that they brought it up first and realized that they must really be desperate for the spirit recovery pill. Pu Yufeng probably spread out the news that he wanted to go to the South Peace State. Emo nodded. "That's right, I want to go to the South Peace State. However, I don't just want one spot, I want 4 to 5. Su Jianhu heard this and his face changed. Without a second thought he said, "That's impossible. Even if the 3 disaster transformation state cultivators of North Far State give their recommendations together, they wouldn't have that many spots. Our sect leader has only gotten 1 spot over these 3 years. Plus, if just the recommendations weren't enough, the cost to activate the formation is insanely expensive." The activation cost? Emo was just a level 5 formation great master. But he knew that the longer the distance, the greater the cost. The teleportation formation he set up for Peihai City cost 2 extreme grade spirit stones. From North Far State to South Peace State, Emo believed it would require at least a level 9 formation. That was something only a formation grandmaster could build, but didn't they say that everyone needed to pay only 1 million spirit stones? As though knowing what Emo was thinking, Su Jianhu sneered. "Do you think 1 million spirit stones is enough for one trip?" "According to what I know, it costs 9 extreme grade spirit stones to teleport once from North Far State to South Peace State, plus 100 low grade crystals. 1 million top grade spirit stones? That's not even enough to pay for the use of one type of material." Emo was shocked. He knew that teleportation formation needed spirit stones to provide spirit power, but he had never heard that there would be such materials used. If teleportation formations were like this, then how many materials would be wasted with all these teleportation formations in the cultivation realm? Emo had only collected 5 extreme grade spirit stones up to this point. He had used 2 to set up the formation. As for spirit crystals, he only had the ones he found in the spirit marrow pond in the herb plain. Each teleportation cost 100 of those, and now, Emo realized there were also grades for spirit crystals. Even low-grade spirit crystals weren't so easy to find. "You don't understand formations, so you don't know why." Su Jianhu sighed. If it was an ordinary formation, there wouldn't be so much waste, but the interstate distance is too far and it's a level 9 formation. The top cultivators of North Far State and South Peace State spent years to finish making it and used countless materials. This is the limit. After all, the best formation grandmasters in South Peace State are only level 9, Su Jianhu said. Emo thought of the teleportation formation in the small world. It could teleport people to any location on Luoyu continent. How much materials and spirit stones would that use up? But no one in the small world would change spirit stones nor materials. The only explanation that remained was that it was of a much higher level than the teleportation formation here. What teleportation formation could teleport so many times and not use any spirit stones to activate? What power did it use? Yemo really couldn't comprehend what would be more precious than extreme great spirit stones and what formation would be higher than level a 9 formation. Perhaps he hadn't yet reached that level and that was why he didn't know. Yemo shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but one thing was for sure, it was already a huge gain that he could get one spot, but Yemo grew more suspicious of the teleportation formation. For them to pay such a cost to teleport some geniuses to South Peace State. There must be some hidden motive, but he didn't know what. He knew it was useless to ask Su Jianhu, there's only one spot to South Peace State, but if you have any other requests I can help you a little, Su Jianhu said again. Yemo knew that this was the best offer he could get. I'm going to South Peace State but I'm worried about MOU. Many people aren't happy with MOU, I don't know if people will come looking for trouble after I leave. Yemo then looked at Su Jianhu. Su Jianhu heard this and laughed. This is an easy matter, I already know about your complications. I've sent people to warn the Yanghai Merchant Association, perhaps the people warning them have come back already. Then, Jin Shaoshan came in and informed Yemo that Yanghai Merchant Association had left Peihai City and compensated MOU with 100 million spirit stones. There was another piece of news, the city lord of Peihai Chi Ziyu had come to visit. Yemo was speechless. This was dominance, the benefit of being powerful. While he was still worrying about the Yanghai Merchant Association, it was only a minor issue to Su Jianhu. But the 8-star sect indeed had the right to say such words. It was said that the city lord Chi Ziyu was already a hollow spirit state tertiary stage, but he was willing to lower himself by visiting MOU. Clearly, this was due to the 8-star sect. Please come in and have a seat. City Lord Chi. Yemo didn't go out to greet him. He didn't have a good impression of this Chi Ziyu and only wanted to make sure not to offend him. He didn't help them at all when the Yanghai Merchant Association sent people to come oppress MOU. From this, he could tell that this city lord was no different than Zhag Chengfeng at River State. Yemo wasn't looking down on this type of person, but they just weren't worth connecting with. Chi Ziyu stood outside uneasily. He had just found out Yemo was the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame #1 and now Su Jianhu had come to visit him. If he had known this earlier, he would have tried to send people to connect with Yemo even if Wang Yu sect hadn't come to visit. Unfortunately, he didn't take note and missed the best opportunity. Chi Ziyu knew now was a bad time to come, but he had no choice. Chapter 1004, Arrangements before departure. If he had tried to connect to MOU right at the start it would have been really effective, but now it was just extra. With Wang Yu sect as their support, who would dare to antagonize MOU? Yemo saw Chi Ziyu and felt a sense of familiarity. He had cultivated a spirit sense cultivation method and felt this person's spirit sense seemed to have checked on him before. But in the end, this Chi Ziyu was a city lord and he was still in Peihai City. Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. Shi Qianbei. Yemo was very busy and was unable to pay city lord a visit. Your visit today greatly humbles me, but both Yemo and Chi Ziyu knew that even if he had gone, he wouldn't get to see Chi Ziyu. Su Jianhu viewed Yemo differently now. With Yemo's astute mind, he thought Yemo would subtly hint that Wang Yu sect was supporting MOU now. But Yemo didn't say anything at all. Association leader Yi is indeed young and successful. You're so young but already the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame #1. Chi Ziyu regrets for visiting late. Then, Chi Ziyu saluted with his fists to Su Jianhu and said, You must be Elder Su of the 8-star sect Wang Yu sect. Greetings, huh? Su Jianhu greeted casually. He didn't need to be very polite to Chi Ziyu. If it wasn't on Yemo's account, he wouldn't even see Chi Ziyu at all. So what if he was a hollow spirit state tertiary stage like himself? Peihai City was famous, but if Wang Yu sect wanted to annihilate it, it would just be the wave of a hand. Yemo didn't say anything afterwards. Su Jianhu saw this and could only say, I came to ask Pill Master Yi for help. From now on, MOU's business will be Wang Yu sect's business. MOU is in Peihai City, please help them out a little. City Lord Chi. No problem, no problem. Chi Ziyu was waiting for these words. He immediately said to Yemo, Pill Master Yi, from now on, MOU's business is also Peihai City's business. If there's any problem, just come to me. Yemo was also waiting for this. Only with both the Wang Yu sect and Peihai City's support could rest easy and go to South Peace State. In that case, thank you Elder Su and City Lord Chi. If I go to South Peace State, then please look after MOU a little. Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. Hearing this, Shi Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was also astonished that Yemo actually had the right to go South Peace State. Clearly, the Wanyu sect leader was going to recommend him. He breathed easy because Yemo didn't ask Su Jianhu to help attack Peihai City and instead asked him for help. Yemo took out that stalagmite marrow wine and poured 3 cups. This is the kettle that Li Ruo wanted to rob? Shi Ziyu saw it and immediately recognized it. Stalagmite marrow wine. Both Su Jianhu and Shi Ziyu said this at the same time. You have 10,000 years stalagmite marrow wine? Su Jianhu looked at Yemo in shock. Even truth realization state cultivators would want such a thing, much less himself. Qiziyu finally realized why Li Ruo wanted to rob Yemo's items. Even he wanted to rob them, Yemo sneered. This was the reality indeed. If Su Jianhu wasn't here to ask him for help and this Qiziyu wasn't scared of Wanyu sect, perhaps these two would start fighting over it, but Yemo took out the wine after careful thought, now that the two asked. Yemo nodded. Yes, this is indeed wine made from 10,000 years stalagmite marrow. Yemo continued. When I was still in foundation establishment state, I got 5 drops of 10,000 years stalagmite marrow. What, you got those 5 drops? Qiziyu was shaken and Su Jianhu also had a look of realization. Yemo said with a blank look, I don't know what's good about it. I used 2 drops to ferment a kettle of wine, the remaining 3 drops are here. Both of them got up immediately upon hearing this. They knew how precious the 10,000 years stalagmite marrow was, both wanted to ask Yemo for it, but when they thought of the price they could only sit back down, 1 drop for 100 million. Even if they could gather 300 million spirit stones, it would hurt them greatly. Plus, it was too hard to gather up enough. The two finished their cups and felt that their power had increased a level. Both of them knew that this wasn't just an illusion. The wine remedied the pill poison in their body. Cultivators were scared of pill poison the most. If you didn't want to accumulate pill poison, you would have to not eat pills, but if you didn't eat pills it was impossible to reach higher cultivation levels no matter how talented you were. The higher level the pill the less the pill poison, but the harder to remove as well. Without pill poison, anyone could just eat a bunch of pills and reach truth realization state. But that was impossible. Yemo knew the opportunity was right and he suddenly looked at Su Jianhu. Elder Su, the real main ingredient of the spirit recovery pill isn't spirit recovery vine, but people couldn't find that last main ingredient so they used the spirit recovery vine as a substitute. But due to this, the effects are greatly weakened and there's also a side effect. Su Jianhu couldn't calm down anymore. He asked in a stutter, that means, even if you concoct the spirit recovery pill, it's cheesy. You just realized that Wanyu sect came here asking Emo to concoct the spirit recovery pill. Emo smiled and said, Elder Su, don't worry, let me finish first. When Su Jianhu calmed down again, Emo said, Wanyu sect is asking for a spirit recovery pill because someone's spirit sense got injured and the damage is irreparable. That's right. Su Jianhu nodded numbly. Emo nodded as well. Although the real ingredient isn't the spirit recovery vine, I know what the real ingredient is. What is it? Su Jianhu asked directly, the 10,000 year stalagmite marrow. But don't worry, I still have 3 drops so I can concoct a cauldron of spirit recovery pills. Shi Ziyu immediately looked disappointed. He was planning to use other things to exchange for some stalagmite marrow, but now it was going to be used for pill concoction. Hearing this, Su Jianhu looked happy again, but he immediately thought of something and looked at Emo awkwardly. That way, we will owe Pill Master Yi too much. Emo thought to himself, I said this much just so you can owe me more. Emo laughed and said, Elder Su, you're being too polite. After I leave Peihai, I still need Elder Su to help look after Mou. Su Jianhu finally understood what Emo meant and patted his chest. Pill Master Yi, don't worry. My sect will arrange for a hollow spirit state elder to come here and protect Mou for a few decades. That's not necessary. If you could just look after Mou for 10 years, I would be very grateful. Emo got up and said. Emo believed that with his resources, Li Yuqian would be able to reach hollow spirit state in 10 years' time. Shi Ziyu also got up and said, Pill Master Yi, don't worry. Mou will be very safe in Peihai. With both sides promising this, Emo finally felt assured. He took out another kettle and split the wine in half, giving 1 portion to each of the 2 cultivators. Both were immediately very grateful. Shi Ziyu not only got connected to Wanyu sect but acquired the wine as well, so he left happily. Meanwhile, Su Jinhu stayed behind to wait for Yemo's pill concoction. Chapter 1005, Skyrocketing Power. Yemo made 9 spirit recovery pills in one cauldron. Of course, he didn't use all 3 drops of 10,000 year stalagmite marrow. He didn't use the pills he had made before because he knew that hollow spirit state cultivators were very sensitive to pills. They could tell if the pill was made recently or some time ago. 3 spirit recovery pills? Su Jinhu's hands were shaking when he held the bottle Yemo gave him. He only needed 1, but he got 3. With his experience, he could tell these were freshly made as well. Yemo didn't mind giving a few extra pills to him. What he really cared about was whether Wang Yu sect would do their best to help Mou. If he did this much and Wang Yu sect still didn't help, then they would be too selfish. You're indeed a pill king. Su Jinhu looked at Yemo with even more shock. Such a young pill king, it was indeed the first time he had seen this. Even Chang Yejuan, who won first place many times, was only a level 1 pill king. However, Yemo could concoct the spirit recovery pill at such a young age. Was he a level 3 pill king? Yemo smiled. The spirit recovery pill is indeed a heaven grade level 3 pill, but that's only because it needs 10,000 years stalagmite marrow. Even a level 1 pill king would be able to concoct it. He didn't say what level pill king he was. Even though Wang Yu sect was forming a relationship with him, that was just because they needed him. Who knows what would happen if they knew he was level 3 or level 4 pill king. So that's it. Su Jinhu breathed easy. He thought Yemo was at most a level 1 pill king and had a unique method of concoction. If Yemo was a level 3 pill king at such a young age, it would be too much to handle. Becoming a level 1 pill king at such an age was already very rare. Even if the Wang Yu sect leader's wife wasn't injured, Yemo was worth establishing a connection with. Ever since the Yanghai Merchant Association incident, Mou was able to consolidate their position in Peihai. Some rather powerful solo cultivators came to join them and Mou's business started to expand. In addition, Mou and the city lord estate joined together to hold 2 auctions that even had the spirit weaving pill and blue one pill. These pills shocked the entirety of Peihai, and Mou's name spread rapidly. But Yemo didn't let Mou get involved in coastal business. He didn't want to cause trouble with the Ao Chang Merchant Association. The spirit weaving pill and blue one pill were enough for Mou to establish their poison in Peihai. Only Yemo could concoct the spirit weaving pill. Yemo didn't intend Mou to be the biggest merchant association in North Far State yet. If he had really wanted that, he wouldn't be selling the spirit weaving pill and blue one pill. He would instead sell foundation establishment pills, cultivation increasing pills, and soul condensation pills. But Yemo knew that even in Peihai, if he hadn't reached a certain level of power, he shouldn't sell these pills openly. Even for the spirit recovery pill, Yemo had to create this influence by drawing out the 5 drops of 10,000 year stalagmite marrow. Otherwise, there would also be trouble. Mou was on the right track now. Song Yangzhu, Yiling, and the others didn't spend much time conducting business, they spent more time on cultivation. They knew that Yemo was going to South Peace State soon. Song Yangzhu didn't want Yemo to go, but she knew what Yemo was thinking. Things here were settled and Yemo was worried about Luoying and the others in South Peace State. If she wanted to go to South Peace State earlier, then she had to work hard to cultivate and reach Hollow Spirit State in a short time, and then it would be fine. Su Jingwen and Yiling also thought the same. Even Li Yuqian and Jin Xiaoshan thought like this. The South Peace State's cultivation resources were clearly much better than those of North Far State. With the support of Yemo, a level 4 pill king, they would cultivate even faster. Su Jingwen wanted to sleep with Yemo after reaching Foundation Establishment State, but after learning that Yemo was going to South Peace State, she gave up on the thought. Her talent was astounding and her hidden spirit root had been activated. If she stayed a virgin, she would be cultivating even faster. She didn't know when Yemo would be back, so she had to reach Hollow Spirit State as quickly as possible so she could go to South Peace State and meet Yemo. Su Jingwen believed that with her talent, it wouldn't take long for her to reach Hollow Spirit State. Mou formed this cultivation trend. Everyone who had been in Mou from the beginning was cultivating like crazy. No one wanted to waste time. Yemo went into solitary cultivation again. He had to reach Golden Core State peak stage before going to South Peace State. Yemo just went into the Golden Page world and started to concoct Heaven Glory pills on the Spirit Range. Gradually, Mou made the Peihai region wealthier than the border region. Peihai City's population was increasing drastically due to the interstate teleportation formation. There was a level 8 spirit gathering formation on the side to support the operation of the teleportation formation. Even an 8-star sect might not have such a spirit gathering formation. Level 8 spirit gathering formations were beneficial to you even if you didn't go inside. Due to the rise of MOU, Peihai City became a lot more stable. MOU's prices were very fair and they never abused the weak. Half a year later, EMO had completely spirit refined 3 Heaven Glory pills and reached Golden Core State level 9. EMO thought he would be able to reach Golden Core State peak stage after 3 months. However, he underestimated his requirement for spirit chi. Even with such powerful pills and sitting on a spirit range, he still took half a year to go from Golden Core State level 6 to level 9. EMO came out and found that other than Song Yangju who was waiting for him, Su Jingwen and Yi Ling were all in solitary cultivation. Li Yuqian never even came out at all. Are you leaving? Song Yangju saw EMO come out and looked a little sad. She didn't have much progress in cultivation and had only reached Golden Core State level 2. EMO nodded and said, "Come take a walk with me." EMO and Song Yangju walked on the busy streets, but Song Yangju seemed to be in a bad mood. Jingwen and Yi Ling are both in solitary cultivation. Why didn't you do that as well? EMO broke the heavy atmosphere. Song Yangju said in a low voice, "I'm afraid if I went into solitary cultivation, I wouldn't be able to see you for the last time." EMO remained silent for a few moments before saying assuringly, "Yangju, don't worry. I won't stay in South Peace State for too long before coming back to bring you all there. There's a lot of things North Far State doesn't have, but who's to say South Peace State doesn't have them? Perhaps one day, I will be able to find a flying ship that can even cross the Heartless Sea." Then EMO said, "Peihai City won't be a place we will be staying in for long. This is a branch of ours but not our own city. Perhaps one day, we will have our own city, MOU City." Chapter 1006, The Figure in the Depths of His Mind. EMO, I suddenly miss Luoyu City. When can we go back to visit? Song Yangju asked. EMO was leaving Peihai. Without EMO she felt very hollow. EMO grabbed Song Yangju's hand tightly. He suddenly realized what she meant. She wasn't missing Luoyu City but missing him. He didn't dare to mention EMO. Sometimes Song Yangju looked very strong, but she was actually more brittle than Song Yangju or Yi Ling. "Yangju, I promise you I will be back by your side soon and take all of you with me. When our power is very high, perhaps we can go back to Luoyu City." "I miss it as well," EMO said. EMO said that, but he knew it would be very hard to go back to Luoyu City. So what if he reached truth realization state? A level 9 teleportation formation could only teleport the distance of the Heartless Sea. EMO really suspected that the teleportation formation from Small World to Luoyu wasn't made by cultivators of the cultivation realm. Yi Ling was here but she still had a brother, Yi Zifeng. She never said anything about him, but EMO could tell she missed him a lot but just didn't want to say it. At this moment, she even thought of Yun Bing. How were they now? And when Dong, has she realized her goals? How was Su Ping? Would that Dongfang Wang be doing anything? Huang Yinian should be able to stop him, right? Zheng Jingxia, Han Zixin, Xiaolei. Sister Yan, Yuero, Yu Miaodan, Shixiao. Countless familiar faces flashed across Yimo's eyes and EMO suddenly felt a little morose. After how many years would he be able to go back there? Would they still be there when he returned? Finally, an image cleared in his mind. It was Luo Xian. EMO just realized that he hadn't been constantly thinking about her, but her figure had taken root in his mind. The girl who jumped off the 12th floor with him, perhaps it was the sentence that she said that made EMO remember her. "I just didn't want Brother Yi to be disappointed again, that's all. Perhaps I owe her." EMO murmured. He had got the golden page world because of her. She gave him 2 of the 3 golden pages. She even hid them from her 2 sisters. When Luo Xin fell of Shuangshi Cliff, he went searching for her countless times but still couldn't find her. The golden page world's use for him was obvious. If it wasn't for it, he would have died so many times already. If it wasn't for the golden page world, he wouldn't have 3 birth chant and wouldn't be able to reach where he was today. His achievements today were closely related to Luo Xian, yet after all that, he couldn't even find her body. EMO sighed and feel even more despondent. Sensing this, Song Yangju leaned against EMO and held his arm saying, "Is there something you're worrying about?" He was about to leave. EMO opened his eyes and cast the depressing thoughts aside. He grabbed Song Yangju and said, "Yangju, don't worry. I will come back as soon as I can to take you guys with me. Stay here and cultivate, don't worry about me." This was the third time he had said this to Song Yangju. Yemo made up his mind that he was going to build a place that belonged to him so that his friends and family could gather together without the need to roam around. I believe you. Song Yangju wanted Yemo to be happy when he left. Yangju, I'm about to go. I'm not going to say goodbye to Jean Gwen and the rest. Tell them that I will be back soon. Yemo wanted to see them before he left, but he knew farewells were hard. It would affect their mood if he said goodbye now while they were working hard to cultivate. Song Yangju nodded and said softly, Do you have enough spirit stones? Mou has a lot of spirit stones now. Do you need to take some? Yemo shook his head. He had more than 100 million spirit stones. Mou only had about that amount as well, and this was due to the Yanghai Merchant Association's compensation. The two didn't talk anymore and just felt the warmth of each other's company. Although this was a very busy street, both of them felt the peace at the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, some rustling disturbed their serenity. Yemo looked up and saw that one man and woman had been stopped by 3 Foundation Establishment State Tertiary Stage cultivators. The man and woman looked worried, not knowing how to deal with the situation. Yemo was shocked to find that he actually knew that woman. It was that Yu Yen he met in that town. She was a very calculative woman who had planned to use Yemo as a scapegoat, but Yemo didn't let her do so. It's you? Yemo. Yu Yen recognized Yemo and called out in joy, but then, she remembered the nature of their relationship. However, that desire to get help was still there. At Yemo's status, he wouldn't hold a grudge against her, but it was impossible for him to help her. Don't talk Yemo or Moe with me, I don't give a shit who he is. No matter who comes today, you have to spit out what you ate. The Foundation Establishment State Level 9 cultivator stared coldly at Yu Yen. Song Yangju wasn't happy that this Foundation Establishment State had attacked Yemo, such a temper. The Foundation Establishment State cultivator heard this and turned around, glaring coldly at Yemo, but before he could finish what he was going to say, he was stopped by his friend. The friend pulled him to the side and bowed to Song Yangju. Wan Beiju Changtian greets Mou Song Qianbei. That Foundation Establishment State heard the words Mou and his face changed. He thought of what he had just said and his face went pale. You 3 are quite cocky. Who gave you the balls to start trouble and pay high? Piss off now or you will never need to leave again. Another cold voice sounded, then, that voice bowed to Yemo. Peihai City Lord Estate Wangdi Greed Association Leader Yi. The 3 heard Wangdi's words and their face turned as pale as corpse. No matter what they did, usually someone as big as Wangdi would never care. But today the manager Wang of Peihai City was intervening in such small matters. Just then, the 3 realized that the youth with Song Yangju was someone even manager Wang greeted with respect. No matter how dumb they were, they realized that this youth was the mysterious association leader of MOU, so it's manager Wang. Nice meeting you. Yemo saluted with his fists. He didn't really like this manager Wang. But he was leaving and MOU was still here. It was best not to offend the manager of Peihai City. It's an honor to see association leader Yi. How should I deal with these 3? Wang Di knew that Yemo didn't offend him due to him being the city manager, but it was very easy for Yemo to kill him as he had the support of Wang Yu sect. Yemo shook his head. He really wasn't interested in these people. Hurry up and piss off. Wang Di yelled before he said to Yu Yen, Girl, if you need any help just ask. He thought Yu Yen knew Yemo, so sucking up to Yu Yen was sucking up to Yemo. Yu Yen shook her head and walked up to Yemo. Thanks for helping. Sorry about before. Eventually, she didn't even know what she was saying and just turned to run. She didn't even call her friend. Manager Wang didn't know what was going on, so he didn't say anything. Yemo wasn't going to care about her as well. He bid farewell to Manager Wang and took Song Yangju to the teleportation formation. Chapter 1007. Arrive at South Peace State but hard to get into Black Ice, Golden Core State level? You were recommended? Yemo had just left the teleportation formation and was feeling a little dizzy when a voice asked these questions. Yemo noticed that there were 5 cultivators in front of him and each one seemed very powerful. Even the weakest of them was stronger than Hollow Spirit State. Yemo could only tell that one was Body Condensation State Peak, the rest were beyond Body Condensation State. Yemo took in a cold breath. This was South Peace State? Such dense spirit chi, such powerful cultivators, yes, Wanbei Yemo greets Qianbais. Yemo felt he was weaker than an ant with this absolute difference in power. They only needed to lift a finger to kill him. No matter how powerful South Peace State was, they couldn't have this many high-level cultivators, right? He had just arrived and had already seen 4 guys above body condensation state. Spirit root seems very impure. How can someone like him be recommended? An old man looked at Yemo and shook his head. What spirit root are you? Why were you recommended? Another cultivator asked just to confirm. He didn't even have the interest to test Yemo. Yemo realized that South Peace State wasn't a place where there was an abundance of body condensation state cultivators. These people were here to see if the arrival was a genius disciple that had been teleported here. If it was, then they might take him away. Yemo didn't want to go to those sects and become a core disciple, so he immediately said respectfully, I have a fire and would dual spirit root, but because I had a good relationship with the disaster transformation state Shinbei, I was able to get his recommendation. Indeed it must be so. I knew that those North Far State disaster transformation state cultivators would use their authority for private needs. This one spot is going to waste. How many spirit crystals and materials have been lost? The cultivator asking this was clearly not welcoming of Yemo's arrival. Brother Han, these situations are unavoidable. It's just one spot, plus the people sent over from North Far State before were pretty much all genius disciples. The youngest cultivator came out and said, then he said to Yemo, you can go. You have double spirit root, you have no right to enter a 9-star sect. North Far State is not the same as South Peace State. Although it's not easy to reach Golden Core State at your age. Here your own. Yemo immediately saluted with his fists and thanked them a few times before leaving. Shiliang Dao friend, how come I feel this little guy isn't quite what he seems? The cultivator who had spoken first said, what's wrong with him? Is it because he's at Golden Core State at this age? It happens a lot in North Far State. Many wealthy merchant association would cultivate a genius and use a lot of pills, but they don't consider the pill poison. I don't need to look to know that kid has too much pill poison in his body. He would be lucky to even reach hollow spirit state, answered another cauldron-filling state cultivator. He's quick to run, I'm afraid he might not even get into hollow spirit state. Even if he doesn't have any pill poison, his spirit root has decided that he can't reach higher cultivation states, another cultivator said. At this moment, Yemo was already thousands of kilometers away. He would definitely be one of the cultivators with the least pill poison. Even those cultivators who didn't concoct pills knew the threat of pill poison. They would try to refine pill poison or remedy pills every once in a while. He was a pill king and he knew better than anyone. Not everyone had the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow, while he had at least half a bucket. Only after Yemo had left their spirit sense range did he dare to land. He found that this was also a cultivation city. But it was more than 10 times larger than Peihai City. Yemo asked a few cultivators and learned that although this place was in South Peace State, it was still hundreds of thousands of kilometers from South Peace City. This place was called Emohai City. It was surrounded by the sea but had a very large area. The teleportation formation from North Far State to South Peace State was built here. There were quite a lot of people in the city. Yemo found that there were quite a few hollow spirit state cultivators. As for those in the nascent Soul State and Golden Core State, they were everywhere. Reaching Golden Core State peak stage at Yemo's age was all too ordinary. Yemo walked into a shop and wanted to ask someone about the Black Ice sect when an attendant with a smiling face greeted him, saying, friend, what do you need? The shop wasn't small and there were already a few Golden Core State and nascent Soul State cultivators window shopping. I want to ask where the Black Ice sect is? Yemo asked, you want to ask about Black Ice sect? The attendant was dazed. Everyone knew that Black Ice sect was at Black Ice Mountain. Was there a need to ask? Yemo saw this attendant's surprise and quickly explained, it's like this, I have a friend there and I want to go visit him, but I've never been to Black Ice sect so I'm just asking, you still want to go to Black Ice sect? The attendant was even more shocked. Huh? People started laughing and turned to look at Yemo as though he was much interesting than the objects inside the display glasses. Did I hear right? You want to go to Black Ice sect to find your friend? A Golden Core State tertiary stage cultivator asked in a strange tone. Yemo frowned. Why was it so funny? The attendant clearly had a good education and didn't scorn Yemo like everyone else. He said politely to Yemo, friend, Black Ice sect is 9-star sect. People aren't allowed to step foot within a 10,000-kilometer radius. Even if you know someone at Black Ice sect, they need to come find you. You can't go find them. Unless you have the handwritten document of the sect or a truth realization state Shinbei's item, you won't be able to go visit Black Ice Mountain. Yemo was dazed. He just realized how ridiculous his idea was. He thought he would be able to see Luoying as soon as he came to Black Ice sect. Now he found out he couldn't even get within 10,000 kilometers of her. Seeing Emo in a daze, the waiter knew that Emo wasn't here to buy anything and shook his head before turning to leave. Emo quickly pulled him and asked, "Are all the 9-star sects this strict?" The waiter saw Emo's desperate look inside. "Not only 9-star sects but even the 7 and 8-star sects are also very strict. If you had arrived half a year earlier, you might have had a way." "What way?" Emo asked. The waiter said, "There was a South Peace City cultivators social at South Peace City. Many core disciples of sects came there to converse about cultivation. Black Ice sect people went too. If you were lucky and met a Black Ice sect disciple who was easy to talk to, he might help you pass on a message," Emo thought, and immediately took out 100 top-grade spirit stones and gave them to the waiter. "May I ask when that social will be held next?" The waiter quickly replied, "Once every 3 years, the next one will be in 2.5 years, still here in South Peace City." Then, the waiter gave Emo a jade slip. "I'll give you a map of South Peace State map. It has everything detailed." Emo took the map and murmured, "I still need to wait 2.5 years? No, that won't do." The waiter shook his head and left. Chapter 1008, Way to Become Famous. Emo didn't want to wait for 2.5 years. But what could he do to let Luoying know that he was here? South Peace State was so big that if she only stayed at Black Ice Mountain, how could she know about him? Emo looked at the map and decided to go to South Peace City first. That was the biggest cultivation city in South Peace State and was also the place with the most up-to-date information. No matter what happened, the news would always reach there first. If he wanted to go to Black Ice Sect, he would have to go to South Peace City first. Emo walked around Mo High City and wasn't as clueless as he was when he first came. At least he knew that there was no way to fly directly from Mo High City to South Peace City. It wasn't allowed. As for the reason, Emo didn't need to ask to know. It was for money. There was a mutual agreement that to travel from South Peace City to Mo High City, one had to take the teleportation formation or the big commercial ship. The travel fare for both was very high. Even so, countless cultivators were going between South Peace City and Mo High City because this place was a bit like Pei High City and was close to the Heartless Sea. People came here to try to strike it rich or find cultivation resources. There were a lot of sects in the South Peace State and there were countless sects below 6-star. It wasn't easy to join a 7-star sect. One needed to be very talented. This created a lot of solo cultivators who also need resources for cultivation. The place with the most cultivation resource was the Heartless Sea, so Mo High City became a place they had to visit. Emo walked around the city and knew that although the spirit chi here was very abundant, the cultivators here weren't wealthy. This was because pills and magic artifacts here were scarily expensive. Most of the cultivators used their spirit stones to earn cultivation resources. "Friend." A voice stopped him when he wanted to go take the teleportation formation to South Peace City. "What is it?" Emo looked at this cultivator with vigilance. This cultivator was also Golden Core State Peak Stage. But he was vigilant because this cultivator was also in the shop when he was asking that attendant questions. The Golden Core State cultivator saluted with his fists and said, "Friend, you've probably seen me just then at that pill shop." Emo nodded but didn't say anything. The cultivator said with fervor, "I heard you wanted to go to the Black Ice Sect. Although it's a 9-star sect, it's not impossible to go there. Do you have a way?" Emo asked. The cultivator smiled upon seeing Emo's reaction. "That's right, I have a way, but I want to ask what power level your friend is." Emo hesitated and thought that with Luo Ying's talent, she should be in Golden Core State now. "With this in mind," he said, "probably Golden Core State level, then it's easy. If you're sure your friend is in Golden Core State, I have a way. If you don't mind, we can find a quiet place to talk." Fu Rong clapped his hand and said. Emo looked at his cultivator with confusion. This was the first time he was here, so this guy didn't know who he was. He didn't need to lie. Plus, even if this guy was lying, he wasn't afraid of a mere Golden Core State Peak Stage. "Okay," Emo agreed. The cultivator showed a satisfied smile and said, "Friend, please follow me." The cultivator took Emo twisting and turning before arriving at a small yard. This place only had a simple defense formation but no spirit gathering formation. It was just a temporary residence. Emo didn't go in and scan the area, discovering that there were 2 Golden Core State Level 9 cultivators. Before Emo said anything, the Golden Core State Peak Stage said, "There are already 2 friends inside, let's go talk together." Emo nodded and entered. That Golden Core State Peak Stage looked at Emo with a little surprise. He thought Emo would have some concerns, but he came in without saying anything. The two Golden Core State cultivators inside both got up upon seeing Emo. The Golden Core State peak stage smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. I'm Fu Rong and these are Chen Yuli and Zhang Yidao." Emo noticed that the shorter cultivator was called Chung Yuli and Zhang Yidao was a white-skinned feminine man. "I'm Emo, a solo cultivator." Emo saluted with his fists, then Emo looked at Fu Rong. He wasn't here to meet other Golden Core States, he was here to go to Black Ice Sect. Fu Rong knew Emo's intention and let them sit down first. Then he said to Emo, "Brother, ye probably came from the seas, right? I chased after you for a while after seeing you ask for information." Emo had some extra vigilance. It seemed as Fu Rong had been following him for a while and pulled him over afterward. He was in such a rush asking people questions that he hadn't noticed Fu Rong following him. Thinking about this, Emo nodded. "Yes, I've been in cultivation, so I'm not familiar with a lot of things. I have a friend at Black Ice Sect. I've also just heard about this from other people." Fu Rong paused and looked at Emo before saying, "You probably know about the South Peace State trial tablets, right?" Emo nodded. "Yes, I know." Emo knew this from his experience at Desert Plain Herb Valley. Luckily he knew about this, otherwise, people might think he wasn't even from South Peace State. Fu Rong expected this answer. Fu Rong smiled and said, "Any South Peace State cultivator would know about the South Peace State trial tablets. Almost all South Peace State Golden Core State cultivators have memorized the names on the Golden Core State trial tablets. They are constantly thinking about when their names will be inscribed on them too. Think about it, if your friend is Golden Core State level and you left your name on the trial tablets." Emo understood what Fu Rong meant. If he left his name on the trial tablet and Luo Ying saw, she would come to look for him for sure. If it was someone else, Emo would think this idea wasn't bad, but when it came to Luo Ying, Emo didn't have any confidence at all. Luo Ying wouldn't be as interested in the trial tablets as Fu Rong thought. But he could still try this method. Thinking about this, Emo felt a little embarrassed about his previous suspicions and saluted with his fists. "Thank you, Brother Fu. I'll go to South Peace City and leave my name on there now." The three looked at Emo in shock and asked uncertainly, "Did you think you can go leave your name there just by going there? Is it not like that?" Emo asked. The short cultivator who hadn't spoken now said, "Brother Yi, you probably don't know much about the trial tablets. They're in the trial tablet square, but there aren't a lot of people going there to try each year. The main reason is that each tablet can only fit 300 names. Many people who tried saw that their names wouldn't show at all. That's because they're not strong enough. So if you can't be among the top 300 cultivators in your level, then you can't." Chapter 1009, One Core Kills Two. Although he knew what they meant, Emo still saluted with his fists. "Thank you, Brother Chen. But I still want to try. If not, then I'll think of another way." The white-skinned cultivator suddenly sneered. "Do you know what it means to be among the top 300 in all of the Golden Core State cultivators in South Peace State? There are countless Golden Core State cultivators in South Peace State, but only those few people can leave their names on there. What right do you have to say you can leave your name on there? This isn't even arrogance anymore." Fu Rong saw this and quickly came to ease the tension. "Brother Yi, Dao friend Zhang is a straightforward person, don't mind him. But that trial tablet really is hard to get on. If you go there you will know. Each time someone tries to write their name, there are a lot of people watching. If your name goes up, you will become famous no matter what rank you are, but if your name can't even get on there, you will just be a joke. Some people lose faith in themselves due to this and never progress one bit again." Emo smiled and didn't answer Fu Rong's words. He asked, "Since Brother Fu knows how hard it is to get on, then why did you bring me here?" Fu Rong smiled. "Other people don't have a way to get up there, but I do." Emo sneered. "Then in that case, you must be an elite on the trial tablet?" Fu Rong now displayed an awkward look. "I don't have the ability to go up." Emo sneered. "You don't have a way to go up, but you have a way for me to go up." "That's ridiculous." Fu Rong quickly said, "Brother Yi, don't doubt me because I only can make you go up for a month." "Do you know about the Tan Hua pill?" Emo shook his head. Fu Rong quickly continued, 30 years ago, there were two Golden Core State cultivators who were very good friends. Both were solo cultivators. One day, they went to explore the ruins of a cultivation home left behind by a Qianbei and found a Chaohuan pill there. Both of them were at the Golden Core State peak stage and it was important for both of them. However, there was just one pill. Yemo knew he could get into the trial tablet without any problem, but he still wanted to know the ending of the story. Then how did they divide it? Cheng Yugang asked. Fu Rong said, both were good friends and wanted to give the Chaohuan pill to the other, but both of them didn't want it. This news became known by another cultivator. This cultivator was a female cultivator and also Golden Core State level. She knew the two as well. When the three were talking together and the topic was brought to the Chaohuan pill, the female cultivator said she had a good way to solve the problem. The two asked her what the way was. The female cultivator said to leave it to the person with the better talent. She suggested for the two to leave their names on the trial tablet. Whoever was ranked higher would have the pill. Both of them were unable to leave their names on the tablet, but she got close to one of the guys. Soon, she became pregnant. At one point, the woman told her man that when they left this world their child would be unable to survive in this harsh cultivation realm. She told the man that one of them had to stay behind to look after their child. She told her man many times to ask his friend for the Chaohuan pill to give to their child, but they already had made an arrangement. The woman ushered the man to go try. If it didn't work, then never mind. Did he go try? Shang Yugang asked. Fu Rong nodded and said, yes, that female cultivator took the man to the trial grounds. When the man was about to try, the female cultivator suddenly took out a pill and gave it to the man, saying that the pill could increase his power a little. The man didn't mind and ate it. Yemo interrupted, that pill was the Tan Hua pill, right? If I'm not wrong, the man ate it and left his name on the tablet. Fu Rong sighed and nodded. Yes, after the man ate it, he felt his power had increased by more than a level and he left his name on the tablet. But as soon as he left his name, the power he had just gained disappeared. Eating the pill can indeed burst your cultivation essence and spirit sense, increasing them by more than one-fold in a short time. It was a happy ending. The man left his name on the tablet and the Chaohuan pill belonged to him. Cheng Yugang clapped. Fu Rong shook his head. You're right, he got the pill and his friend was happy too. But his name disappeared after a month. When his friend saw this, he was shocked and thought something happened to the man. He quickly came to find the man but found that he was fine. He asked what happened. Cheng Yugang asked, did he tell the truth? Fu Rong shook his head. No, he felt guilty that he had left his name by eating the pill and said he didn't know what happened. The friend asked around and found out that his friend had eaten a pill that amplified his power to leave his name behind. His friend was very disappointed. He didn't care about losing a Chaohuan pill, but he cared about losing his best friend. After this, he became depressed and died due to a mistake in his cultivation. The man heard of this and also became depressed. He left all his belongings to the woman and committed suicide. The news of Tan Huan pill spread out and everyone tried it. It had no side effect, but it had a very limited time of use. Everyone fell silent. Two very good friends had died due to this misunderstanding. What a pity. If you want to leave your name on the Golden Core State trial tablet, then the Tan Hua pill is the best option. It's only for 1 month, but that's enough for you. 1 month's time is enough for your name to spread all over South Peace State. I believe your friend would know you were here after seeing your name. Yemo didn't need this at all, of course. He was certain he could get into the top 300, but Yemo felt this story wasn't as simple as it seemed. He asked, what about that female cultivator? Fu Rong sighed. After the man died, the female cultivator was also very sad. She cried for a whole day next to her man before burying his friend with him. After that, there was no more news of her. She probably left alone. Yemo sneered. He believed many people could see the problem like him. The woman knew the two friends well and knew of their characters. Since she knew this, she shouldn't have used the Tan Hua pill. Also, her dual cultivation with the man was too perfectly timed, if his guess was right. This woman's schemes were too scary. Seeing that Yemo didn't ask about the Tan Hua pill, Fu Rong could only say, only the level 8 spirit pill master Fomonist in South Peace City can concoct this pill. Fomonist, as his name suggests, is very honest, But the only bad habit he has is that you must have the beast core of a level 5 9-foot sea snake for him to concoct pills for you. Last time I ventured into the deep sea, I found an island with a stealth formation. There was a defense formation around it. I couldn't break it myself, so I want to find a few friends to go with me. 4 golden core state level 9 cultivators should be enough. We make 4 if Brother Yi wants to go. You can have a share of the things inside, and I will help Brother Yi find the 9-foot sea snake and get the beast core for you. Yi Mo smiled. He wasn't interested in going out to the sea nor eating the Tan Hua pill. Chapter 10:10. Reaching an agreement. Thank you for your goodwill, Brother Fu. I still want to try to get my name on the tablet. If that doesn't work, then I will try another way, Yi Mo said apologetically to Fu Rong. Seeing that Yi Mo didn't want to go, Fu Rong began to worry. The reason he chose Yi Mo was because he saw that Yi Mo didn't have any connections here. If something happened to him, Fu Rong didn't need to be responsible at all. He knew that the place he was going this time was rather dangerous. He needed a pawn, and Yi Mo was the best choice. When Fu Rong saw that Yi Mo really wanted to leave, he could only say, Brother Yi, I won't hide it from you. I also have some knowledge about formations. The stealth formation has defensive capabilities. It's already a level 5 formation, and I also know who set up that formation. It was set up by a hollow spirit state forgery grandmaster called Yu Baisheng 150 years ago. What, that stealth formation is set up by Yu Baisheng? That level 3 forgery grandmaster who was renowned in South Peace City, Yu Baisheng? Shang Yugang was very surprised. Zheng Yidao was also shaken. Clearly he knew of Yu Baisheng as well. Yi Mo saw their faces and knew that this Yu Baisheng probably was no ordinary person. Yi Mo only knew how to make some basic magic artifacts, but he knew that the status of forgery masters was no lower than that of pill masters. Those who could only make magic artifacts were forgery masters. Those who could forge spirit artifact were called forgery great masters. Those who could make cultivation artifacts were forgery grandmasters. As for immortal artifacts, they couldn't be made in the cultivation realm. There was a huge difference between the different grades of forgery masters. In the ancient times, they were divided into top, middle, and low grade. But now, they were divided into 9 levels like the pill masters. A level 1 forgery master could only make low-grade magic artifacts, while a level 9 forgery master could make extreme-grade magic artifacts. The difference was like night and day. Yu Baisheng was a level 3 forgery grandmaster, meaning that he could make low-grade cultivation artifacts. This was rather astounding. Comparatively, forgery masters were rarer than pill masters, making it a lucrative profession. Didn't Yu Baisheng Qianbei disappear 150 years ago? His shop in South Bank City isn't even there anymore. How did you recognize that the stealth formation was set up by him? Zhang Yidao asked this question, but there was already excitement in his eyes. Even an ordinary hollow spirit state ruin was a huge fortune for golden core state cultivators, much less one of some renowned forgery grandmaster like Yu Baisheng. Fu Rong nodded seriously. That's right, Yu Baisheng Qianbei was very talented. He was also a level 5 formation master. I've studied his formations before, and I'm sure that this formation was set up by him. He bought a Huang Star rock from an auction once. Quite a lot of people wanted that rock. After Yu Baisheng left the auction, he was attacked, but ever since then he hasn't been sighted in the cultivation realm. On one occasion I found that formation, but I'm not sure if the things inside belong to him. Since it's Yu Baisheng Qianbei's ruin, why did you only tell us now? Zhang Yidao said unhappily like a bickering woman. Fu Rong sighed. I didn't want to hide it from you. I was going to tell you before we left. I'm friends with you guys, and this is not the first time we have worked together. How can I trick you? We can't break that level 5 formation just by ourselves, and if we forcefully blast it open, it might damage the things inside. So I've thought of a way, but it requires 4 golden core state tertiary stage cultivators. He then looked at Yi Mo. If it wasn't for the age of the formation causing it to weaken, I still wouldn't have a way to break it. That defense formation isn't something us 4 golden core state cultivators can break open. Yi Mo didn't listen to what Fu Rong was saying anymore. The words Huang Star Rock were all that rung in his ears. His forgery skills weren't great, he was at most a level 7 forgery master. If he was lucky, he might be able to make an extreme grade magic artifact, but most of the time he could only make top grade magic artifacts. but that didn't mean he didn't have knowledge. Huang Star Rock was level 9 forgery material. It could be used to make extreme-grade Dao artifacts. Most importantly, it was suitable to make flying magic artifacts. With the 9-feather golden purchase feather he already had, if he got the Huang Space Rock, then he would be able to get an extreme-grade flying Dao artifact if he found a forgery grandmaster. It might even reach fake immortal artifact level. If that was the case, then wouldn't he be able to go to North Far State whenever he wanted? His golden page world could only hold people after he had reached truth realization state, but there were no such limits when it came to extreme-grade Dao artifacts. Extreme-grade Dao artifacts were so precious that they were the treasures of 9 star sections. Plus, it was an extreme-grade flying Dao artifact. Fu Rong saw that Yimo's face was strange but that he didn't talk. He turned around and said to Yimo, "Brother Yi, if you're willing to go together, I'm willing to give you 20% of Yu Baixing Qianbei's ruin." Then, he looked at Cheng Yugang and Zhang Yidao and said, "Because I discovered the ruin, I will take 30%. You three can take 20% each. The remaining 10% can be given to the person who works the hardest. Do you have any objections?" Yimo suddenly said, "I only want 10%, but the Huang Star Rock belongs to me." Yimo's words made everyone else fall into silence, but Fu Rong quickly said, "I agree, but if there's no Huang Star Rock, you still get only 10%. What about you two?" "I agree," Cheng Yugang replied immediately. Zhang Yidao also nodded. Yimo knew what the three were thinking. The Huang Star Rock was rare, but the problem was it was unknown if it was still there. Yu Baisheng was a forgery grandmaster. If he already used it, then Yimo had just given away 10% of the loot for free. Secondly, the Huang Star Rock would just cause them trouble. Even Yu Baisheng was hunted for it. It was good material, but who could find a forgery grandmaster to make something for them? Who dared to do so? Did they not want to live? If the Huang Star Rock wasn't forged into something, it was useless, so instead of going for something as distant as the Huang Star Rock, they might as well take something more practical and reach nascent soul state earlier. As for helping Yimo get the 9-foot sea snake's beast core, Yimo didn't mention it and Fu Rong pretended to forget about it too. However, Yimo had some vigilance. It was the first time he met Fu Rong, but he took him to find such a wealthy ruin. He didn't feel safe. Plus, Fu Rong seemed very familiar with the other two. Meanwhile, he was by himself, but Yimo didn't mind. Even if the three joined forces, he wasn't scared. Now that they had settled on an agreement, they moved out immediately. When Yimo released the flying ship, they were surprised but not overly so. Yimo found that the three all used middle-grade spirit flying ships. Fu Rong's flying ship seemed on par with his in quality. Chapter 10-11, Truth and Lies. Brother Yi, this top-grade flying spirit artifact costs at least 200k top-grade spirit stones, right? It's pretty, but the defense capabilities are a bit weak. Cheng Yugang smiled and said, 200k top-grade spirit stones? Yimo looked at Cheng Yugang in shock, thinking that would only suffice enough to let him touch it. He had used a spirit crystal and a crisp green vine to trade for this. That was at least 1 million spirit stones. But Yimo knew that he bought this ship overpriced. Fu Rong looked at the ship and nodded. Brother Yi's flying ship should be 200k spirit stones, but it had a simple defense formation added. Yimo nodded his head speechlessly. You're right, this flying ship was indeed 200k spirit stones. How much did you buy yours for? Fu Rong replied happily, this flying ship was worth 120k top-grade spirit stones, but I got it for 100k spirit stones. Cheng Yugang sighed. Forgery masters are really big earners. Any single spirit artifact is worth 100k spirit stones. I have to work for my whole life to earn that amount. I'd be able to prepare for nascent soul state if I can get 500k spirit stones from Yu Baixing Qianbei's ruins. If I can find a low-grade Dao artifact, then I would be too happy. Yimo was dubious, but he didn't ask more. He realized that the top-grade spirit artifacts here seemed much cheaper than in North Far State. But earning spirit stones was still as difficult. The only thing was that the spirit chi here was much denser. No wonder they only seemed a little surprised when they saw his top-grade flying spirit artifact. He thought they were wealthy when he had seen their middle-grade flying spirit artifact, but that didn't seem to be the case now. Fu Rong and them didn't seem to be very wealthy amongst Golden Core State cultivators, but they were still much better off than the North Far State cultivators. To be honest, Yemo really didn't care about 500k spirit stones. He had nearly 100 million spirit stones in his small world. Fu Rong had said their location was in the deep sea, but it wasn't just ordinarily deep. They flew for a week after leaving the city before finally coming to a coral island with a circumference of 1,000 kilometers. The island was filled with strangely shaped corals, and one could occasionally see a few low-level spirit herbs. The spirit chi here wasn't abundant. Why would a hollow spirit state forgery grandmaster choose to build a cultivation home here? Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and didn't find any stealth formation here. Yemo's spirit sense was already stronger than ordinary cultivators, plus he had cultivated his spirit sense cultivation methods, so his spirit sense could cover the entire island now. He didn't find the stealth or defense formations Fu Rong said were here. But he didn't say anything. He just followed Fu Rong. Cheng Yugang and Zhang Yidao didn't seem to be suspicious and just followed Fu Rong closely. Yemo was the last in the line. Fu Rong took them and stopped by the island beach. Is it here? Cheng Yugang asked. Fu Rong nodded. That's right, it's here. Yemo felt strange. He was a level 5 formation master but didn't see any stealth formations here. Fu Rong suddenly took out a formation flag, and after it landed on the beach, spirit chi waves started appearing. It's here, I feel the formation, Cheng Yugang said in joy. Yemo was shaken. There were clearly no formations here before, but after Fu Rong threw out a flag, a formation appeared. His means were better than his. The formation flag Fu Rong threw down was probably the activation formation flag for the stealth formation. Wait, Yemo suddenly remembered that Fu Rong said he was experienced in some formations. Fu Rong was obviously just a formation master, he wasn't yet a formation grade master. How could he easily find a level 5 stealth formation that even he couldn't find? There might be people better than him, but Yemo didn't think lowly of himself. He didn't believe that this Fu Rong was better than him. How come Fu Rong could find something he couldn't? Yemo wasn't afraid of the three ganging up on him before, but now Fu Rong's extra means made him a little more careful. He asked cautiously, Brother Fu, I also know a little about formations. This stealth formation didn't have any marks. I believe even a level 4 formation master wouldn't be able to find it, so how did Brother Fu find it? Clearly, Yemo was suspicious of Fu Rong. After Yemo asked this, Cheng Yugang and Zhang Yidao didn't speak, but clearly also wanted to know how Fu Rong found it. Fu Rong could see that he had to answer this question. He thought for a while and said, a year ago, I came here and found two people fighting. There was one woman who was Golden Core State level 8 and another man who was Golden Core State level 9. I wasn't yet a Golden Core State peak stage at that time. So I hid in the corner. I found that the woman was about to lose. She seemed familiar, so I planned to help, but that woman was very tough and decided to self-destruct her Golden Core to take the man down with her. I was too late, and when I searched the two's remains, I realized that the woman was Yu Baixing Qianbei's daughter. No wonder she was familiar, she looked like Yu Baixing Qianbei. Brother Fu, you know about this formation because of her? Cheng Yugang asked. Fu Rong nodded. That's right, the formation flag I threw out was left behind by Yu Baixing Qianbei. Only his formation flag could reveal the stealth formation. That formation flag itself is a magic artifact. When I first found this stealth formation, I wasn't able to break it. I've been studying formations ever since then until I finally thought of the way to break it with 4 Golden Core State cultivators a year ago. Yemo sneered. He wasn't old, but he had seen a lot of these schemes. Fu Rong's explanation seemed flawless, but he could hear the problem. Yemo wouldn't believe at all that he only found a way after studying formations for a year. Even with his 3 birth chant, he had to study a few years of formation in the small world to become an ordinary formation master. What Yemo suspected was that the cultivator who fought Yu Baixing's daughter was Fu Rong, who had found the daughter searching for Yu Baixing's ruins. He wanted to kill the daughter and take the ruin for himself. The daughter wasn't going to let him have it and self-destructed her golden core. Fu Rong was also greatly injured, so he used this year to recover. This was just his guess, of course, and Yemo didn't know exactly what went on. No wonder I haven't got any news from Brother Fu for a year. Cheng Yujin nodded. Although the stealth formation is revealed, it's still not deciphered yet. Only once we solve it can we expose the defense formation. Brother Fu, tell us how to solve it, Zhang Yidao said. Fu Rong nodded. I can solve the stealth formation. When I attack it with me using full power. We will be able to unlock it in half a day. The hard part is the defense formation. But I believe I have a way. Fu Rong's words reminded Guillermo of Old Man Luo in that 6-star hall who used others' essence blood and cultivation essence to solve the formation. If Fu Rong dared to use this, he would kill him immediately. Chapter 10:12, Breaking the Formation Together. When Fu Rong started breaking the formation, Guillermo realized that he hadn't lied. He really had studied this formation well. It was only half a day before the formation disappeared, revealing a defense formation, but now Guillermo was sure that Fu Rong's words were partial lies. Since this formation was broken in half a day, even he needed 2 to 4 hours to break this stealth formation. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a formation. If he had seen similar formations before, he would probably only need 8 minutes, but he was a level 5 formation grade master while Fu Rong was at most a level 3 formation master. A level 3 formation master knew this level 5 stealth formation so well and attacked the formation door every time. This couldn't have been done in only a year. Brother Fu indeed knows the formation well. You broke it in such a short time. I'm greatly impressed. Cheng Yuging saluted with his fists. If I wasn't confident in this, I wouldn't invite you guys over. Fu Rong smiled. He would have never thought that he had found a level 5 formation great master. Since the defense formation is revealed, let's break it quickly. This place is distant, but let's not let any accidents happen, Zhang Yidao said desperately. Guillermo suddenly smiled too. Brother Fu's formation skills are very impressive. Brother Fu, it's not that I'm thinking too much. You and Brother Cheng and Zhang are old friends, but I'm just by myself. Hearing this, Fu Rong was actually relieved. Guillermo clearly knew that they were close but didn't ask anything at all and came along without taking any cautionary measures. This made him feel unsafe. Now that Guillermo had asked, he felt easy instead. Before Fu Rong could answer, Cheng Yuging smiled. Brother Yi, you're worrying too much. I've only known Brother Fu for just over 10 years. Brother Fu has always been at Imo High City. We've always teamed up to find wealth. Brother Zhang met us like this too. I don't think you need to worry about it like this. That's right, the first time I met Brother Fu, he had just arrived at Mohai City, Zhang Yidao said with a straight face. Yimo heard this and thought to himself that a cultivator who had only been in Mohai City for 10 years having such luck to find Yu Baixing's ruin and even know how to break his level 5 formation wasn't ordinary at all. The feeling Fu Rong gave Yimo was that he came to Mohai City just for Yu Baixing's ruin. No matter what, it was fine as long as he got the Huang Star Rock. He wouldn't care what Fu Rong did as long as it didn't affect him. The reason Fu Rong found the three was because they had one similar trait: they had very few friends. If something happened to them, no one would investigate it. Little did Fu Rong know that GMO was already suspicious of him. This defense formation is level 5, but it's not hard to break. It has 4 formation doors. If we each attack one formation door at the same time, we should be able to succeed in one day, Fu Rong said. If that's the case, wouldn't it be faster if we attacked one door at the same time? Cheng Yugang asked. Fu Rong shook his head. If that was the case, I wouldn't need you guys. The formation doors must be attacked at the same time and weakened at the same time, or an attack formation would be activated. If that happens, none of us will be able to get away. It's that powerful? Cheng Yugang was surprised and nervous. Yi Yimo nodded. Although he could break this by himself, what Fu Rong said was correct. Under Fu Rong's lead, the 4 attacked the 4 different formation doors. After half a day, the defense formation weakened. Cheng Yugang and Zhang Yidao looked happy. Clearly, Fu Rong didn't lie at all. He really knew this defense formation. After another round of intense attacks, Yi Yimo suddenly said to Fu Rong, "Brother Fu, what was Yu Baixing's daughter's name?" Yun Yangyan. Fu Rong answered subconsciously, Yun Yangyan, MHM. Yi Yimo repeated and didn't say anything. He sneered on the inside. Fu Rong knew Yu Baixing's formation so well, he was indeed close to Yu Baixing's daughter. He tested it out easily. Fu Rong's face changed after answering, but it immediately recovered as though nothing happened. Cheng Yugang asked strangely, "Brother Fu, you even know Yu Baixing's daughter's name?" Fu Rong laughed drily and said, "Yes, I got her storage ring, that's how I knew her name." Cheng Yugang didn't think much of it, but Zhang Yidao felt there was something wrong with Fu Rong's words. He didn't know why Yimo suddenly asked the name of the daughter, but Fu Rong answered too naturally. It was as though her name was deeply ingrained in his brain. Thinking about this, Zhang Yidao also grew a little suspicious of Fu Rong. Yimo got what he wanted. Zhang Yidao was vigilant of Fu Rong now. Fu Rong answered Cheng Yuging's words and his face turned bleak. He seemed to casually glance at Yemo but found that Yemo was focused on attacking the formation. It was as though that question was just really a nonchalant question. He wasn't too sure anymore. After attacking the formation for nearly a day, the formation started rumbling louder and louder. Even Cheng Yuging and Zhang Yidao knew that the formation was about to break. Seeing this, Yemo knew that it was time to stop attacking, otherwise at the same time that this defense formation was broken, it would counterattack once. In order for it to not counterattack, they had to stop now and then attack each of their respective doors one final time with their full power. That way, the 4 formation doors would break at the same time and there would be no counterattack. Otherwise, the first person to break the formation would be attacked by the formation. The counterattack of a level 5 formation would mean serious injury, but Fu Rong didn't seem to know this and kept attacking the formation. Yemo sneered. He didn't need to tell them this. He didn't need to be a saint. Cheng Yuging hacked on his formation door and the formation door blasted open. It's broken. Before Cheng Yuging could be happy, he heard Fu Rong yell, "Brother Chang, get out of the way." Cheng Yuging had already been thrown out by a huge force. At the same time, Fu Rong and Zhang Yidao were thrown out too. Yemo was no exception, but the difference was he flew out by himself. The other 3 were really attacked by the formation. However, Cheng Yuging had sustained the heaviest injury. Cheng Yuging ate a pill and started recovering. Zhang Yidao stared at Fu Rong and asked, "Brother Fu, what's going on? Didn't you say the attack formation wouldn't be activated if we attacked it together?" Fu Rong wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "It wasn't activated or else we would have lost our lives. I didn't expect this defense formation to have a counterattack mechanism. I'm sorry, Brother Chang." Fu Rong's face was full of guilt. Chapter 10:13, Ruin's Loot. Zhang Yidao saw that Fu Rong was injured too, so he didn't pursue the matter. As the formation broke, a cave door was revealed. One could tell just from the entrance that it was indeed a cultivator ruin. Zhang Yidao was immediately captivated by the cave door and even Cheng Yuging looked joyful. Fu Rong seemed to know that he was under suspicion, so he said, "I'll go in first, follow behind me." Then, he just walked in without waiting for the others' response. Zhang Yidao also followed in. Cheng Yuging got up too. He was heavily injured but he didn't want to give up on this treasure cove. Yemo was the most vigilant of Fu Rong, so he stayed behind to be last. The 4 came into a rather small stone room. Fu Rong stopped first. They stared at a body in the stone room. It had no life force, but the body was still there. Low-grade Dao artifact armor? Cheng Yuging yelled in shock. The clothes were starting to rot but the armor was perfectly fine. "It's indeed Yu Baixing Qian Bei's ruin," Zhang Yidao exclaimed. "I just need this armor and this trip would be worth it for me," Cheng Yuging murmured. Who didn't know the value of low-grade Dao artifact armor? It was even valuable to Yu Baixing. First of all, the materials to make it weren't cheap. Second, even forgery grandmasters had a chance of failing to forge it, and if they failed, the materials would be destroyed. Thus, a low-grade Dao artifact was very precious. Okay. Brother Chang was injured the most, so this Dao artifact armor is his. Do you 3 have any objections? Fu Rong suddenly asked. Yemo shook his head. He didn't mind. A low-grade Dao artifact wasn't bad, but it had been worn by someone before. He didn't like it, especially how it was taken off a corpse. He had bought the rainbow plumage robe because it was newly made and no one had worn it before. Cheng Yuging saluted with his fists to the others and said, "Thank you guys, I'm very grateful." Then, Cheng Yuging took the armor off that corpse, but he was rather nice and dressed the corpse with another set of clothes. Then, he took off the storage ring and gave it to Fu Rong. Fu Rong said, the spirit sense mark from the storage ring had disappeared. "I'll take out the contents and put them on the ground, everyone can have a look at them together. Do you have any objections?" Yemo didn't say anything and Zhang Yidao shook his head. "I don't mind." Cheng Yuging didn't say anything either. Fu Rong took out the storage ring items. Yemo noticed the pill cauldron that fell to the ground. There were a lot of herb remnants inside, meaning that when the owner died, he had still been concocting pills. Yemo thought that if this person was Yu Baixing, he was too much of a genius. He not only excelled in formations but was also a level 3 forgery master and even knew pill concoction. This guy was even better than him and had learned more complicated things than him. Whether it was pill concoction, forgery, or formation, one needed to spend an entire lifetime to study the field. The reason Yemo was able to know both formations and pill concoction was not because he was much smarter than others but because he cultivated the 3-birth chant. Yemo was sure that Yu Baisheng wasn't cultivating the 3-birth chant, yet he still was experienced in 3 areas. This was a true genius. The pill cauldron was full of dust but was only a low-grade spirit artifact. With a low-grade Dao artifact here, no one cared about it. At this moment, Fu Rong had taken out everything from the storage ring and put them on the ground. There were quite a lot of things, but most of them were forgery materials. There were 2 low-grade Dao artifacts and around 3 million top-grade spirit stones. After seeing the materials, Yemo realized that the owner of the ring might really be Yu Baisheng. He only had so few spirit stones, meaning that he must have used most of them to buy all sorts of materials. There were no pills here, probably because Yu Baisheng used them all, but there were large amounts of formation flags. These had been spread loosely on the ground by Fu Rong in a messy way. But when Yemo saw the positions they were placed in, he sneered. This Fu Rong was really a schemer. He had seemingly thrown them around casually. But the positions were actually very important. Zhang Yidao and Cheng Yugeng couldn't tell, but that didn't mean Yemo couldn't. He could tell that these formation flags could form a simple level 3 formation at any time. This wasn't because Fu Rong's formation skills were great, but because these formation flags were not ordinary level 3 formation flags. If this was a level 4 formation, Yemo would try to change the positions of a few flags now, but Yemo had no interest in changing up a level 3 formation. It was like paper to him, he could break it any time he wanted. There are 2 low-grade Dao attack artifacts. Brother Zhang and I will take 1 each. Brother Yi can look around to see if there's Huang Star Rock. How about it? Fu Rong asked. The other 3 all looked at Yemo. They had agreed before they came in, if Yemo didn't agree then he would be taking on all 3 of them. Yemo smiled. I don't mind, I'll have a look around for the Huang Star Rock. If it's not here, then I'll take something random, is that fine? Hearing this, Zhang Yidao and Cheng Yugeng breathed easy. This was the best outcome, everyone was happy. Zhang Yidao quickly said, that's fine, if you find the box containing the Huang Star Rock, then whatever else is inside is also yours. If you don't find it, then you can take any jade box. They had taken the best things here, most of the jade boxes on the ground were full of materials. Yu Baisheng was a forgery grandmaster, he must have used all the good materials already. The remaining materials were not comparable to a Dao artifact at all. So it was with these thoughts in mind that the 3 agreed to Yemo's request. Yemo walked amongst the materials and picked out a jade box. His purple eye soul sever could break through the spirit sense restrictions on the jade boxes and see what was inside. This one indeed had the Huang Star Rock, but there was also something else inside. Yemo resisted his excitement and put the jade box in his storage ring. He came here to test his luck, but he really found the Huang Star Rock. Yemo didn't see what the other item was, but he could check it out later. The only pity was that the Huang Star Rock was too small. Although it was agreed that Yemo would get the Huang Star Rock, who knew if the others would change their mind if it really appeared. The 3 were surprised seeing that Yemo took a jade box without even looking at its contents, but they had already agreed. No one could tell him to show them what he got. Yemo only took 10% of the remaining spirit stones and ores. After splitting the items, Yemo walked over and picked up that low-grade spirit artifact cauldron. He smelled the herb remnants and put it away. No one wanted the low-grade spirit artifact pill cauldron, so no one said anything. Yemo got what he wanted and saluted with his fists. I'm very happy with this cooperation, I'll be leaving now. Seeing this, Fu Rong's face looked dark. He suddenly asked, Brother Yi, what did you get in that jade box? Chapter 10:14, The conflict caused by the jade box. Hearing this, both Cheng Yugeng and Zhang Yidao looked at Fu Rong with surprise. They'd already agreed that Yemo could take any jade box he wanted. This meant no matter what was in the box, no one had a right to ask, but now, they'd split up the loot and Fu Rong asked about what was in the box. However, everyone had selfish thoughts. Zhang Yidao and Chen Yuging felt strange as to why Fu Rong asked this, but they didn't question it. It was as though he knew that the two wouldn't question him. Fu Rong just stared at Yi Mo with a hint of threat in his eyes. Yi Mo smiled. I took the least things and everyone agreed to me getting a jade box. If it's the Huang Star Rock inside, then it's my luck. If it isn't, then it's bad luck. But no matter what's inside, what's that got to do with you? Fu Rong smiled. We came together and we split things up clearly. The only thing we don't know is what's in your box. We didn't ask for your jade box, we just want you to show us. Yi Mo sneered. Then sorry, the jade box belongs to me now. Even if there's an immortal pill in there and I don't want to take it out, what can you do? The choice is not up to you. Fu Rong's smiling face sunk and he threw out a few formation flags. The area where they stood immediately turned into a trap and attack formation. It was just a level 3 formation, but both Cheng Yugang and Zhang Yidao's faces changed. The two looked at Fu Rong and said, Brother Fu, what is this? Fu Rong said, Brother Chang, Brother Zhang, don't worry. To tell you the truth, my main purpose here is possibly for the jade box in Yi Mo's hands, but now he took it. Of course I'm not satisfied. If you two are willing to help me take it back, I'm willing to give you both what I've just taken. Fu Rong not only took a Dao artifact but also half of the spirit stones and large amounts of materials. Half the spirit stones was 1.5 million spirit stones. That was a fortune for the two. Chen Yugang and Fu Yidao glanced at each other but didn't say anything. Fu Rong knew that they had already agreed, so he released a bronze bell and took out a few formation flags. Wait, Brother Fu. Zhang Yidao suddenly called out. After Fu Rong stopped, he asked, What are you looking for? You're willing to sacrifice a low-grade Dao artifact for it? Fu Rong hesitated for a moment. Then, as though he had finally made up his mind, he said, It's a hollow meridian pill. I found out that you Baisheng stole someone's hollow meridian pill. What? Hollow meridian pill? The two exclaimed. Yi Mo was dazed. The hollow meridian pill was for nascent soul state cultivators to reach hollow spirit state. But Fu Rong said there was one in his box. He really knew how to bullshit. Yi Mo didn't know what the other material was, but it definitely wasn't some hollow meridian pill. Hearing this, the two didn't say anything. Chen Yugang was heavily injured, so he didn't think much, but Zhang Yidao was beginning to question, who didn't want the pill to reach hollow spirit state? He thought Fu Rong was being generous handing out the low-grade Dao artifact, but now it seemed too stingy. Fu Rong seemed to know what Zhang Yidao was thinking and just said, I have another way to get a Chao Huan pill. I can give it to you two later. These words fully drew the two to his side. What could be more attractive to a golden core state peak stage cultivator than a Chao Huan pill? The hollow meridian pill was good, but that was for nascent soul state tertiary stage. If they couldn't reach nascent soul state stage, it would be useless, but the Chao Huan pill was different. They could eat it now and reach nascent soul state. Plus, Fu Rong had the absolute upper hand now. His power was also a little higher than Yi Mo's. The two wouldn't reject his proposal unless they were idiots, but Yi Mo stared at Fu Rong and said, Fu, if I'm not wrong, you probably had a special relationship with the Jun Yangyan, right? You came to here 10 years ago to find you Baixing Qian Bei's ruin. I even suspect that Jun Yangyan died in your hands. Brother Chang, Brother Zhang, we don't need to listen to his bullshit. Let's attack now. Fu Rong said and threw out formation flags. His bronze bell struck towards Yi Mo. He didn't want Yi Mo to finish his words. Before the bell even arrived, it emitted a soul-piercing sound. Even Chang and Zhang had to use their power to defend against it. Yi Mo sneered and released Zisu. With a dang, Zisu and the bell clashed, making a huge sound. Fu Rong's face changed and took back the bell. He was about to ask the two to help him, but before they could, Yi Mo threw out a few formation flags and suddenly the trap formation changed, sweeping Fu Rong inside as well. Fu Rong looked at this scene in shock and even forgot to attack. He just looked dazedly at Yi Mo and said, You're a formation master? No, not a formation master, you're a formation grade master. There was no way a formation master could change up his formation in such a short time. Yi Mo sneered. You took out the items inside the storage ring but placed those formation flags down. You wanted to trap us three. The two who were about to attack had paused due to Yemo's power, but hearing this they were shocked. They subconsciously stayed further away from Fu Rong and had no intentions of attacking anymore. Bullshit. Fu Rong had calmed down. He didn't expect Yemo to be acting weak but actually being a formation great master. This meant that everything he had done was already seen through by Yemo. Yemo sneered, "You're a mere level 3 formation master, yet you're so familiar with a level 5 formation. If you didn't know Yu Baixing Qianbei's formation heritage well, how could you know? You knew this formation so well but you let Brother Chang get hurt, clearly you have no good intentions. Then, you secretly laid a trap formation while you were playing with the storage ring. Are you not planning to attack us after?" Chun Yubing's face was bitter. He realized that Yemo was telling the truth for sure. But Yemo knew the formation would counterattack but hadn't pointed it out either. "You can find Yu Baixing Qianbei's formation heritage and his ruin, clearly you have some relationship with him. And you said you found this place because of Yu Nyangyan. You probably schemed against her as well, right?" Yemo sneered, "Stop framing me. Brother Chang, Brother Zhang, and I are friends of many years, why would I scheme against them? But you didn't do much but instead you get the hollow meridian pill? This is the most unfair thing." Fu Rong still wanted to get the two on his side, but this time, Yemo couldn't even be bothered explaining and released Zisu again. This time, he used Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike. Fu Rong released the Bronze Bell again, but the Whirlpool Sword Rays were too dense and the power of the cultivation essence wasn't something the bell could stop. Fu Rong was shaken and realized he was far from a match for Yemo. Without hesitation, he released a rune which swept up green light, taking Fu Rong away immediately. What was left in the air was just a bell. Chapter 10:15, Yu Baixing's last words, a small transmission rune. The instant he saw Fu Rong disappear, Yemo knew he wouldn't be able to kill him anymore. It could teleport someone 1,000 kilometers away instantly. This was beyond his spirit sense range. The small transmission rune was a level 8 rune and very precious. He didn't expect Fu Rong to have one. Seeing Yemo instantly beat Fu Rong, the other two's faces changed. When Yemo took away the formation flags, they immediately saluted with their fists and thanked Yemo before leaving without daring to say anything. Yemo didn't mind them leaving. Although he didn't end up getting a low-grade Dao artifact, he felt a hollow spirit state forgery grandmaster shouldn't have so little fortune. He left the area quickly. The first thing he took out wasn't the Huang Star Rock but the low-grade spirit artifact cauldron. When he first picked it up, he had already recognized a few herbs, the Fusong fruit, Rong flower, Hai Vine, and Wamat. Yemo was a pill king and these herbs were just level 2 to level 4 herbs. If a hollow spirit state cultivator was injured, he wouldn't use level 2 and level 3 spirit herbs for pill concoction. Plus, these herbs wouldn't form any pills at all. Their properties were irrelevant. How could Yu Baixing not be able to spirit refine these spirit herb? The first letters of each herb formed the words Fu Rong Haiwa, meaning Fu Rong killed me. How could a mere golden core state cultivator kill a hollow spirit state cultivator Yu Baixing? But Yemo thought about it and figured out that it was due to the Huang Star Rock. With Yu Baixing's genius brain, how could he reveal that it was him who bought the Huang Star Rock? The only reason he was tracked down was because someone else exposed him. For someone to be able to do this, he must be quite close to Yu Baixing. Fu Rong's talent wasn't bad, but he wouldn't be able to enter the eyes of a genius like Yu Baixing. The only possibility was that he got with his daughter and used her to get close to Yu Baixing, thinking that Fu Rong used Yu Baixing's daughter to gain benefits and then turned around to bite him. Yemo felt more disgust towards Fu Rong. It was a shame he wasn't able to kill him. The only thing Yemo didn't get was that since Yu Baixing could guess that Fu Rong and Yun Yangyan would come here, why did he put all the things in the storage ring? If that was the case, then even if Yun Yangyan knew that Fu Rong killed him, she wouldn't be able to get revenge. Didn't he want to leave something behind for his daughter? Yemo thought for a while and studied the pill cauldron. It was indeed a low-grade spirit artifact pill cauldron. The design was coarse. It was made with good materials but the finished product wasn't refined. Soon, he noticed something wrong. This cauldron had only been used for pill concoction once. This meant that Yu Baixing made this cauldron on the spot. Why would a forgery grandmaster use such a coarse low-grade spirit artifact? Was there something with the pill cauldron? Yemo became more and more confident in his conjecture. He started to dissect this cauldron. What Yemo didn't expect was that this cauldron was built together from different parts. He opened it without any trouble. It was empty inside, but a jade slip and jade box lay in the middle. Yemo picked up the jade slip and couldn't help admiring Yu Baisheng. He was indeed a forgery grandmaster. He could use different parts to assemble a spirit artifact. What a genius! Yu Baisheng also had a good grasp on human characteristics. He had low-grade Dao artifacts scattered all over him and in his storage ring. Only an idiot would care about the coarse-looking pill cauldron. The only one to notice something odd would be his daughter. Yemo took it because he saw something special about the cauldron. Meanwhile, the daughter would lift up her father's item seeing that it fell to the ground. If Yu Baisheng could predict even this, then clearly he put his hopes of revenge on his daughter. Yemo picked up the jade slip. Nyangyan, after you read this, don't show anyone and don't show any expression on your face. Remember, your father was killed by that Fu Rong. This man has a human face but the heart of a beast. He probably got close to you for our bitter bamboo. Seeing this, Yemo's body started to shake. What was the bitter bamboo? Many people didn't know, but Yemo knew about this. It was a huge spirit item of the legends. It was said that one who cultivated while sitting under the bitter bamboo would have a clear mind and not be distraught by inner demons. Cultivators all knew that the higher one's power, the more one was affected by inner demons, especially during divine damnation. Inner demons were unstoppable. Without their disturbance, one could cultivate to whatever degree they wanted to. Yemo also knew that the bitter bamboo had another use, and that was for forgery. Even someone who didn't know forgery could make a Dao artifact with the bitter bamboo. This meant that the bitter bamboo was definitely one of the most powerful spirit items of the cultivation realm. Yu Baisheng had bitter bamboo? How come he didn't find it? Yemo couldn't help but keep reading. He told me about the Huang Star Rock, and after I bought it, he spread this news to the Anbei 3 demons. One could see how much calculations he had made. If I didn't come out for a few decades, he would definitely convince you to go where I died. If he is by your side, stay calm. There are 2 bursting pills in the jade box next to you. That should be enough to kill him. Yemo opened the jade box and indeed found the 2 bursting pills. Yemo put them in his ring and kept reading. Fu Rong clearly has some relationship with the Anbei 3 demons. If you can't kill him, then leave this area immediately. If you're not my daughter but that Fu Rong bastard, then pretend I said nothing. If you're someone else, then that means my daughter might have already been killed by that bastard. I've been great my entire life but died to the hands of a schemer. I'm unsatisfied. No matter who you are, if you can help me kill Fu Rong and the Anbei 3 demons, I will repay you dearly. Anbei 3 demons have been hurt by my soul-devouring formation. They will be looking for such pills to recover their soul and spirit sense. You can investigate from there, Yu Baisheng. Yemo was greatly disappointed here. There was no more mention of the bitter bamboo. He might not even get the repayment since Yu Baisheng had been dead for so many years, but no matter what, he had to kill Fu Rong and the Anbei 3 demons if he wanted the repayment. Yemo walked back to the body. Even if he killed those people, he still needed to take the bitter bamboo from Yu Baisheng. Yu Baisheng was just a corpse, but who knew if he had left behind any means? Yemo took Yu Baisheng's body and went to a distant island, digging a cave there for him before sealing it with defense and stealth formations. He had decided to kill those people if he could and see if this repayment was real. Yemo had no problem killing a lowlife like Fu Rong. That Yunyangyan was probably ugly, otherwise how could she fall in love with this average-looking Fu Rong? A few days later, Yemo returned to Imohai City. Just when he wanted to find a place to rest, he heard 2 cultivators saying, Pill Master Feng's skills are undoubtedly good. He helped me make 6 top-grade condensed red pills. Yes, if he didn't ask for the 9 feet sea snake's beast core for payment, his business would be much better. Another side, Yemo heard this and looked up. He indeed saw a board with the words Honest Pill Tower written on it. Chapter 10:16, Feng Honest's Secret. Fu Rong said he was close to Feng Honest. Would Feng Honest know about Fu Rong's situation? Thinking about this, Yemo walked inside Honest Pill Tower. After walking inside, Yemo realized this place was a little dark. There wasn't even a window and there were no workers in the shop, just a man in his 50s sitting by the counter. He seemed to be cultivating but also studying the herbs in front of him. The man looked a little old and was Golden Core State Level 9. Yemo thought of that Fate Zhejiang, but this man looked even more honest than Fate Zhejiang. May I ask if you're Pill Master Feng? Yemo asked. The man looked at Yemo and suddenly stood up. saying nervously, "Yes, I'm foam honest. May I ask if you want pill concoction or to buy pills?" Yemo just realized that there were a lot of racks in the shop filled with all sorts of pills. Most of them were Foundation Establishment State and Golden Core State pills. There were also a few Chi Gathering pills, but nothing above Golden Core State. Yemo smiled. No wonder this guy was called foam honest. Was he this nervous every time he saw someone? A friend recommended me to come here for pill concoction, but I don't know what pills you can concoct. My friend said you're really good and highly recommended you. His name is Fu Rong. You're his friend, right? Yemo asked casually. Foam Honest's face looked blank and dazed before he replied, Fu Rong? I've really never heard of this name. Yemo felt this was strange. Cultivators had spirit sense, their memories were very strong. Usually, they wouldn't forget after seeing someone once, but this Foam Honest hadn't heard of Fu Rong? Was Fu Rong lying or this honest lying? Yemo didn't continue and changed the topic. It's like this, Pill Master Foam. I want to ask you to concoct a tan hua pill for me. Yemo suddenly stopped after seeing the two herbs in front of Foam Honest. There was a scorching magic grass and ghost-faced mushroom. Both herbs were beneficial to spirit sense and could be added into a pill. The ghost-faced mushroom was very rare and was a level 6 herb. He found a few in the herb plane, but Foam Honest had one in front of him. A level 8 spirit pill master and a level 6 herb couldn't be considered rare, but the ghost-faced mushroom made Gmo feel strange. Both were for spirit sense recovery, but one was fire element and the other was Een element. Another water element herb needed to be added for pill concoction, 9-foot sea snake? Yemo suddenly thought. This Foam Honest had a habit of collecting them. The beast core of the snake was of the water element. It might even be better than the water element spirit herbs. You need to concoct the tan hua pill? Foam Honest's tone was genuine. As though he was making sure Yemo really wanted it, Yemo focused his attention and said, yes, but I wasn't able to get a 9-foot sea snake. Can I pay more spirit stones? Foam Honest's bubbled face had an apologetic smile as he said, sorry, it's necessary because a lot of my herbs are from a friend and my friend keeps a spirit beast that loves to eat the beast core of the sea snake. Yemo pretended to think while he looked at Foam Honest, but his calm face was almost shattered. Yemo saw clearly this time, this Foam Honest was no Golden Core State level 9. He was a hollow spirit state cultivator. If he didn't cultivate the 3 birth chant and was suspicious of Foam Honest, he wouldn't be able to tell at all. Yemo thought of Yu Baixing's last words and knew that Foam Honest might be one of the Inbei 3 demons. That's why he was concocting spirit sense recovery pills. Yemo cursed. He hadn't even found Fu Rong yet but had already found one of the Inbei demons. He didn't know if this was good or bad luck. He couldn't show any signs of recognition at all. If this Foam Honest noticed something wrong, he might never be able to leave this shop. If this Foam Honest was one of the Inbei 3 demons, then he knew Fu Rong for sure. Foam Honest was probably already suspicious of him. In that case, Yemo hesitated for a second before saying, I'll go to the deep sea and see if I can get a 9-foot sea snake. Foam Honest nodded and Yemo quickly said, then I'll be leaving first. I'll come find you again if I can get the 9-foot sea snake. Yemo didn't dare to linger at all. He left immediately and walked out for a long distance before being able to calm himself down. He just realized his back was drenched in sweat. He knew that no matter how injured Foam Honest was, it was all too easy for a hollow spirit state to kill him. The bitter bamboo was beneficial, but he needed to be alive to enjoy it. He had asked about Fu Rong, but Foam Honest didn't keep him, meaning that Fu Rong wasn't back yet. If Fu Rong had come back, then he wouldn't have been able to leave today. Yemo's flying ship was faster and Fu Rong was injured. So he had probably gone to recover first. Luckily he didn't waste time outside or he would have been caught straight away. He had to leave this city quickly. Thinking this, Yemo departed immediately. Foam Honest looked at Yemo's scurrying figure and frowned. He seems very scared of me and very nervous, although I'd never seen him before. Scared of Foam Honest in Pei Hai City, this is a first. When Yemo came to the teleportation formation for South Peace City, he realized that it only opened for 4 hours each day. The teleportation formation had just closed for the day. He had to wait another day to use it again. Waiting here for a day? Yemo knew that if he didn't want to die, he had to leave immediately, because if Fu Rong came back and met Foam Honest, he would never be able to leave. But where could he go, other than the teleportation formation? There was taking a boat towards South Peace City. EMO came to the docks and happened to make it to the last one. A 20k top-grade Spirit Stones ticket wasn't cheap, but it was nothing to EMO. In his desperation, EMO got on the ship and realized that there was a 30k Spirit Stones VIP room, but EMO couldn't care anymore. He was lucky to even get on. EMO didn't wait for long before the ship left the docks. Seeing this, EMO finally breathed easy. If he got to South Peace City, he would be safe. Fomonist hid his power and stayed in a distant corner in MO High City to concoct pills. Meaning that he didn't dare to show his face publicly. It took 6 days to go from MO High City to South Peace City, but EMO didn't waste this time. He started using the blue and pill to break through to Golden Core State Peak Stage. EMO estimated that he would be able to reach Golden Core State Peak Stage by the time he arrived at South Peace City. Then, he would leave his name on the trial tablet and wait for news of Luoing and the rest. For days had passed, but he was still a bit off from Golden Core State Peak Stage as he used blue and pill instead of Heaven Glory pills. Seeing that there were 2 days before getting to South Peace City, EMO stopped his cultivation and wanted to go out for a walk when he heard a commotion outside. EMO frowned. Was it always this busy? There seemed to be a lot of cultivators on the deck. EMO also walked over and scanned his spirit sense out. This was a public area, so it was fine to do so. At the same time, a bloodied arm fell in front of him. Chapter 10:17. Don't flaunt your excellence. EMO saw a Golden Core State in the middle of the crowd sit on the deck. He didn't have a left arm. The other cultivator was tens of meters away from him and had a flying sword swirling above his head. Clearly, he was the one who sliced off the first man's arm. What was strange was that the cultivator with no arm was Golden Core State Level 9 while the cultivator with the flying sword was only Golden Core State Level 8. The cultivator with the flying sword didn't seem very old either. What shook EMO more was that the sitting cultivator still had the ability to fight, but instead he just looked down and didn't even dare to glance at the other cultivator. The crowd moved aside a little. The deck was very big, bigger than several few football fields. You pick up the severed arm. That young cultivator saw that the arm had landed in front of EMO and pointed at EMO, killing intent ravaging with his words as though he was spitting out ice swords, making people very uncomfortable. Everyone looked at EMO and then towards the area EMO had come from. EMO looked as well and saw that he came out from the ordinary passage. He realized that this Golden Core State Level 8 probably thought he was easy to abuse and wanted to assert his dominance. A mere Golden Core State Level 8 dared to assert his dominance over him, a Golden Core State Level 9? This was the first time EMO had seen such a thing. EMO didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't scared of it if it came looking for him. Even if Fomonist tried to kill him, he would still resist. EMO picked up the broken arm and threw it towards the owner. The arm flew directly onto the wound. The cultivator didn't expect EMO to do this and nodded to him gratefully, but he also gave EMO an apologetic look. He ate a few pills and used a few magic spells on his arm to heal himself. But still didn't dare to look at that young cultivator. What EMO did was clearly acting against him. That Golden Core State Level 8's face immediately turned angry. You're asking to die. The flying sword above his head hummed as though ready to kill, but just then, the ship shook violently and people started to feel the ship body slant. This ship was like a moving continent. Usually such a huge ship would only shake a little. Something like this never happened before. Just when people didn't know what was going on, they heard a sharp howl and everyone immediately realized that there was danger. A level 8 sea rain dragon. Someone said. They didn't know why a level 8 sea rain dragon would appear in the inner sea. But they were pretty much dead for sure. Everyone wanted to run out of the boat and escape, but there were defense restrictions that bounced the cultivators back. The ship was in chaos as a huge sea dragon head peeped inside from the restrictions, which were like paper to the huge head. Tens of cultivators were devoured before they could even react. With the restriction broken, all the cultivators started trying to escape. EMO wasn't going to stay on the deck either. From the power chi the dragon emitted, EMO could tell that it was very easy for it to devour even hollow spirit state cultivators. Theoretically, there wouldn't be any high-level beasts between MO High and South Peace City. But this incident had still occurred. Although he knew there were cauldron-filling state cultivators in MO High City who could kill the dragon, who knew when they would arrive. EMO stood on the flying ship and darted towards one direction desperately. Luckily, there were too many cultivators on the ship and the dragon wasn't able to kill them all. Many escaped, but some unlucky ones became food for the sea dragon. After flying out tens of thousands of kilometers, EMO felt relieved.
However, he didn't keep heading towards South Peace City, instead stopping and turning around. You must not have much patience to keep chasing after this long. Suddenly, a long-haired man appeared behind Emo and said coldly, "Not bad, you could tell I was chasing you. You have some power to be a hero, but unfortunately, you're unlucky." Emo stood on the flying ship and said calmly, "You're a mere Golden Core State level 8 and you dare to chase a great master of Golden Core State level 9, you're very bold, ha." That long-haired cultivator heard this and laughed. He wasn't able to stop as though he heard the funniest joke of his life. Emo didn't speak and just waited for a reply. "A mere Golden Core State level 8 cultivator, and you, a Golden Core State level 9 master. Okay, this is the first time I, Tian Alfing, have heard someone call me a mere Golden Core State level 8. This is the first time I've heard a Golden Core State level 9 who dares to call himself a master in front of me. You've got balls, big balls." The long-haired cultivator laughed. Emo shook his head and said impatiently, "No need to flaunt your name, I get it, your name is Tian Alfum. But I've never heard of it, so please stop flaunting your false sense of superiority. I don't have time to play with you, Daddy still needs to go to the trial square to put my name on the tablet." "Very well, you've successfully annoyed me." Tian Alfing took out a long blue sword. Instantly, it loomed over Emo with an eerie blue ray. The flying sword brought sword chi with it that sealed off Emo's escape routes. Even with Emo's cultivation essence power, he felt a slight pause in space, but Emo had always been fighting people more powerful than him. He never considered people below his level to be a threat. Emo reached out and Zisu appeared in his hands. The next moment, purple sword rays swept towards the blue sword chi. Clash, there was a huge explosion. It seemed that space itself was filled with killing intent. Sword chi splashed out in countless waves. Emo was shocked. He had underestimated this Tian Alfeng. This guy was the strongest Golden Core State cultivator he had seen, even though he was only Golden Core State level 8. The cultivators in South Peace State were indeed abundant and much stronger than in North Far State. He thought the strongest Golden Core State cultivator was that Mo Qianli, but he was only Golden Core State middle stage at the time they had fought. If he met Mo Qianli now, he would be able to break the evil soul strands with a few slices. Meanwhile, this Tian Alfeng clashed with him once and wasn't at a disadvantage. Clearly, this Tian Alfeng was much stronger than Mo Qianli. Tian Alfeng saw that his strike was blocked easily. It was as though Emo didn't even try at all. He was also shook. Since when was there such a powerful Golden Core State cultivator? Was he the core member of some great sect? But he was right, Emo didn't even really try. "Who are you?" Tian Alfeng didn't keep attacking but instead questioned Emo. He was the genius of Lightning Cloud sect and had already entered the Golden Core State Hall of Fame at Golden Core State level 4. He left his name on the trial tablet and was already Golden Core State level 8 now. He rarely faced any true opponents. Emo flicked Zisu outwards and said, "Don't bullshit. If you want to fight then fight. Where's your sense of superiority?" Tian Alfeng sneered and opened his mouth. He spat out a blue bead. When the bead first came out, it was only longan-sized, but it quickly became fist-sized and was growing bigger and bigger. Then, Tian Alfeng yelled, "Lin!" Chapter 10:18, South Peace City. Before Emo could figure out what that blue bead was, he saw multiple blue lightning bolts flash from it. At first they were only chopstick-sized, but soon more lightning bolts appeared and they became thicker as well. Emo realized that this blue bead was a lightning source. Clearly, Tian Alfeng was cultivating a lightning-style cultivation method. This blue bead was like a small version of divine damnation. It was powerful, even others cultivating lightning-style cultivation methods would have to dodge this. At that moment, Tian Alfeng would be able to attack however he wanted. At the same power level, he was already unbeatable. Emo was speechless. This Tian Alfeng was really unlucky that he had met him. Emo was searching for a lightning source, which was what he needed to reach Golden Core State peak stage. This Tian Alfeng was really a good man. When he used the 3 birth chant, all the blue lightning bolts that struck Emo were devoured. Meanwhile, Emo's long stagnant cultivation level started to progress. Seeing that Emo didn't even try to dodge his attack, Tian Alfeng sneered. He knew this guy was done for, but as time moved on, even as Tian Alfeng felt himself running out of cultivation essence, Emo was still fine. Only then did he realize the problem. Tian Alfeng was about to take back his lightning source,
but at this moment, Emo howled. He had successfully reached Golden Core State peak stage. Emo was grateful to Tian Alfing, but he wasn't going to show any mercy, shouting, "Eat my sword." Countless sword rays formed as he used Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike. It instantly swept Tian Alfing's body away. Tian Alfing was already low on cultivation essence after using the lightning source. Now that Emo's power had increased a level, Tian Alfing wasn't even able to dodge and was immediately torn to pieces, so he didn't even use his full power before. This is his real power. I can't even run away. Tian Alfing thought before he died. Emo burned Tian Alfing's body and caught an egg-sized blue lightning source. It had been attacking him for a long time before, but Emo could still feel the intense lightning power inside it. This is good. Emo threw it inside his golden page world without a second thought and left on his flying ship. There were powerful people everywhere. This Tian Alfing was young but powerful. Ordinary Golden Core State level 9 cultivators would have easily killed by him. He definitely had no simple origin. If people were to discover that he killed him, it would be really bad. Lightning Cloud Sect, a gray-robed old man got up and howled, "Who dares to kill my disciple? I will rip your skin and burn your soul." Arg, then he spat a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was too angry. What happened, Martial Brother Tian? A man heard the noise and ran over. My disciple Tian Alfing was just killed. The gray-robed old man said word by word. His fists were clenched. Huh? The man who came in didn't expect it to be so serious. He was dazed before asking, "Who has the balls to kill the core disciple of our Lightning Cloud sect?" More than 10 figures gathered at the scene as well. What? Alfing was killed? No way, who could dare to? The people who came in expressed their disbelief. Tian Alfing was the number 2 genius of the sect, just below Fang Zhengshi. According to his performance, he might even be able to surpass Fang Zhengshi, but now that this disciple was killed. Who dared to do this? Not even a 9-star sect dared to do this. Investigate this matter. Even if you turn over South Peace State, you must find out who did this. A middle-aged man cultivator roared. Then, he looked at the gray-robed man and said, "Elder Tian, you're about to face your disaster transformation trial. You need to calm down. Don't worry, Alfing's business is the sect's business. Even if we offend the entire South Peace State, we will find out who killed him." The first cultivator said coldly, "This person must have Alfing's blue lightning source. No matter where he puts it, we can track him down." Emo didn't know if the lightning source was marked, but he was no novice. He would never put something that could expose him in his storage ring. Usually, he would put it in his golden page world. He had finally reached Golden Core State peak stage. Emo couldn't help but sigh. As long as he left his name on the trial tablet, he could find a safe place to reach nascent soul state. The prosperity of South Peace City reminded Emo of Beijing. There were shops everywhere. No wonder the city was the number 1 city. The hottest topic right now was the ship that was stopped by the level 8 sea rain dragon. Countless cultivators had been killed. Emo realized from other people's discussions that a cauldron-filling state cultivator from South Peace City headed towards the Heartless Sea and killed the level 8 sea rain dragon on the spot. He was gathering the cultivators on board. Those who were able to survive could get 100k top-grade spirit stones as compensation. Hearing this, Emo was more desperate to cultivate faster. The sea dragon was so powerful, yet it was easily killed by a cauldron-filling state cultivator. One could see how powerful a cauldron-filling state cultivator was. If he fell in the hands of a cauldron-filling state enemy one day, Emo shook his head and didn't want to keep thinking. No matter how cunning he was, he would never be able to get away. Suddenly, Emo felt grateful towards Wanyu sect. They had a disaster transformation state cultivator. If they had forced him to concoct the spirit recovery pill, he wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Low power meant you were an insect. Emo sighed and quickened his pace. He wanted to go to magic artifact shops to buy a magic artifact to conceal his looks. Those who were able to survive got 100k as compensation. This fact made Emo vigilant. He wasn't familiar with South Peace State, but he knew there would be nothing free. Even if he was desperate for the 100k spirit stones, he wouldn't go collect them. Emo needed a new face-concealing magic artifact as 9 transformations wasn't up to standard anymore. A hollow spirit state cultivator would be able to see through it at once.
he didn't go to the biggest magic artifact shop but went to a middle-sized one instead. It was called Yudao Magic Artifacts. Shenbei, may I ask what you want? A pretty-looking foundation establishment state young girl greeted Yemo hospitably. Yemo nodded. Do you have any face-concealing magic artifacts? I want good quality ones, no need to show me ones below top-grade spirit artifact. The girl heard this and immediately knew that Yemo was no poor man. She said with more respect, Yudao Magic Artifacts is not the biggest shop here, but we have the most unique magic artifacts. I believe you won't be disappointed. Please come upstairs with me. After coming to the third floor, Yemo realized that the Immortal Treasure Tower could at most be comparable to one of their shelves. The third floor was huge and the shelves were full of spirit artifacts ranging from low grade to extreme grade. Yemo asked the girl, "This is floor 3. Does that mean there are better magic artifacts upstairs?" The girl heard this and some disappointment could be seen in her eyes as she said, "Yes, we have 5 levels. Level 1 has magic artifacts, level 2 has materials, level 3 has spirit artifacts, level 4 has spirit treasures and ancient treasures, and level 5 has Dao artifacts." Xianbei, do you want to go up? Yemo nodded and said, "Let's go to level 4. As for a Dao artifact mask, he really wanted it, but if a high-level cultivator could see it, he wouldn't be able to keep it. Spirit artifacts were the best for him. Spirit treasures were something in between spirit artifacts and Dao artifacts. The bad ones were worse than low-grade spirit artifacts. But the good ones were similar to Dao artifacts. The issue with spirit treasures was that they couldn't be spirit-controlled, so it wasn't as good as your own spirit-controlled magic artifact. People rarely used spirit treasures, most would use spirit artifacts or Dao artifacts. Plus, spirit treasure were nearly as pricey as Dao artifacts, so no one bought them, but this was a benefit to Yemo, because if it couldn't be spirit controlled, people wouldn't be able to tell what it was easily. Chapter 10:19, Trial Tablet Number 1. Hearing that Yemo wanting to go see the spirit treasures, the few golden core state cultivators at the third floor shook their heads and some even looked contemptuous. A mere golden core state level 9 dared to buy spirit treasures. Without a doubt, he was just trying to show off. Those girls alongside the golden core state cultivators looked pitifully at the girl standing next to Yemo. Clearly, they felt bad for her taking care of a cultivator who liked to pretend he was wealthy. These cultivators were rare, but they could be found once in a while, but in the South Peace State, customers were gods, and despite knowing that the customer was only pretending they had money and just walking around without buying anything, the workers had to stay with them. The girl kept her smile on her face and didn't say anything despite her disappointment. There were much fewer items on the 4th level than level 3, not even 1% of the items below. There were even fewer face mask types. Yemo didn't see anyone else at this level. Yemo came in and immediately walked up to an almost ethereal mask. The mask didn't emit any spirit chi waves, but Yemo knew it wasn't ordinary. For spirit treasures, the less spirit chi waves emitted, the higher the level. The girl saw Yemo stand in front of that mask and quickly explained, "This mask is called Hidden Sand. After you wear it, it's like hiding amongst sand in a desert. Even cauldron-filling state cultivators might not be able to see through it. The price is 3.35 million top-grade spirit stones. If you want it, we can give a 60k discount." 3.35 million, this was really expensive. He had heard Fu Rong and the others say that a top-grade spirit artifact cost 200k spirit stones and he thought the price of magic artifacts here weren't expensive. But now he realized how expensive the high-leveled ones were. However, this item was important to him. Yemo decided to buy it. The girl saw Yemo hesitate and said, "The mask next to it only costs 520k spirit stones." Yemo stopped her from talking and said, "No need, I'll take Hidden Sand. Take me to your 5th floor, I'll pay later." Ha! The girl wasn't able to react quickly. Did this person really have so many spirit stones? 3 million spirit stones were almost enough to buy a low-grade Dao artifact. But then she immediately reacted and said, "Yes, Shenbei." Then, she took Yemo to 5th floor with a face of excitement. She felt like she was dreaming. Because she was new here, she could only assist the golden core state cultivators. As for the nascent soul state cultivators and above, there were older workers to take care of them. Golden core state cultivators usually bought items that cost less than 1 million spirit stones, rarely would the payment exceed 1 million. So the commission she received was also not much.
The girl didn't expect that it was her turn to meet a cash lord. She was very excited just thinking about the commission. 0.1% for a foundation establishment state cultivator was quite an earning, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. There weren't many shelves on the 5th floor either. Yemo counted and found there were no more than 100 Dao artifacts, but it was already a huge amount for this shop. Most of them were low-grade Dao artifacts, within few middle-grade Dao artifacts. Yemo wasn't interested in those attack Dao artifacts, he was very happy with Zisu. Plus, there were quite a few nascent soul state cultivators looking at the Dao artifacts. Even if Yemo had the money, he wouldn't dare to buy it. Those nascent soul state cultivators saw Yemo come and only glanced at him once. Yemo shook his head and wanted to leave, but he saw an armor near the door. The girl knew Yemo was wealthy and said, "Xianbei. This is a half Dao artifact armor. It was just forged and is 1.65 million, but there are no discounts for it, so it was just a half Dao artifact but still cost 1.65 million, Xianbei?" The girl asked. Seeing that Yemo didn't respond, Yemo nodded. "Okay, I'll take that. These are the spirit stones, the extras are your tip." The girl took over the storage bag and searched inside to find there were indeed 5 million spirit stones inside. Her hands shook with excitement. She not only conducted a 5 million spirit stone transaction today but also received the biggest tip in history, 50k spirit stones. It seemed she wouldn't need to be a sales assistant anymore, she only had to focus on cultivation. The first thing Emo did after buying the 2 items was finding a distant place to spirit control the armor and then put on hidden sand. The 3 million spirit stones were worth it, Emo said happily. Hidden sand didn't show on his face, but his face and she changed completely. It was time to go trial tablet square. Emo immediately heading towards there. Emo came to the square and wanted to try his luck when there were no people. Once his name appeared, he would find a place to reach nascent soul state and then come back, secretly waiting for Luoying. What Emo didn't expect was that when he arrived, the place was full of people. Emo wanted to ask someone what was going on but heard people discussing on the side. "I wonder if young Master Xiao can beat Feng Zhongshi this time. It'll be very hard." Feng Zhongshi is the prodigy of the Lightning Cloud sect and is on par with young Master Yuan. Not necessarily. Half a year ago when young Master Feng left his name here, young Master Xiao was here too but he didn't try. Since he came now, it meant he has confidence in beating Feng Zhongshi. Emo didn't know either of the people so he could only listen. If he asked some strange question, he would immediately become the center of attention. After a long while, Emo realized that young Master Xiao was Xiao Fei of Golden Sword Sect, the number 2 of South Peace State Golden Core State Hall of Fame. Feng Zhongshi was number 1 and also 11th ranked on the trial tablet. Xiao Fei had a sister called Xiao Shiyun who was one of the South Peace State 10 beauties. Emo looked at the cultivator in front of the Golden Core State trial tablet. He wore golden cultivator robes and seemed calm like water. He didn't move at all, and many people felt as though the person didn't exist. Emo nodded. This guy was clearly stronger than Tian Alfeng. Suddenly, a powerful qi exploded from Xiao Fei. The discussions quietened down. People knew that Xiao Fei was about to mark his name. After that burst of power, the golden figure rose up like an golden eagle, when the figure neared about 35 meters from the ground. He stopped and wrote the name Xiao Fei quickly. As soon as it was written, the golden ray seeped into the tablet and disappeared. The figure slowly landed and the square was silent. Everyone was waiting for his name to appear. The instant he landed, the name Xiao Fei appeared on the tablet. It replaced the original 11th name Feng Zhongshi. After a brief silence, the square burst into applause. Young Master Xiao surpassed Golden Core State Hall of Fame number 1 Feng Zhongshi. He's the new number 1. He indeed came with confidence and surpassed Feng Zhongshi in just half a year. Amazing. Chapter 1020, Yemo's Trial. Xiao Fei saw that his name was above Feng Zhongxi's and nodded as though this was the result he had expected. Still, he shook his head as he looked at the top 10 names. Young Master Xiao, Big Brother Xiao. All sorts of calls sounded from the square. Xiao Fei looked back and smiled at the crowd, saluting with his fists to the countless cheers. He then turned and disappeared from the trial tablet square. The people discussed even more vigorously after Xiao Fei's departure. Some even made up their mind to try their best to leave their mark on the trial tablet as well. Being revered by all was an honor even cultivators couldn't refuse, but that was just a fantasy. No one tried to write their name after Xiao Fei. The trial tablets had been here for who knows how many years. If it was so easy to get on them, then there would be too many people trying every day. So, it was usually the cultivators who got into the Hall of Fame or had the confidence that they were on the same level who would try to write their names on the trial tablet. Otherwise, you would receive the ridicule of countless people instead of their praise. This had become the custom. Those who succeeded were heroes and those who failed were idiots. Even if someone without confidence wanted to write their name, they would come when there were no people. Of course, the main thing was that each person could only try to leave their name on the tablet twice. If they failed both times, they would never have a chance again.
This second chance had a prerequisite. And that was you got in the first time.
Otherwise, you would never get a chance to do so. Other than this, sex rarely took in cultivators who failed the trial tablets. It was not because they didn't know their own limits, but because those who failed would usually have a mental barrier that would make it harder for them to reach higher levels in the road of cultivation. Not all cultivators would be affected, some would instead work even harder, but these cultivators were rather rare. Yi Mo saw the huge crowd of people and didn't try to write his name. He had worn a top-grade mask, but Fu Rong knew he would be coming here.
He had to wait until everyone left before he could make his move.
Before that, he also had to make sure that Fu Rong wasn't watching. Yi Mo was sure that only a rare few people knew his name in the South Peace City. Amidst the heated discussion, two people finally couldn't resist the excitement and came up to the tablet wanting to try. One was stopped at just 15 meters and marked his name.
The tablet didn't react at all.
The second guy somehow surpassed 18 meters, but his name didn't show either. The two left with red faces under the ridicule of the crowd. But some people were able to recognize who they were. They not only lost their second chance to try but were also used as a negative example. With this, even though more people wanted to mark their name,
no one dared to. Yi Mo didn't leave.
He found a place to sit and waited quietly. He had to leave his name on the tablet as quickly as he could and then go into hiding to reach nascent soul state. Then, he would come back and wait for news of Luoying and Ning Qingxue. At midnight, the people gradually left until only a few people stood at the square trying to feel the success of other cultivators. Yi Mo knew that even if he waited longer there wouldn't be any fewer people, so he got up. Now was the best time to try. Yi Mo walked up to the tablet. A decent-looking girl stood there with her eyes closed as though feeling something. "Can you please move over?" Yi Mo asked. The girl knew Yi Mo was here but she still kept her eyes closed until Yi Mo spoke.
"Am I affecting you by standing here?" Yi Mo nodded. "Yes, you are. I want to give it a try." "What? You want to try?" the girl exclaimed.
Before she could keep talking, another male cultivator rushed over. He walked up to Yi Mo and saluted with his fists. "Friend, my martial sister admires young Master Xiao greatly." She didn't want to leave so she could feel young Master Zhao's qi. Please forgive her for any interruptions. Yi Mo glanced at this male cultivator. He was Golden Core State Level 3, 2 levels higher than the girl. It was obvious he liked his martial sister. Yi Mo felt pity for this male cultivator. The woman he liked was enamored by another man. He was waiting for her on the side while she was feeling the qi of another man. Yi Mo looked speechlessly at the pair. "Martial brother, he said he wants to try," the girl suddenly said. "What?
You want to try?"
The male cultivator had the same reaction. Yi Mo nodded. "Yes, but I think you should care more about your sister, not me." He knew that even if this male cultivator won over his martial sister, they wouldn't be happy unless he achieved something significant like Xiao Fei. The male cultivator clearly didn't heed his words but pulled his martial sister aside and smiled to Yi Mo. "You can try first, my martial sister can come back later." Yi Mo was Golden Core State Peak Stage while he was only Golden Core State Level 3 and his martial sister only a Golden Core State Level 1. Clearly, he didn't dare to offend Yi Mo. After the two left, the girl showed a face of disgust. She was disgusted by Yi Mo because Yi Mo kicked her away, or perhaps because this insolent guy dared to copy Big Brother Xiao. The remaining cultivators didn't even notice Yi Mo and Yi Mo hoped that would continue to be the case. Yi Mo stood before the trial tablet and scanned around with his spirit sense. Once he was sure that no one was hiding on the side, he felt assured. He didn't make any preparations and circulated his cultivation essence, soaring into the sky. He needed to leave his name as quickly as he could and leave here quietly. Idiot. The girl saw that Yi Mo didn't even prepare and just jumped up. The male cultivator quickly pulled her arm. "Martial sister, that person is Golden Core State Peak Stage, don't say that, what if he hears it?" The girl curled her lips. "What is he then? He's scared of being laughed at so he comes at night and wears the clothes of a non-element." A genius like young Master Shao is a pure metal element, and so he wears golden clothes.
The male cultivator fell silent.
He knew that he couldn't argue about anything when his martial sister brought up Xiao Fei, or he would be done for. Meanwhile, when Emo dashed up, the cultivators on the square immediately looked over. They would never pass by the chance to watch someone trying. Although the cultivator only dared to try at night. This was still something to talk about, but no matter how late it was, his name would immediately be known. When Emo flew up to 6 meters, he felt a powerful force that grew more intense the higher he rose. He finally realized why people could only reach a certain height. As he used more cultivation essence, he ascended even faster. When he was at 15 meters, he felt a powerful killing intent on top of the pressure, as though if he didn't go back down, he would be annihilated under the pressure.
Chapter 1021, Trial Tablet Blank Name. Just then, Emo realized the use of the trial tablet. It wasn't just a simple ranking. Any cultivator would have an enlightenment under such intense pressure and killing intent. This was beneficial to one's cultivation. At the same time, Emo realized why so many cultivators gave up hope after feeling that terrifying killing intent. If they failed, it would indeed affect their mental state, but if they succeeded, it would be a huge inspiration. Subconsciously, Emo started to emit his own power and killing intent. The pressure on him immediately eased up. Realizing this was the key, Emo completely released his power. When Emo reached above 18 meters, he felt the killing intent materialize again. In just an instant, he felt he was in an ancient battlefield. Countless spirit beasts, cultivators, and demons all roared at him. At this moment, Emo didn't dare to hold back at all. He released Zisu and the illusion cloud strikes. Under the purple sword rays, the spirit beasts, cultivators, and even demons were killed, wave after wave. Emo thought of the time he was at the herb plain and had killed countless earth scorpions. The bodies of spirit beasts piled up beneath him and he stood taller and taller. Soon, Emo felt that the spirit beasts grow less and less and the area ahead opened up. Before he could take a breath, a level 6 mammoth charged over. A level 6 primary stage mammoth. Emo took a step back. This was equal to nascent soul state level 1 power. Before the mammoth even got here, the powerful chi enveloped him as though if he hesitated for a moment, he would immediately be devoured by the mammoth. Emo quickly used Purple Eye Soul Sever along with Illusion Cloud 5th and 6th strikes with all his might. He felt a wave of weakness. Emo's Illusion Cloud formation kill strike brought countless sword rays and formed a yin-yang dual kill formation. He knew that this kill formation wasn't able to do much to the mammoth, but it could stop the beast from devouring him. Sizzle, Emo felt his spirit sense attack work and the Illusion Cloud formation kill strike tore the mammoth to pieces. Emo breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think this level 6 mammoth would be so easily killed by him. What was going on? Emo knew that although his spirit sense attack and Illusion Cloud formation kill strike were powerful, they wouldn't be enough to kill the level 6 spirit beast. He didn't expect the combination of the two to have such power. Suddenly, he felt the pressure lighten and he came to his senses. He was still at the trial tablet. What was going on, Emo didn't understand. He saw Xiao Fei and others try. They seemed very casual and didn't even use their magic artifacts. Since when did they fight like him? What is he doing? The few onlookers looked dazedly at Emo. One golden core state level 4 hesitated before saying, he seemed to have released his magic artifact and it cast some purple light, but was stopped by something. Why is he attacking? He's just supposed to write his name down, the first cultivator asked again. I don't know, but he seems to have surpassed 21 meters, another cultivator said. So what if he surpassed 21 meters? Many people use burst pills and can reach near 21 meters, but they can't even leave their names down. At this moment, Emo saw a milky white empty tablet. He understood and murmured, so you don't need to fly very high, you just need to leave your name. Thinking about this, Emo didn't hesitate and wrote the name. Emo, he saw Xiao Fei write his name. It had turned faint gold and immersed into the tablet. After he wrote his name, he waited for a while but it still didn't immerse into the tablet. Did he fail? Thinking about this, Emo felt even greater pressure. He just used his full-powered attack and his spirit sense was weak. He couldn't stay up anymore and could only fall down slowly. He's coming down, he wrote Emo. Look for his name. What rank is he? Emo also looked around nervously but when he reached the last name he still didn't see his name. How was this possible? Guillermo looked up and down a few more times but still didn't see his name. Huh? The people from the square laughed. I told you, what's the point of going very high?
If just anyone could leave their names behind on the trial tablet, it wouldn't be called the trial tablet. Guillermo's heart sunk. He was sure he wasn't weaker than Xiao Fei, but Xiao Fei was ranked 11th.
Meanwhile, he didn't even get a ranking.
Something must have happened because only he was attacked and encountered a level 6 mammoth. Those contemptuous remarks made Guillermo feel awkward. If it was during the day, Guillermo could imagine how embarrassing it would be, but Guillermo was sure that it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough that he wasn't able to leave his name. Plus, the pressure had given him some enlightenments. Guillermo didn't care much about the trial tablets to begin with, and so he immediately left. He needed to find a place to form his soul and then go find Ning Qingshui. The ethereal immortal pond was an 8-star sect. Their management should be easier to contact than a 9-star sect. Perhaps he could see Qingshui. He couldn't stay here very long, but he could stay for 2 days to organize his thoughts. Just when Guillermo wanted to go to a hotel, he saw 2 golden core state cultivators rush out of a hotel and get on their flying spirit artifacts, heading out of the city. Let's go to the north gate, one of them said.
Guillermo thought that the two must somehow be related to the city guards.
The city management was very strict and people could only leave at certain times. Guillermo usually wouldn't care about this. But he was being very careful now. If the two could leave now, he would follow them. With this in mind, he followed them carefully. Even if he had to reach nascent soul state and organize his thoughts, he didn't have to be in the city. With Guillermo's stealth capabilities, the 2 golden core state cultivators didn't notice at all. Guillermo followed the 2 to South Peace City's north gate and found more than 10 golden core state cultivators and even 1 nascent soul state cultivator there. As soon as the 2 arrived, the city gate restriction was opened and Guillermo quickly followed them out.
Guillermo didn't dare to go immediately as there were too many cultivators here.
He hid carefully.
How is it?
The nascent soul state cultivator asked immediately. The 2 golden core state cultivators answered, we've calculated a 100-kilometer circle around the north gate of all the hotels and recently renting cultivators. We're sure we didn't miss any.
Guillermo thought that Fu Rong had this much power? He could command this many golden core state and even nascent soul state cultivators? It seemed the Bay 3 demons had taken action.
Luckily he didn't go find a hotel or he would have been blocked at the door. Okay, the city has 6 exits right now. We're guarding the north gate. I don't want any problems to occur at our gate.
Even if an ant leaves now, we need to know.
Tomorrow, our lightning cloud sect elders will come. No matter who he is, his soul will be sucked out and burned for daring to kill our core disciple, the nascent soul state cultivator said coldly. Marshal Uncle Lee, don't worry, he is our mortal enemy. If he dares to come here, he will never be able to leave, the golden core state peak stage cultivator that Guillermo had followed said with killing intent. The nascent soul state cultivator nodded. Okay, that guy is no simple character, be careful. Elder Tian will be here tomorrow morning at the latest. This guy ambushed Daofeng at the Heartless Sea. If he wants to leave he has to go past South Peace City, so you don't have to worry that he won't come. Guillermo just realized it was about that Tian Daofeng he had killed. He was from a 9-star sect. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even know how he died tomorrow. Chapter 1022, Missing a Name. He was really unlucky. He hadn't even found Qingshui yet, but he had already offended the Bay 3 demons and a 9-star sect. Luckily he had just left the city, or else he would have nowhere to hide when the elders of the sect arrived. Guillermo had faith in his stealth means, but he didn't dare to say if they would stand up to the 9-star sect elders. They were at least body condensation state or cauldron filling state power. Luckily, his name once left behind on the trial tablet where there would be no way they wouldn't pay attention to him. But Guillermo couldn't really blame himself. Who knew that this guy had such a powerful origin? Just for him, the sect was even daring to lock down South Peace City. Guillermo calmed down now. The sect was sure that he was going to come to the city, and in fact he had. He saw the sign that the cultivators aboard the ship were being compensated in spirit stones and had guessed that they might all be set up by the Lightning Cloud sect. Luckily he was careful and threw all of Tian Daofeng's things into the Golden Page world. Even the nascent soul state cultivators didn't notice Guillermo, much less the Golden Core state cultivators. An hour later, Guillermo left the city gate quietly and got on his flying ship. Leaving as fast as he could, by the time it was daylight, Guillermo didn't even know how far he had traveled, but his speed hadn't decreased at all and the supply of top-grade spirit stones powering his artifact never stopped. He even used his cultivation essence lavishly to make the ship go faster. He would have used extreme-grade spirit stones if not for the fear that the ship wouldn't be able to handle it. The difference between the 9-star sect Lightning Cloud sect and the Ghost Immortal sect was huge. The highest power of the Ghost Immortal sect was only a hollow spirit state cultivator, and EMO believed he had a way to get around hollow spirit state cultivators. 9-star sects had truth realization state cultivators though, against whom he didn't have any confidence at all, so the only choice he had was to run. Due to Xiao Fei's name, South Peace City was even busier than usual the next day. The people also wanted to see Feng Zhongshi's reaction. They were both 9-star sect core disciples and wouldn't be satisfied losing out to the other. Many people guessed that Feng Zhongshi would come to try again, so they rushed to the trial tablet square. People discussed in so much detail that even which direction Xiao Fei's hair was floating to was mentioned. You don't know that after Xiao Fei tried, 2 more people tried and lost face. But that night, another person came to try. One golden core state cultivator from last night said, "There are too many people who don't know their own strength." Without saying, I know those 3 didn't leave any marks. Of course, that cultivator was called Yi something. I remember him the most because he was too funny. He didn't leave his name, but he made a big scene. Yes, he even took out his magic artifact. It was the first time I've seen someone use their magic artifact at the trial tablet. What a joke! Another cultivator said, "Ha, you said he took out his magic artifact at the trial tablet?" A cold voice suddenly asked. They just noticed that it was a young nun standing not far away. Her hair was coiled behind her head, but she didn't have a whisk. Her snow-white skin and her snow-white Dao uniform accompanied with her extreme beauty made her seem like she didn't belong in the mortal world. It's Ling Xiaoshuang, Dao named Qing Shuang. Someone immediately recognized her. I know, Serene Dream Mosque, South Peace State's number 2 beauty. The cultivator stopped halfway, realizing his words were a bit offensive, but everyone realized who this extremely beautiful young nun was. She clearly came here for only one thing. She was about to reach nascent soul state, or else she wouldn't be here. Many people would come for the trial before they ascended to nascent soul state in order to gain enlightenment. People subconsciously started talking quieter. Many people's hearts skipped faster as though feeling honored that they could be so close to her. However, no one answered her question. Ling Xiaoshuang frowned and asked, "Who said that a cultivator took out his magic artifact at the trial tablet?" Her master had told her that those cultivators who took out their magic artifacts at the trial tablets were indescribable geniuses. Since the ancient times, there was only one nascent soul state cultivator who used his magic artifact at the nascent soul state trial tablet tens of thousands of years ago. When that cultivator reached nascent soul state tertiary stage, he killed a hollow spirit state cultivator. That wasn't all. Within 100 years, he reached truth realization state peak stage. However, for some reason, he wasn't accepted by the immortal Dao and was not allowed to ascend to the immortal realm. In his fury, he shattered the void, smashed open the barrier of Luoyu continent, and left. Her master said that the earlier that the cultivator used a magic artifact on a trial tablet, the more genius they were. If what this cultivator said was real, someone used a magic artifact on the golden core state trial tablet, that person would be absurd. He was more powerful than that nascent soul state cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago, so she had to know who it was. That golden core state cultivator was pushed out by his friends and stood out, saying excitedly, "It's me, I saw him, Marshall's sister Ling." "Tell me." Ling Xiaoshuang nodded. The cultivator saw that Ling Xiaoshuang used a polite tone and felt as if he just fell into a soothing spring. His voice even changed a little. "Midnight last night, a cultivator came to the trial tablet. I think he was scared of being laughed at and that's why he chose nighttime." Ling Xiaoshuang frowned and said, "No need to mention that, tell me about the process." Yes, when that cultivator reached 18 meters and almost 21 meters, he suddenly took out a purple magic artifact and stopped at 21 meters. He used his magic artifact to attack for a while before going higher than 21 meters. He then marked his name. "He's called." The cultivator paused to think of Yimo's name. "He's called Yimo," a cultivator next to him said. But his name wasn't left on the trial tablet. "I think he used some pills. It's said that Feng Honest's Tan Hua pill has such effects." Ling Xiaoshuan gasped. She didn't expect there would really be someone who would use a magic artifact at the trial tablet. But why wasn't his name left behind? This wasn't right.
Her master said that the nascent soul state cultivator tens of millenniums ago left his name behind, but his name was ranked first. Ling Xiaoshuang looked up on the tablet. The name was familiar. It had been there for 200 years and wasn't YMO.
Seeing this, many cultivators subconsciously looked at the tablet. Wait, how come I feel there's one less name on the tablet?
One cultivator exclaimed, it's true. One name's missing. There are only 299 names, not 300.
Someone else exclaimed, Chapter 1023, Soar into Existence, 299 names indeed. Ling Xiaoshuang murmured to herself, actually, the top of the trial tablet seemed to have an extra white jade tablet, but it was empty, without any markings. It floated above the golden core state trial tablet, Soar into Existence. Ling Xiaoshuang almost blurted out, she was sure that Yimo's name was on that white jade tablet and that he was the golden core state trial tablet number 1. But his name wasn't shown due to some other reason. Ling Xiaoshuang knew that not even 9-star sect disciples would know what it meant to soar into existence. It wasn't just showing a tablet above the golden core state trial tablet and becoming number 1 on the trial tablet, it meant that the big change and disaster of the cultivation realm was impending. The golden core state trial tablet protected the person who soared into existence and wouldn't show his name, showing an empty tablet instead. Only when that person could protect himself would his name be shown on the tablet. Ling Xiaoshuang didn't know why her master knew about this, but she knew not many others were aware of this. It was simple if she wanted to find out whether YMO was that person who had soared into existence. If someone tried and successfully got onto the tablet, then 300 names would appear. However, the trial tablet would automatically remove the last person. The name on the Soar into Existence Jade tablet would appear there forever. No matter how powerful people from the future generation were, they wouldn't be able to surpass the name on Soar into Existence. The tablets had been derelict on the square for countless years. All the people knew that the first name would exist there forever. But in the countless years, only the first name of the nascent soul state cultivator tablet had been marked for eternity. That nascent soul state cultivator named Chu Zhouyu, who used magic artifacts at the trial, had his name kept at first forever, but Chu Zhouyu didn't try any other trial tablets. Even a powerful figure like Chu Zhouyu wasn't able to have his name written on the Soar into Existence white jade tablet, meaning that he could be surpassed in the future. YMO might be the one who would surpass him. Who was he? What sort of fortune did he get to reach such a height? Ling Xiaoshuang walked to the golden core state trial tablet. She wanted to try to mark her name and also to test if YMO was that soar into existence person. She didn't like to show off and didn't even go to the Golden Core State Hall of Fame. But her master told her to try the Golden Core State trial tablet before forming her nascent soul, as it would benefit her greatly. Because of this, she came, but she knew if she failed, she would be ridiculed. However, she didn't care about that. Ling Xiaoshuang is going for the trial. Ling Xiaoshuang isn't someone in the Golden Core State Hall of Fame. The trial tablet has nothing to do with looks. Shut up, do you not want to live? How dare you speak of her that way? Seeing Ling Xiaoshuang come to the trial tablet, everyone was excited. Ling Xiaoshuang wore a snow-white dress and stood before the Golden Core State trial tablet like a beautiful vibrant lily. But before they could appreciate this beauty, she had soared up into the sky. When that powerful pressure arrived, Ling Xiaoshuang felt that killing intent. She finally understood why her master told her to come. This was indeed beneficial to her cultivation. When she reached a height of 21 meters, she couldn't go forward anymore. She knew she had reached her limit. She was disappointed, but knew this was to be expected. The next moment, she wrote her name, Ling Xiaoshuang. The words turned into a pale white ray and shot into the tablet. Ling Xiaoshuang is ranked 23rd on the Golden Core State trial tablet. People immediately spread her rank. Ling Xiaoshuang, who wasn't in the Golden Core State Hall of Fame, managed to rank 23 on the Golden Core State trial tablet, meaning that the number of people who could surpass her was only 23. This was already a very good rank. Ling Xiaoshuang stood below the tablet and looked at her name. She didn't leave immediately and scanned the tablet. It had returned to 300 names. YMO really was that soar into existence person. His name was beyond what this tablet could hold and only appeared on that white jade tablet. She had to tell her master this news as soon as possible. Ling Xiaoshuang immediately left, but discussion about her heated up and even surpassed Xiao Fei, who said that one name was missing on the tablet. I counted again, it's 300.
Someone immediately noticed the change, it really is 300. What happened before?
But all the discussion immediately stopped as the cultivators at the square suddenly donned a fearful expression. An extremely powerful spirit sense swept over the square and didn't leave.
It swept back again.
Then, two more powerful spirit senses swept over. All the cultivators at the square were cleanly swept. Those spirit senses had a powerful and angry killing intent.
They were obviously belonging to cauldron-filling state cultivators and above.
No one dared to speak at all under such powerful spirit senses. Then, an extremely cold voice sounded in all the ears of the South Peace City cultivators. Lightning Cloud Sect's core disciple Tian Alfing was harmed at the Heartless Sea.
The culprit must be at South Peace City.
The cultivator who can provide information about this cultivator can get a Chao Huan pill if they're golden core state, hollow meridian pill if they're nascent soul state, and so forth, and will also be protected by the Lightning Cloud sect. If anyone helps this person escape, he will become the enemy of the Lightning Cloud sect, a truth realization state cultivator. Everyone knew that to be able to send his voice through the entire city, it was a truth realization state for sure. What shook people even more was that the core disciple Tian Alfing had been killed. Who had the balls to do such a thing? He was ranked below Fang Zhongshi. But he showed signs of potentially surpassing him. The city lord of South Peace City could only send people to investigate the cultivators and didn't dare to complain at all. In the city lord estate, a few body condensation state cultivators and above were gathered. The city lord estate had become the temporary gathering place for the Lightning Cloud sect. On the ship, Alfing sliced off a solo cultivator's arm and a golden core state level 9 came out to help that cultivator. I think with Alfing's personality, even after the sea monster incident, he wouldn't let go of that golden core state cultivator. He probably chased after him, one body condensation state said. The cultivator sitting at the top was someone whose age couldn't be discerned. Even the cauldron-filling state cultivators below were very respectful to him, that cultivator said. Recount the situation precisely, and was that cultivator who had his arm cut off found? Yes, the body condensation state answered. When that golden core state level 9 had just walked to the deck, the arm Alfing sliced off fell in front of that cultivator. Alfing told that cultivator to pick it up and give it to him, but that golden core state level 9 picked the arm up and attached it for the cultivator. Then, that broken arm cultivator disappeared when the spirit beasts attacked. He was probably eaten. Would Alfing also be, because of the spirit beast? One cauldron-filling state asked. He was interrupted by that elder Tian. Impossible, that spirit beast didn't target Alfing at the time and Alfing had great world transmission rune. He could escape whenever he wanted. Alfing was definitely killed by a cultivator. Chapter 1024, Yimo's Divine Damnation. Elder Tian, Alfing might have been only golden core state level 8, but there's hardly any golden core state level 9 who could have killed him in South Peace State and prevented him from escaping, another cauldron-filling state cultivator said. Elder Tian sneered and was about to argue, but the cultivator sitting at the top waved his hand and stopped them. He thought for a while before asking, "What's that golden core state level 9 cultivator called?" "I've searched the records of Mo High City. That cultivator is called Mo Ing and is a solo cultivator," a body condensation state cultivator answered. Mo Ing? The top cultivator repeated. "Regardless if this name is real or fake, investigate this guy first." Mo Ing? Ling Xiaoshuang heard that the cultivator who killed Tian Alfing was called Mo Ing and immediately felt something wasn't right. There was no way that a core disciple of 9-star sect didn't have means to escape. Meanwhile, a golden core state level 9 cultivator was able to kill Tian Alfing and make him unable to run. Clearly this golden core state level 9 was no ordinary person. Even Xiao Fei wouldn't be able to kill Tian Alfing easily, much less stop him from running away. Now, the name of the cultivator who killed Tian Alfing was pretty obvious. It was that Yi Mo Moing was his alias. Ling Xiaoshuang suddenly began to worry. She wasn't sure if Lightning Cloud Sect would think of the Golden Core State Trial Tablet. Her master said there were only a few who knew about the soar into existence, but Lightning Cloud Sect was also a 9-star sect. Would they not know about it? Luckily, she had filled up the tablet names. Thinking about this, Ling Xiaoshuang felt she should go back to her sect as quickly as possible. This was the 6th day and Yi Mo was still running. If the Lightning Cloud sect knew he killed Tian Alfing, it would be useless even if he fled to North Far State. Instead, he would bring disaster to Song Yangzhu and others there. Thinking about this, Yemo thought of Luoying and Ningqingxue.
Would they be affected too? Even if they weren't, would they not do anything if they knew he was in the hands of the Lightning Cloud sect?
Ningqingxue was at an 8-star sect. If the Lightning Cloud sect knew about his relations to Ningqingxue and made ethereal immortal pawn hand over Ningqingxue, they wouldn't dare to resist at all. Susu's sect was a 9-star sect, but apparently it had declined quite a lot. It was even worse off than some 8-star sections. Thinking about this, Yemo shivered. He became more worried. The only way out was to not expose his tracks. He immediately gave up on the thought of finding Ningqingxue and Luoying. He didn't dare to let anyone know that he was related to them.
Power, I need power. Yemo cursed. He needed to find a place to reach nascent soul state and even higher.
If he wanted to take on the 9-star sect Lightning Cloud sect, he had to be at least disaster transformation state. Lightning Cloud sect had truth realization state cultivators.
2 months later, in a very subtle valley in South Peace State, Yemo set up a huge spirit gathering formation and then another stealth formation outside it.
He was planning on breaking through to nascent soul state.
This place was very far from South Peace City. Yemo was sure that even truth realization state cultivators wouldn't be able to find it.
Plus, this place was arid in spirit chi and although worthless, was the perfect place for Yemo to reach nascent soul state. Usually, people would find a place with lots of spirit chi to break through, but Yemo had a lot of spirit stones and even took out spirit crystals. He had to reach nascent soul state as quickly as possible or it would garner attention. If it weren't for the fact that the Golden Page World's laws were incomplete, Yemo would rather break through in there.
Other than the spirit range that he didn't dare to take out, Yemo had prepared almost everything.
This place was arid in spirit chi but still much better than Northfar State. Plus, Yemo used top-grade spirit stones to stack up his spirit gathering formation.
With this spirit chi density, it was already enough for him to break through. Yemo was Golden Core State peak stage and was fully prepared. He ate Chao Wan pills and started using 3 birth chant.
The spirit chi around immediately rushed into his body like crazy.
Yemo calmed down and focused on devouring spirit chi to form his nascent soul.
If someone else was here, they would find that the spirit chi around Yemo was almost solid. The 10 million top-grade spirit stones he took out all had their spirit chi sucked out. Yemo felt his power increase drastically and cultivation essence growing increasingly stronger, almost materializing. His golden core spun faster than ever before. At the same time, Yemo felt his meridians have a tearing sense of pain. It was as though he would explode the very next moment. At this moment, his golden core slowed down and cracked.
The core was cracked. Yemo knew this was the most dangerous moment. Many cultivators failed here.
Yemo wanted to protect his golden core with his cultivation essence, but suddenly, there was a loud rumble in the sky. The clear sky was covered with clouds. The rumbling noise came from above the clouds.
How was the divine damnation here so quickly? Yemo felt it was odd.
He saw Li Yuqian break through. It was no way near as fast. Then, lightning the size of a baby's arm shot down towards him, closely followed by 9 more bolts of the same size. They all fell towards Yemo. Yemo was shaken. Although he had a lightning spirit root and could devour lightning sources, he couldn't devour such a terrifying divine damnation in such a short time. Even though he was using the 3 birth chant to the maximum, he was still burnt. His meridians cracked under the lightning but were repaired again with the use of 3 birth chant. The lightning struck down non-stop, and after the first 9 bolts, Yemo was covered in wounds. If he didn't have a half-Dao artifact protecting him, he might have been heavily injured with just the first wave. He felt his power increase another fold, but he didn't feel joy at all. This was only the first wave. He still had 3 more waves, 27 bolts in total. How could he take such a level of divine damnation? Yemo couldn't care about his golden core anymore. He quickly took out formation flags and started setting up formations. He thought he could devour lightning source and didn't take divine damnation seriously, but now it seemed he was very wrong. Before the second wave came, he had to think of a way. He didn't have any better methods besides using formations. Luckily, he created a lightning storage formation after the lightning attraction formation.
He needed a lightning storage formation. Yemo threw out tens of formation flags. Rumble Yemo had just set up a foundation when the second wave came. It was another 9 bolts of lightning of the same size, but they came 3 at a time. Before Yemo could completely digest the first 3, the next 3 fell. When all 9 fell, Yemo's wounds that had just recovered a little got worse. Yemo calmed down the more he used 3 birth chant. He felt his power increase even more. This lightning injury was much better than eating the first batch of Heaven Glory pills. When the third wave came, Yemo finally breathed easy. His lightning storage formation was complete. 5 bolts came down first and were directed into the lightning storage formation, then 4 more landed and were devoured by Yemo. By now, the lightning only strengthened his body and didn't do any damage to him. Before the fourth wave came, Yemo was already digesting the lightning in the storage formation. Yemo felt the pure lightning spirit power and felt happy. This was a good method. He didn't waste a single bit of the power and instead used it to strengthen his body. Chapter 1025, Divine Damnation Shenanigans. The fourth wave came and 9 bolts landed at the same time. Yemo was shook. He released Zisu without hesitation. Even he wasn't able to deal with such a wave in such a short time. Crack crack crack. Yemo hacked open 3 of them and the remaining 2 landed on him. 3 more were stored in the storage formation and he could only digest 1 bolt. Luckily his power had increased after the shower of the first 3 waves. Otherwise the damage would be quite serious, but just the 2 bolts still tore his flesh apart. He had a half-Dao artifact protecting him, so he wasn't heavily injured. With the 3 birth chant, Yemo soon devoured the lightning in the storage formation and completely recovered from his injuries. Yemo checked Zisu and found that it wasn't damaged. It seemed his kitchen knife was really substantial. The divine damnation was over. Yemo took a deep breath. This divine damnation was strong, but it was reasonable. After the waves of lightning, Yemo felt his power increase greatly. Yemo thought, is this nascent soul state power? Just then, Yemo remembered his cracked golden core. He hadn't formed his nascent soul yet. What was going on? Did he fail? While Yemo was still checking himself, the spirit chi around him rustled and flew towards him like an open dam. He didn't even need to devour it and it just went into his body. Yemo was shocked and quickly ran the 3 birth chant. Luckily, his 3 birth chant was powerful enough to handle all the spirit chi. Yemo felt his power increase more rapidly. His meridians started to burst with pain again. His golden core was about to burst. Yemo didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying situation. Before he could find a good solution to this, the sky rumbled once more. At the same time, more lightning crackled. Each bolt was the size of a baby's arm. Yemo was dazed. There were so many bolts here. Did the heavens want to blast him to pieces? But they had already started falling, so Yemo didn't have time to curse the heavens as he released Zisu again and charged it with cultivation essence like crazy. How could a golden core state cultivator have such a terrifying divine damnation? Yemo roared, illusion cloud exert will, break. You want my life, but I won't give it. Countless purple sword rays flew out and clashed with the dense bolts of lightning. Even though Yemo's power was already far stronger than before, the power of the lightning bolts was far from what his sword rays could block. 20 more lightning bolts fell and 8 were directed into the storage formation. The rest all landed on Yemo. Yemo knew that his formation could store at most 8 bolts or it would explode. Crack, rumble. No matter how powerful his 3 birth chant was, he was almost torn to pieces by these lightning bolts. His half-Dao artifact blocked the first few waves without being damaged, but this time, it completely shattered. Yemo spat mouthfuls of blood and crawled out from a deep trench. This divine damnation almost took his life, but luckily he still managed to block it. However, he was heavily injured. He found that the bursting sense in his meridians was gone. His shattered golden core seemed to have devoured this energy and formed a new type of energy. At this moment, Yemo realized that his divine damnation was different than that of others. The divine damnation seemed to have hatred towards him and wanted to kill him. Yemo didn't even have the energy to curse. He had counted, that last wave had 36 bolts. In total, he had experienced 72 bolts of lightning. That was equivalent to 8 waves, 72? Yemo was flabbergasted. He was definitely going through the 9-9 divine damnation, meaning that the last wave wasn't here yet. Fuck, Yemo was grumpy, but he knew he had to digest all the lightning in the storage formation. Otherwise, the last wave wouldn't be any easier than the previous wave. The rumbling sound in the sky seemed to have disappeared and the sky even looked clearer than before. However, Emo didn't feel easy like before. He knew that this divine damnation was sneaky, and if he rested up now, perhaps it would fall immediately. Emo quickly ate some recovery pills and started digesting the 8 lightning bolts in the storage formation. Suddenly, Emo felt his sea of consciousness brighten up and his injuries seemed to recover faster. His meridians expanded and his cultivation essence became even denser. Emo was relieved. As long as his injuries were healed, he could take it even if the last wave was more powerful. At this moment, he saw a woman charge at him. "Move aside, it's my divine damnation." Emo just said this before he realized he knew this woman. She was so familiar, it was Mu Xiaoyun. Emo was shaken. "Xiaoyun, what are you doing here?" "Move aside, husband, I've been looking for you. I finally found you. I'm not leaving you again."
Mu Xiaoyun cried as she charged over. Rumble rumble. Before Emo could say anything more, the last wave fell.
The first 2 bolts flew towards Mu Xiaoyun, clearly because she interfered with the divine damnation. Emo didn't dare to let her get struck at all.
This last wave was twice as thick as the previous wave. Mu Xiaoyun clearly only had foundation establishment state power. She would die for certain. Without hesitation, Emo charged towards Mu Xiaoyun and released Zisu.
2 bolts were stopped by Zisu and 1 landed on Emo. Emo didn't have the half-Dao artifact armor now, so even though there was the 3 birth chant to help him digest the power, he still spat blood. Before Emo could worry about his injuries, he quickly asked, "Xiaoyun, are you okay?" But then, Emo immediately felt something was wrong. How could there be such a coincidence? While he was doing his divine damnation, Xiaoyun charged over and into the lightning range? This place was deserted for thousands of miles. That wasn't Xiaoyun, it was the heart demon tribulation. Emo realized this and Mu Xiaoyun disappeared. 7 more bolts of lightning appeared. Fuck. Emo cursed. He was tricked again. The divine damnation had lured him outside the lightning storage formation. Luckily, he reacted quickly and had realized what was going on. Before the 7 bolts fell, he had returned to his original position. Almost instantly, the 7 bolts fell down. In his fury, Emo released Zisu and didn't use any illusion cloud moves, charging it with only his cultivation essence and hacking towards the sky. Crack crack. Emo found that when he didn't use illusion cloud, Zisu showed its strong ability to defend against divine damnation. 2 bolts were hacked open by Zisu and dissipated. Out of the remaining 5, 2 were directed into the formation. 1 was forcefully devoured with the 3 birth chant. And the last 2 struck Emo again, sending him into the ground, heavily injuring him again. Emo didn't have time to figure out why Zisu was stronger fighting the divine damnation without using illusion cloud because he already noticed the huge change in his Dantian. The shattered golden core had formed into a small nascent soul. That soul had exactly the same appearance as Emo. It went into Emo's Dantian and also started using the 3 birth chant to devour spirit chi. The 3 birth chant ran even faster and the spirit chi around him was swept away. A few more rumbles sounded in the sky as though in dissatisfaction. Emo felt his injuries recover and get better. But suddenly, the heavens changed again. Emo thought, I can't be this unlucky, right? But this time, it wasn't the divine damnation. It was a large area of rainbow clouds that came out of the void and landed above Emo's head. Such a familiar feeling. Emo knew that when he formed his core, there were rainbow clouds in the sky, but this time the rainbow color was clearer. Chapter 1026, Annihilation Divine Damnation. The colorful rainbow clouds mixed with the spirit chi whirlpool and landed above Emo and his nascent soul's heads. Emo felt his injuries instantly disappear. At the same time, his power increased even more. He broke through nascent soul state level 1 the instant he formed his nascent soul. With his foundation, his power still didn't stop even after reaching nascent soul state level 2. Only after reaching the peak of nascent soul state level 2 did it stop increasing. 2 hours later, Emo finished digesting the bolts stored in the storage formation and got up joyfully. He had never heard of someone reaching nascent soul state level 2 as soon as they broke through to nascent soul state. But he was nascent soul state level 2 peak now and his power was very stable. His foundations weren't lacking at all. The divine damnation was terrifying and almost took his life, but the benefits it brought were unexpected. Emo viewed his nascent soul and rejoiced. His nascent soul state sat in his purple estate and ran the 3 birth chant. This meant that even when he wasn't cultivating, his power would be constantly growing. to become a nascent soul state cultivator, this was indeed a yardstick. Yemo sighed before he packed up his formation and took out a new set of clothes before leaving quickly. This place was deserted, but his nascent soul state divine damnation caused such a huge commotion that Yemo wasn't sure if it would go unnoticed. After flying out a few thousand kilometers, he found a lake to wash himself in and changed into a clean pair of clothes. He then cut off his burnt hair before completely relaxing. Less than half an hour after Yemo left, 2 cultivators came to where he had his divine damnation. Someone seemed to have had a divine damnation here. There's even a rainbow spirit cloud. Is it the genius of some sect? One asked. The other shook his head. If it was the genius sect member of a sect, the sect would never let him have his divine damnation here. It seems it's a talented solo cultivator. Pity, such a genius cultivator is a solo cultivator. If he was in some big sect, he would be able to reach body condensation state without trouble. Then, the 2 flew off on their spirit artifacts, a few millions kilometers from where Yemo had his divine damnation. 2 women were talking. Both looked like nuns. The younger nun wore a white dress and the slightly older one wore a pale blue dress, but her extreme beauty was on par with that of the younger nun. The older nun had a look of shock on her face. Xiaoshuang, are you sure it's the Soar into Existence tablet? After a long while, the older nun gasped and asked in disbelief, Yes, master, I'm certain it's exactly as you told me. I suspect that Tian Alfing's death also has something to do with that Yemo. If it wasn't for lightning cloud sect sealing off South Peace City, I would have been long back, the younger nun replied respectfully. She was Ling Xiaoshuang, and the older nun was her master Shan Bingfeng. Hearing her disciple's words, Shan Bingfeng fell into silence, but her heart was undergoing a tidal wave of emotion. She wasn't sure if she was the only one who knew about Soar into Existence, but when this event really happened, she didn't know what to do. She knew that if Soar into Existence was really related to the Great Change, then the GMO must die, at least not now. Suddenly, Shan Bingfeng got up and stared dazedly into the sky. Her face was full of horror. What? Master? Ling Xiaoshuang quickly held her master's hand and asked. Shan Bingfeng murmured, Annihilation divine damnation. Such a divine damnation really exists. Ling Xiaoshuang looked at her master in confusion. Master, what is annihilation divine damnation? Shan Bingfeng calmed down and looked at Ling Xiaoshuang suddenly. Is that Yemo Golden Core State peak stage power? Shan Bingfeng sunk into her seat helplessly and shook her head. Okay, we don't need to worry about that big change. The annihilation divine damnation appeared at this time. It's that Soar into Existence cultivator for sure. Seeing Ling Xiaoshuang's confusion, Shan Bingfeng sighed. Ling Xiaoshuang, I was planning to go see that Yemo personally, but now there's no need. He's dead for sure. The legendary annihilation divine damnation is a divine damnation of certain death. I heard that it's not the first time it has appeared since the ancient times, but no one has been able to survive it. The annihilation divine damnation means a divine damnation of a higher level. If that cultivator was Yemo, although he was only breaking through to nascent soul state, the divine damnation the same as the nascent soul state to hollow spirit state divine damnation. Countless cultivators die even under ordinary divine damnation, much less a divine damnation that's a level higher. Ha! Ling Xiaoshuang was also dazed. She didn't expect there to be divine damnation of this sort. Even a god wouldn't be able to pass that. Suddenly, Ling Xiaoshuang thought of a question and asked, Master, what if that cultivator is extremely powerful? What if he can pass a divine damnation of a higher level? Shan Bingfeng shook her head. Xiaoshuang, you don't understand. A higher level doesn't simply mean for a higher level of cultivation. He didn't just take the divine damnation for an ordinary nascent soul state to hollow spirit state, he just took the divine damnation for his nascent soul state to hollow spirit state. The stronger he is in the future, the more powerful his annihilation divine damnation is now. Then doesn't that mean when he's breaking through to hollow spirit state, he would still go through annihilation divine damnation? He would be facing the divine damnation for hollow spirit state to body condensation state? Ling Xiaoshuang asked subconsciously. Shan Bingfeng shook her head and said, he won't have a future. Annihilation divine damnation is a certain death divine damnation. There has never been a cultivator who was able to survive it. There wasn't one before and I don't think there will ever be one. Even if he had an extreme grade Dao artifact or even immortal armor, he will still die for sure. Ling Xiaoshuang fell silent.
She didn't know Yemo, but she felt pity that such a prodigy had died.
Then, she asked her master, "Master, how do you know about soar into existence? If even the trial tablet would protect the person, then why would there be annihilation, divine damnation?" Shan Bingfeng got up and didn't answer. The annihilation, divine damnation meant that the heaven Tao wanted to annihilate him. No matter how the trial tablet protected him, it was useless. Annihilation, divine damnation? Annihilation, divine damnation. There really is annihilation, divine damnation.
All the powerful beings of South Peace State looked at the place Yemo had his divine damnation. They were very shocked.
There was actually annihilation, divine damnation in the South Peace State?
Who would be overpowered enough to bring out the annihilation, divine damnation? Countless people looked at Yemo's place and thought he was dead for sure. They were still shocked that such an event occurred. Yemo had just organized himself when he felt a few cultivation essence waves fly past, all towards where he had his divine damnation. That wasn't good. His divine damnation caused too much commotion. Even in this distant place, those ancient beings were startled. He had to go. Yemo quickly got on his flying ship and chose a direction to fly. As he went, he thought about his divine damnation. He felt something wasn't right. It was just a golden core state breaking through to nascent soul state, so how could there be 9 divine damnation? 2 days later, Yemo stopped on a grassy plain. The spirit chi here wasn't abundant. But Yemo liked the view here. It was green everywhere and there were some unknown flowers mixed within the field. The aroma blew into Yemo's nose and made him enjoy the sensation of nature. His mind has been very tense as he always fought for survival and had little time to relax like this. Now, he didn't even want to leave as he completely relaxed his mind. Suddenly, there was the noise of rushing hooves. Chapter 1027, Chaotic City. A horse charged over and the person on it only seemed to just realize that Yemo was in front of him. He quickly pulled on the ropes. The horse kept charging, but the rider fell on the ground. The person seemed desperate to crawl up, but his legs seemed injured and he wasn't able to do so. Yemo studied this man. He was a young man in his 20s and seemed quite sturdy. However, he was covered in blood and there was an arrow lodged in his shoulder. He hadn't cultivated before. The youth struggled and couldn't get up. He quickly yelled at Yemo, "Big brother, please help me back onto the horse." But then, he suddenly stopped and said, "There's no time, big brother, hurry up and run. The people chasing me are here." Yemo already saw 5 people on horses chasing over with his spirit sense. One was holding a bow and arrow. Seeing that Yemo didn't even move, the youth saw the 5 people chasing over inside. Too late. The 5 people quickly arrived before Yemo and the youth. The bowman glared coldly at the youth and said, "Yi Wutsai, keep running. Why even bother talking to him? Kill him and take his head back. Kill the monk on the side as well." Yemo wanted to calm his mind and think about what to do next, but he was interrupted by these people, and they even wanted to kill him. Yemo didn't have the mood to bullshit with them. Before the 5 could attack, he waved a wind blade over. The 5 couldn't even react and were sliced in half. Before their blood could spill, Yemo's fireball had already flown over as well. In the blink of an eye, those 5 people had disappeared without a trace. If the 5 horses weren't still there, the youth would have thought his eyes were blurry. "You're an immortal master?" The youth finally reacted and asked with a stutter. Yemo ignored the youth. He saw with his spirit sense tens of kilometers away that a city was under fire. It was a chaotic scene. People were running and crying everywhere. The troops were slaughtering and raping in the city. Yemo shook his head. No matter where it was, such things were unavoidable. The city was beautiful and surrounded by lakes. If even such a place couldn't avoid this calamity, what about the Luoyu city he built? The youth was an ordinary person, but he had heard about immortal masters. Others said that their city had no resources and thus there were no immortal masters, but now. During his escape, he actually met one. Just from the way this monk waved his hand and the 5 people disappeared, he knew this was no ordinary immortal master. Yemo didn't answer him and he didn't even dare to breath loudly. Yemo took back his spirit sense and looked at the youth on the floor. He fed him a pill and said, "Eat this and pull the arrow out." Without hesitation, the youth ate it and instantly felt as if his body was in a cold shower, and the injuries disappeared rapidly. Immortal pill? The youth called out in joy. He got up subconsciously and he found that in such a short time, all his injuries had recovered. His broken leg didn't seem to have any problem at all. Seeing this result, the youth quickly pulled out the arrow on his shoulder and knelt down. "Thank you for saving my life, immortal master. Please take me in as your disciple."
Yemo shook his head. He wasn't going to casually take someone in as his disciple. He was just passing by. "Your last name is also Yi? You escaped from the city tens of kilometers away?" The youth saw Yemo shake his head and became worried. He knew that such fortune was found only once in a lifetime. The South Peace State was boundless and there were a lot of immortal masters, but he was just an ordinary person. Where was he going to meet another one? "Yes, immortal master, I'm Yi Wutsai. The city ahead is called Dual River City. My ancestors have been living there for generations. My father is the city guard general. After my father died, I succeeded the position. However, the last city lord was killed for a crime and the new city lord that the empire sent over is a tyrant." The youth said with fury. The new city lord forcefully selected beauties from the city and killed any who resisted. Eventually, this led to the fury of the people. The city lord doesn't reflect on his mistakes but instead tries to purge those rebellions. I couldn't just watch it anymore and said something against him, so he wanted to kill me. I just led my troops to rebel, but I lost and was chased down. Those troops didn't just chase me, but also used this time to slaughter, plunder, and rape in the city." Yemo waved his hand. "I'll go see with you." Yemo knew there were too many injustices in the world and he couldn't rectify all of them, but he saw this with his own eyes and couldn't help but feel angered. He was different from other cultivators. He had been living in an ordinary city and built his own city. He detested these troop disasters. Ordinary citizens had no way of resisting against it. Yi Wutsai immediately became excited upon hearing this. He didn't understand what Yemo thought and thought Yemo was going to take him in as a disciple. He said excitedly, "Immortal Master Qianbei, Dual River City is a place abandoned by the immortals. But it's the most beautiful city. Because no immortal masters come, many people don't know the benefits of it. If Immortal Master Qianbei is willing to stay there, you'll love that place." Hearing this, Yemo was moved. The spirit chi was arid here, but it was no problem for him. He cultivated in the Golden Page world and had a spirit range there. He didn't need the outside spirit chi. If he wanted to hide from the Lightning Cloud sect, wasn't this place the best place? The only thing was that it was too distant. He wouldn't be able to get news as quickly. "Okay, I'll go to Dual River City," Yemo said and took Yi Wutsai with him, bringing him to the city in just a moment. Yi Wutsai looked at the chaotic city in a daze, but the voice that screamed in his heart wasn't that of the chaos here but, "I want to cultivate." Yemo frowned seeing the plundering and slaughtering troops. He was furious. The women were stripped naked in the streets and raped. The shops on the streets were smashed up. If he didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he could have never thought there would be such a ruler. This city was his own, but he let his troops rape, plunder, and slaughter. The sounds of screams and fights were everywhere. Yemo didn't want to think anymore at all and threw out countless wind blades. Those troops that participated in these horrendous crimes were ripped to pieces. Instantly, all the troops in a few kilometer radius were all cleared. "Go gather your people, I'll deal with the problem here," Yemo said to Yi Wutsai. "Yes, Immortal Master Qianbei." Yi Wutsai was shaking with excitement and immediately turned to gather his troops. Yemo didn't hold back. He rained down wind blades from above the city and the troops were all hacked in half. In a very short time, all the soldiers here knew that an immortal master had come and this immortal master specifically killed off those monstrous troops. Countless looting soldiers began to worry. They had a lot of people but they were just ordinary people. In the wake of the immortal master's magic, the only result was death. Flocks of troops fled outside the city wanting to escape. But since Yemo had established his killing intent, there was no mercy. Yemo saw with his own eyes how evil these troops were. He had no reason to let them go. Soon, the city quietened down. Yemo had killed all who needed to be killed. There was a rush of hooves and a bulky-looking man with a beard rushed over at Yemo with his troops. He jumped off the horse and saluted with his fists. "Immortal Master, why did you kill my troops? Our Hanliang Empire also has an immortal master." No wonder he wasn't scared. He also had an immortal master supporting him. Yemo said coldly, "The troops who were slaughtering and plundering belong to you? This means you're no good person either." The bearded man immediately said, "The city belongs to me now. What's wrong with my troops killing here? These evil citizens need to be slaughtered and terrified before we can build a new city.
Chapter 1028, Birth of Mou City. Yemo was shocked at hearing this logic. Seeing that Yemo was at a loss for words, the man yelled, "You're an immortal master, our empire also has an immortal master. These citizens do not follow our orders, so these insects need to be killed.
I'm thinking of the long-term security of the city. The troops I've brought are the elite of the empire."
The big bearded man didn't dare to say this was Yemo's fault directly, but he kept bringing up the immortal master of the Hanliang Empire. He meant that the lives of the citizens were nothing compared to those of his soldiers. Yemo couldn't speak with this person anymore.
He nodded. "You're right, your troops are indeed elite."
The big bearded man saw Yemo ease up and knew that he was afraid of the Hanliang Empire immortal master. He said with more confidence, "Our empire's immortal master." Before he could finish, Yemo sliced off his leg with a wind blade and said, "Your elite troops still need your wise guidance.
So I'll send you to them as well, is that fine? You dare to hurt me." The man pointed at Yemo with shaky fingers. "I'm part of the royal family of the Hanliang Empire. The empire's immortal master won't let you go." But soon he couldn't talk tough anymore.
While he spoke, Yemo slaughtered all the troops he brought. "Okay, you can join them now." Then, Yemo threw out countless fireballs. "The immortal master of the empire won't let you go."
The big bearded man stayed tough until the end.
He was engulfed by the fireball but didn't beg for mercy at all. At this moment, Yi Wucai brought more than 10 soldiers who were covered in wounds.
When he saw the big bearded man and his soldiers in the fire, he was dazed. He then stuttered, "Immortal Master Qianbei, you killed the new city Lord Long Mayan."
Yemo turned back and said calmly, "Yes, I killed him."
"Ha!"
Yi Wucai was shook but he quickly reacted and said, "Immortal Master Qianbei, you should leave this place quickly. The Hanliang Empire has a very powerful immortal master. If they find out, that immortal master would come here for sure."
"Why should I leave? I feel this is a good place," Yemo said.
He really had fallen in love with this place. The city was peaceful and beautiful if it was rebuilt. The emperor of the Hanliang Empire gave the city to Long Mayan.
"If he dies, the empire would investigate," Yi Wucai said nervously. Yemo smiled and looked at the distant mountains and the two crossing rivers as well as the boundless plain and suddenly said, "This city doesn't belong to Hanliang Empire anymore, it belongs to me now."
Then, Yemo turned to Yi Wucai and said, "Gather people and calm down the civilians here. Take out all the wealth from the palace and give it to those who were harmed.
Then, organize this city for me.
You'll be vice city lord. Tell everyone here that I am the new city lord, Yemo." Yi Wucai was swayed by Yemo's calm tone and temperament.
He stood up straight and answered, "Yes, city lord Yi." "Ha, immortal master Qianbei, your last name is also Yi?"
Yemo nodded. Yi Wucai said with excitement, "I will help immortal master return the city to the beautiful state it was in before, please don't worry." Yemo cast a satisfied look at Yi Wucai and said, "Okay, you can come find me at the city lord estate after you're done.
Remember, there will be no more Dual River City, this place will be called Mou City from now on." Yemo had been looking for a place to build Mou City.
When he came here, he fell in love with this location. The lack of spirit chi was no problem for him. This was the best place for Mou City. When his formation skills reached Formation Grand Master, he would be able to include the countless grassy plains as well as the 2 intertwining rivers into the formation, Mou City. Yi Wucai murmured before saying, "Such a beautiful name, this place will be called Mou City, we belong to Mou City."
"Yes, we belong to Mou City,"
the troops behind him exclaimed. There were few people here,
but their voices were united and strong. Yi Wucai didn't disappoint Yemo. A week later, the city had settled once again under his lead. Yemo was quite happy with Yi Wucai's capability. When Yi Wucai came to Yemo, he had about 3,000 soldiers. Yemo took out his plan and passed it to Yi Wucai. "Mou City will be organized like this.
The design masters can change the minor details, no need to inform me about that." Yemo made this plan based on Yi Xing's design. "Yes, City Lord Master." Yi Wucai took the plan and answered, "After you're done with these things, you'll be my disciple."
"No need to call me City Lord every time." Yi Wucai knelt down immediately and quickly called, "Master." Clearly he'd long been wanting to become Yemo's disciple. He would be an idiot to pass up this opportunity, Yemo nodded. Look at this design plan first, tell me if there are any problems. Yi Wucai didn't understand it, but he saw the tidy streets, houses, parks, hospitals, and schools and was perplexed. He didn't know what a lot of these things were, but they would cost a fortune. This entire city needed to be rebuilt, master, this. How much will it cost?
There are a lot of gold coins in the storage, but after compensating the victims, it won't be enough.
This is like planning and rebuilding the entire city. Yi Wucai stuttered. Yemo smiled. Yes, I intend to do just that. This is the place where we will be cultivating. As for gold, that's easy. Yemo waved and a large pile of gold bricks appeared. There were a few hundred tons. This was stolen from the US Gold Depot and now they finally came in use. This was only a portion of it. Wow, so many gold bricks.
Yi Wucai had never seen so much gold his life. Turn them into gold coins, this should be enough to fix up Mou City.
When the city is rebuilt, I will set up a defense formation. Yemo needed to build the city first before he would set up defense and spirit gathering formations. He wanted Mou City to become the most beautiful city in Luoyu continent, as well as the safest. Yemo then gave Yi Wucai a jade card. I've set up a simple formation in this house, you can only come in with a jade card. I need to find a place to go into solitary cultivation. If there's an emergency, you can crush the jade card. Yes, master, I will build the city well for sure. Yi Wucai then thought for a while before asking, what if the immortal master from the Hanliang Empire comes?
Yemo now knew that this place was not an important place for the Hanliang Empire. Luoyu continent was too big. Yemo was sure that the empire wouldn't offend a nascent soul state cultivator for a small city. If someone comes, hand this jade rune to him. If he doesn't want to settle, then crush the jade card. Yemo took out a simple jade rune and inscribed his spirit sense on it. His spirit sense was nearly of nascent soul state tertiary stage, ordinary cultivators wouldn't disrespect him. Yemo then left the city and went outside to find a place to enter the golden page world. Without power, he was nothing. After reaching nascent soul state, Yemo's power had increased many folds. But Yemo came here not for cultivation, but for the upgrade of the Mist Lotus Heart Fire. Old man Kong Yi gave him a Fire Lotus Heart or when he was in golden core state. He feared his power wasn't enough at the time, so he didn't dare to waste it, but now he had reached nascent soul state level 2, so it was time to upgrade his Heaven Fire. Chapter 1029, Hanliang Empire's Cultivator. Yemo took out the Mist Lotus Heart Fire and then the Fire Lotus Heart. What shook him was that before he even put the two together, the flame reached out and swept the Flame Lotus Heart inside. Before Yemo could react, the Mist Lotus Heart Fire on his hand suddenly became volatile. That terrifying heat made silver run very far away. Shadowless noticed this even earlier and was long gone. Yemo was worried and tried to suppress it, but found that the flame didn't really explode. The power of the flame was increasing rapidly. Luckily he spirit controlled this flame. If he didn't, then even if he was nascent soul state power, he wouldn't be able to suppress the power. The Heaven Flame was really powerful. This Heaven Flame was only orange color. 2 hours later, Yemo felt the searing heat gradually dissipate and that feeling of absolute control returned. Yemo noticed that the Mist Lotus Heartfire wasn't orange anymore, it was red. It had been upgraded indeed. Yemo could feel the terrifying power of the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Luckily it was his own, or he really wouldn't know how to defend against it in an attack. He put away the fire and started organizing Tian Alfing's storage ring. The bead containing the lightning source was very powerful and clean. It did indeed have the spirit sense mark of a powerful being. Yemo chose to leave it on the side for the moment, even though he was in the golden page world. He had to be careful. Other than this, Yemo's greatest acquirement wasn't the 5 million top-grade spirit stones but the great transmission rune and lightning-style attack ability. Yemo lacked a lightning-style attack ability. Without this ability, he wouldn't be able to create his own using the 3 birth chant. Tian Alfing was a lightning spirit root and came from the 9-star lightning cloud sect. This lightning-style attack ability only had the cultivation method for hollow spirit state cultivators and below, but that was enough for Yemo. This ability was called 11 lightning swords. Once perfected, one could use 11 lightning swords. These lightning swords got stronger the higher your power was. This cultivation method was very important for Yemo. If he could use 11 lightning swords at the same time, it would be stronger than the divine damnation. At this moment, Yemo realized why Aotianfome could use so many lightning arcs. He was only golden core state power, so he wasn't able to use multiple lightning bolts himself, but he borrowed the power of the lightning bead to do it. However, although the blue lightning's attack power was a bit weak for Yemo, other golden core state cultivators might not be able to survive it. Yemo cultivated the lightning style ability very quickly. Other than this, he didn't use the extra time for cultivation. He instead used it to study the 5-element mobility as well as Purple Eye Soul Sever and Illusion Cloud 5th Strike. He was at the peak of Nascent Soul State level 2 and could reach level 3 at any time, but he wouldn't be able to reach Nascent Soul State middle stage in a short time. So instead of doing that, he might as well use the time to cultivate his battle techniques and escape means. The Illusion Cloud 5th Strike was completely different than the other 4 strikes, as the 5th strike was derived from formations. Yemo could use different attack formations to derive different Illusion Cloud formation kill strikes. So Illusion Cloud 5th Strike wasn't a set move. As for the Purple Eye Soul Sever, Yemo was on the 2nd level and could partially sever people's spirit sense that they send out and injure their soul. However, Yemo felt something wasn't right. Theoretically, Purple Eye Soul Sever was just a spirit sense attack mean. It wasn't a cultivation method for improving spirit sense. The Purple Eye Soul Sever's power depended on the power of the spirit sense. As for a real spirit sense cultivation method, even though Yemo had the 3 birth chant, he wasn't able to create one as he had never seen one before. Time flew by in cultivation. When he woke up from cultivation again, half a year had already passed. Yemo was surprised. He was only planning to cultivate for a month or two and then check on Mou City's progress. When he came out from the Golden Page world and scanned the city with his spirit sense, he saw Mou City busy under construction and breathed easy. Soon, he was overjoyed to find that the city was showing its general structure already. Everyone was busy building the new city. It seemed that Yi Wucai had used the gold very well. Yemo's spirit sense scanned over Yi Wucai and found that he was greeting a guest in the city lord estate. That guest was a nascent soul state primary stage cultivator. Clearly, this cultivator had come for him. There was impatience on his face. If he wasn't concerned about GMO, he would have long ago broken out in a fit of rage. Yi Wucai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said worriedly, "Immortal Master, my master is in solitary cultivation. If we call him like this, it will affect his cultivation." Yi Wucai didn't know what the consequences of the interruption would be, but his master already told him not to find him if there wasn't anything urgent. His master gave him so many gold coins to build the city. If he still went to disturb his master, wouldn't his master feel he was useless? The nascent soul state cultivator frowned and said, "I've waited for 3 days, do you plan to keep me waiting? The empire is busy, how can I stay for so long at such dual-leaf city?" Before Yi Wucai could reply, Yemo's voice sounded out, "There is no more dual-leaf city, this is Mou City. Yi Wucai, do what you need to do, leave me to deal with this. Mou City is developing well, you can increase the workers' wages to make them work faster." "Master, you're here." Yi Wucai cried with joy and then immediately replied, "Yes, master, I will build Mou City to be the most beautiful city." Then, Yi Wucai quickly left. There was too much pressure facing a nascent soul state cultivator. Even though the cultivator didn't intentionally release his power, he felt he couldn't take it. When he came to the door, however, the pressure was gone. He knew that his master's pressure had overtaken that of the nascent soul state cultivator and felt even more assured. That nascent soul state got up immediately after feeling Yemo's power. His spirit sense scanned onto Yemo and found that he couldn't sense Yemo's power at all. He immediately began to sweat. He felt lucky he didn't do anything bad, but was also shocked at the same time. This cultivator was so young and had such power. Clearly, he was at least nascent soul state middle stage. Knowing that Yemo's real power was nascent soul state tertiary stage, this nascent soul state primary stage quickly saluted with his fists. "Hanliang Empire's Yu Shanping greets City Lord Yi. Please forgive me for coming here to interrupt you." Yemo's solitary cultivation resulted in great progress in both the Illusion Cloud Strike and Purple Eye Soul Sever. His power also increased from nascent soul state level 2 to level 3. When he saw that this person was only nascent soul state level 2, he raised his power to the max, crushing the cultivator from a psychological standpoint. Yemo sneered, acting as though he was bad-tempered, and said coldly, "Were you forcing my disciple just now?"
If my disciple didn't call me over, were you planning to do something? No, I wouldn't dare to.
Yu Shanping quickly replied. Yi Mo sat down and said, "Mou City will be my city from now on. If the empire is still confused about this, I will go to the capital to sort things out." Chapter 1030, 10 Secret Realms, Truthfall Palace. Yu Shanping thought, no matter how strong you are, you're too young. You're at most nascent soul state tertiary stage.
How can an empire exist without power? Do you think I'm the only nascent soul state cultivator?
Plus, which nascent soul state would have zero ambitions like you, robbing this barren land devoid of spirit chi? But Yu Shanping said nicely, the emperor knew that Mou City had a new owner and sent me over to see and develop future relations.
From now on, Mou City's city lord will be City Lord Yi.
Besides that, I'm also here for another thing. Yi Mo heard this and knew that Yu Shanping wasn't planning to take back Mou City after seeing his power. He sighed. High power was indeed useful. He said he was going to take this city, and the immortal master of the empire agreed without even waiting for the consent of the emperor. This was the first time Yi Mo felt the benefits of high power. Yi Mo knew that the world's order was built on the foundation of power. If his power was weaker than them, Mou City would no longer belong to him the next moment. Although the cultivators were contemptuous of Mou City now, if he planted the spirit range under the city and set up a spirit gathering formation, then there would be plenty of cultivators who would fight over this place. Due to this, before he had enough power, Yi Mo could only set up a defense formation.
Yi Mo didn't stay aggressive and asked, "What other business does Dao Friend have?"
"I just thought of this after seeing how young City Lord Yi is. Have you heard of the Truthfall Palace?" Yu Shanping asked. He paused and answered for Yi Mo. "I believe you definitely know about Truthfall Palace, being a nascent soul state cultivator."
His last words were testing to see if Yi Mo was really a nascent soul state cultivator, but Yi Mo didn't show any expression.
Yu Shanping could think whatever he liked. Yi Mo had heard of the Truthfall Palace, of course, both in this life and his past life. Truthfall Palace was a secret realm of the Luoyu continent that had a very high fatality rate.
It opened every 30 years and had no power level limits.
As long as you weren't older than 100 years, you could go in. Very few sects allowed disciples below Golden Core State to go. Most were Golden Core State and a small portion were nascent Soul State. Of course, there were a few prodigies who reached Hollow Spirit State in under 100 years. Such cultivators would enter the Truthfall Palace for sure, even at Hollow Spirit State. However, they might not be able to survive. Other than the fights between cultivators, there were dangerous areas that were lethal, but Yi Mo knew that people like him who didn't have a sect to rely on were unable to go in no matter how much of a genius they were. This wasn't the desert herb plain. The requirements to go in was to belong to at least a 5-star sect.
Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to go in.
Yi Mo didn't say that. However, he wanted to see if Yu Shanping was trying to trick him. Yi Mo thought that no matter how powerful the empire was, they wouldn't be able to get a spot to go in the Truthfall Palace. If they really could, then they were equivalent to 5-star sect. Yu Shanping saw that Yi Mo didn't speak, so he continued, "The empire is not small, but it's only a 4-star empire. Before, a 4-star empire wouldn't have the right to go in, but last year, we found a rare fire seed, Lawn Rock Fire. The empire reported this to the Green Pill sect."
Lawn Rock Fire? The rank 7th Heaven Flame? Yi Mo asked in shock.
That Green Pill sect also sounded familiar. Soon, Yi Mo remembered it was a 7-star sect. Xiu Shui from the South Peace State 10 beauties came from there. Yu Shanping smiled. It seems City Lord Yi is very familiar with the rare flames. That's right, Lawn Rock Fire is ranked 7th amongst the Heaven Flames.
It's renowned in the entire cultivation realm.
The Green Pill sect was also very happy and decided to give 2 spots for the Truthfall Palace to the Empire. If the Empire could get good results there, meaning people coming back safely, the sect will help the Empire cultivate a Hollow Spirit State cultivator, letting the Empire upgrade to a 5-star empire. Yi Mo was initially suspicious, but after hearing the words Lawn Rock Fire, he believed them. 2 spots for the Truthfall Palace was nothing compared to this, Yu Shanping continued. The reason I brought this up was because I see City Lord Yi is so young. You're probably under 100 years, right?
City Lord Yi is also nascent soul state cultivator, right? Then that means you're very suitable to go in. Yi Mo nodded. He wanted this spot badly, but he wasn't blinded by greed. Why would the empire give it to him? He had killed a member of the royal family. City Lord Yi is really younger than 100 years? Yu Shanping suddenly got up seeing this. He was very excited. Big sects had nascent soul state and even hollow spirit state younger than 100 years old. But the empire didn't have any, recommending a nascent soul state into the Truth Fall Palace. If his recommendation survived, he would get very good benefits. Yi Mo laughed. He was far from 100 years old, but he didn't say that as it would catch the attention of the big sects for sure. City Lord Yi, if you're willing to represent the empire to enter the Truth Fall Palace, then I will help you at all costs. And I believe that if the emperor knows that you're willing to represent the empire, he would be willing to give you more cities, Yu Shanping said in excitement. Yi Mo was speechless. Give him more cities? Did this guy think he wanted to be a local king? The power in the cultivation realm didn't depend on how many cities you had. Those 9-star sects all only took land within a 10,000-kilometer radius around their sect. Any empire would have much more land than that, but which country dared to fight with a 9-star sect? I'm willing to go. But why are you so fervent, Dao friend you? Yi Mo asked. Yu Shanping calmed down a little and said with some embarrassment, I've cultivated for a few centuries and only then did I reach nascent soul state level 2. If I don't come across any fortunes, I will be stuck here forever. The Green Pill sect is a 7-star sect. They promised if one survives from the Truthfall Palace, then they would help the empire prepare 2 hollow spirit state cultivators. If 2 survive, then they would prepare 3 hollow spirit states for the sect. Pausing for a moment, Yu Shanping gave Yi Mo a top-grade attack spirit artifact and said, if City Lord can really come out from the Truthfall Palace, you will become an inner sect member of the Green Pill sect for sure. I just want you to recommend me so I can go in too. So this was it. Clearly, entry into a 7-star sect was irresistible for a nascent soul state cultivator like Yu Shanping. Yi Mo pushed the top-grade spirit artifact back and said, I have my own magic artifact, you can keep it, brother you. As for the spot, if I can go into the Truthfall Palace, I won't take the hollow spirit state spot. It's all yours. Ha! Yu Shanping almost fainted from this huge fortune. If City Lord Yi came out from the Truthfall Palace, then means he would get to decide who became hollow spirit state. Although he didn't know why City Lord Yi didn't want it, Yu Shanping didn't ask. Clearly, Yi Mo didn't want to go into the Green Pill sect and so he didn't need to ask. City Lord Yi had such a powerful temperament. If he was a little careful inside, he would most likely make it out. Brother you? When does the Truthfall Palace open? When do I go? Yi Mo asked. It will open in half a year's time, but you need to come with me to the empire's capital first, Yu Shanping happily replied. Chapter 1031, here to assert dominance. Brother you, I still have some things to deal with at Mou City. You can go back first. I will get to the capital within 2 months. Yi Mo didn't know how long it would take for him to get back from the Truthfall Palace. Yi Wucai was his disciple and he hadn't taught him anything yet. This journey was going to be long, so he had to teach Yi Wucai cultivation and set up a formation at Mou City. Yu Shanping didn't say much and just left behind a contact bead. He went back to Zhuliang City first. He had to report Yi Mo's matters quickly. He had a good status in the capital, but there were 4 nascent soul state cultivators there. He needed someone to support him. If Yi Mo wanted to go to the Green Pill sect too, his proposal would have been a bit hard. But now Yi Mo said he didn't want to go. If Yi Mo succeeded, that meant the sect would take 2 disciples from the empire. His suggestions would get support from another person. After Yu Shanping left, Yi Mo called Yi Wucai over. Yi Wucai was a 3-element mixed spirit root, but metal spirit root was the main spirit root. Yi Mo gave him a cultivation method derived from his 3-birth chant. Yi Mo called it 3-birth gunmetal chant. At the same time, Yi Mo made a 5-essence pill for Yi Wucai. This pill would make his spirit root more pure. Yi Wucai just received Yi Mo's tutelage and didn't want to waste any time at all. He focused on cultivation. He didn't need to be there personally for Mou City's construction. He would only go there during his spare time. Yi Mo started teaching Yi Wucai for a month while setting up the defense formation. Because Yi Mo had limited high-level materials and Mou City was too big, he could only barely set up a level 4 defense and level 3 attack formation. But the level 4 formation was enough to deal with Golden Core State cultivators, much less those mortal armies. A month later, Yi Wucai could cultivate by himself. Yemo left behind some cultivation notes and handed over all things in Mou City to Yi Wucai before heading to Zhuliang City. Zhuliang City was only 10,000 kilometers away, so Yemo arrived the same day he left. But this distance was huge for an emperor. And that's why Mou City wasn't taken seriously, but Yemo didn't know that Mou City being given out and the deal with him and Yu Shanping had nothing to do with the empire. Just when he arrived at the city, Yu Shanping came out to greet him. Clearly, he cared more about Yemo going into the Truthfall Palace than even Yemo did. This time, Yemo didn't hide his power. When Yu Shanping saw Yemo's power, he was dazed, saying, "City Lord Yi, your stealth cultivation method is too good. I thought you were at least nascent soul state middle stage." Yemo smiled. "Is brother you disappointed that my power level isn't high?" Yu Shanping quickly waved his hand. No, it's already beyond what I expected. To be honest, I thought you were nascent soul state middle stage or tertiary stage before and I was really defeated. I'm still defeated now, but I feel better than before. Okay, City Lord Yi, I'll show you the rest of the Dao friends in the empire as well as the emperor. The emperor came to greet Yemo personally and held a welcome ceremony for him. At the ceremony, Yemo realized that he wasn't completely correct when he thought he could take the empire on easily. There were 4 nascent soul state cultivators at the empire and no golden core state cultivators came to the ceremony. However, he knew that there was 1 golden core state tertiary stage cultivator going to the Truthfall Palace with him. Yu Shanping and 1 guy named Rong were nascent soul state primary stage, another one was nascent soul state middle stage, and the last one was nascent soul state level 8. They clearly weren't afraid of Yemo, but wanted Yemo to represent them in the Truthfall Palace. The nascent soul state level 8 cultivator was called Gulian, who was very hospitable to Yemo and kept drinking to this nascent soul state level 3. That Qi Zifeng nascent soul state middle stage cultivator and the Rong nascent soul state primary stage weren't very hospitable to Yemo, but weren't overly cold either. From this, Yemo could tell that the partner Yu Shanping got was Gulian. If he could get out from the Truthfall Palace, then it would benefit him and Gulian. But this was reasonable. Gulian was the strongest, so of course Yu Shanping would get help from him. But Yemo could also tell that although the emperor set up this ceremony and the nascent soul state cultivators were rather respectful to the emperor, it was just the superficial side of things. They decided many things on their own. Clearly, they were here for another reason. A lot of beautiful women wearing explosive clothing danced erotically. Yemo sighed. Although the emperor only lived for a few decades, these few decades were much more enjoyable than the lives of most cultivators. A cultivator could live very long, but if he came out of solitary cultivation after a few centuries and died, he wouldn't have even lived as comfortably as the emperor. These were the pros and cons of life. The emperor was probably used to nascent soul state cultivators and so was just respectful to Yemo but didn't seem scared. Yemo and the nascent soul state cultivators chatted for a moment and the emperor took his eyes back from the erotic dance and smiled at Yemo. "City Lord Yi, Dual River City belongs to you now. I can give you a few more cities if you want. Now that you're representing our empire to go to the Truthfall Palace, why not just join our immortal master yard? What do you think?" "City Lord Yi, I can take back the city when I give it to others, but I promise for you that I won't take it back." Yemo's face sunk and he instantly let out his power. A mere chi-gathering cultivator, so what if he was an emperor? How dare he say he gave him the Dual River City? There won't be a Dual River City from now on, only Mou City. "You're the emperor of the empire? I ask you to remember that I took Mou City myself. It has nothing to do with anyone and nothing to do with the Han Liang Empire. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Yemo got up suddenly. His cold voice and temperament charged out, infusing the entire hall with fierce killing intent. He had to assert his dominance. If he didn't clear up this matter and left Mou City, the emperor could say that the city belonged to him and it would cause a lot of disruptions. When he planted the spirit range into Mou City and cultivators desired the city, they would use this loophole to make the empire take the city back. Then, he wouldn't stand ground on reason. Even though power ruled over all in this world, he had to stand ground on reason. The emperor was just a chi-gathering cultivator. How could he defend against Yemo's power? He immediately spat out blood, feeling Yemo's power. Even Gulian was shocked. This city Lord Yi was so powerful. Even he might not be able to release such power. Was he really just a nascent soul state level 3 cultivator? Gulian didn't say anything. No matter what Yemo did, he was benefiting from it. The reason they stayed at the empire was because the royal family had a nascent soul state cultivator too. But he was always in cultivation. The second reason was that they didn't need to go out to find cultivation resources, the empire provided it all for them, but he was a little annoyed at Yemo and the emperor. The emperor was only a chi gathering disciple. Why are you talking about giving in front of a nascent soul state cultivator? And that city lord Yi, you're already a nascent soul state and you know he's just trying to satisfy his mouth. Can't you pretend he said nothing? Even if the emperor didn't mention it, Yemo was going to bring it up. He could see that deep in his eyes, this emperor was no ordinary guy. Perhaps he was really planning to take back the city in the future. Go Lian and Yu Shanping didn't speak up. That Rongjiang nascent soul state level 1 was too weak and didn't speak either, but the nascent soul state level 5 Qi Zifang got up and stared coldly at Yemo. City Lord Yi, are you here to assert your dominance? Chapter 1032, Prosperous City. Yemo sneered and raised his power even higher, but this time, it was all directed towards Qi Zifang. Qi Zifang was nascent soul state level 5 power, but he was only an ordinary nascent soul state level 5. Even elite nascent soul state level 5 cultivators might not be able to stop this. Qi Zifang was forced back by Yemo's power and looked at Yemo in horror. Even Go Lian and the others were startled. Yemo was only a mere nascent soul state level 3 but forced back Qi Zifang with his temperament. Yemo was definitely a genius. The emperor spat blood and sat on the ground with a pale face. He didn't dare to look at Yemo again, but only he knew what he was thinking. Gulian felt good seeing that Qi Zifang was scared. This Qi Zifang came from the Qi family of the empire, and because he had a hollow spirit state family member, he wasn't very respectful to him, but Gulian knew that he must let the two fight. He quickly got up and said, "Everyone, that was just a big misunderstanding. I think we just need to explain it. How about this? The emperor can announce to the empire that Mou City will have no connections with the Han Liang Empire anymore. Mou City just belongs to City Lord Yi. City Lord Yi doesn't need to fuss over such small matters either." Yemo was waiting for this and took back his aura. He then glared coldly at the emperor. The emperor quickly got up and said, Okay, that's fine. I'll make this announcement immediately." Qi Zifang didn't say anything. If he fought with Yemo he should win, but if he lost then he would have no face to stay here anymore. He belonged to the Qi family, but the Qi family was only an ordinary cultivation family. They only had a hollow spirit state cultivator who was always in solitary cultivation. Seeing that the emperor agreed, Yemo nodded. "In that case, I'll be leaving." Then he turned and left. Seeing Yemo leave, Golian and Yu Shanping quickly followed. Qi Zifang felt ashamed and left as well. Rongjiang comforted the emperor and left. When everyone left, the emperor waved his hand in anger and shooed away the dancers. He then said with a green face, "A bunch of untamed wolves. I feed you and you don't even do anything. You give up my city so easily. When my long family Qianbei comes out, it will be the time for all of you to pay. Yi, you think you deserve the city? One day you will pay for your stupidity." Yemo didn't go very far before Gulian called out from behind, "City Lord Yi, please wait a moment." Yemo stopped. When the two got close to him, Yemo saluted with his fists. "Brother Gu, brother Yu, I apologize for losing control at the hall." Gulian was a little contemptuous. A nascent soul state cultivator wasn't able to control his own emotions? Who would believe that? But he still smiled and saluted with his fists. "City Lord Yi probably heard from Dao Friend Yu about the Green Pill sect. I'll thank you first here." Yemo nodded. "What are you talking about, Brother Gu? That's what you rightfully deserve." Yu Shanping intervened. "City Lord Yi, Dao Friend Gu and I are here today firstly to thank you, but also to tell you that there are less than 5 months until the Truth Fall Palace opens. Before people go in, many cultivators gather at the Truth Fall City. 90% of the nascent soul state geniuses go there. During this time, there will be all sorts of cultivators discussing Dao and battles between geniuses. There might be a lot of spirit herbs and materials that you won't usually see." Gulian nodded. "Dao Friend Yu and I both want to go see this event. We have no right to discuss the Dao with others, but it's beneficial for us to listen in. Plus, We can see the fights between the geniuses of the big sections. If City Lord Yi isn't busy, we can go there together. Yi was interested, just from hearing about the countless items being sold there. He always needed cultivation resources. He had an abundance of spirit stones now, if he could get more cultivation resources in Truthfall City. Why not go? So the three agreed to go there together. The Golden Core State Cultivator came as well. The group was quite harmonious on the way. Yi also learnt a lot of things he didn't know from Gulian and Yushanping. He knew about the death of Tian Alphen, but on the Golden Core State trial tablet, Xiaofei beat Feng Zhengshi for 3 days before he was beaten by Feng Zhengshi again. Other than that, Xiaofei was put one spot down again by a woman. He became 13th and that woman became 12th. Yi wasn't planning to ask, but he heard that woman was from the Black Ice sect, so he asked about her. He found out that the woman was called Zhao Rong, a core disciple of the Black Ice sect. This wasn't the most exciting part was that 3 days later, another cultivator went on the trial tablet and kicked Feng Zhengshi down from 11th. Who is it? Yi asked out of curiosity. 9-star sect God Wind Valley's core disciple Emojitan. That guy is only 24 years old. Yushanping exclaimed. Even Yi felt that Emojitan was overly powerful. He was only 24 but about to reach nascent soul state. Clearly, these people went to leave their names before breaking through to nascent soul state in preparation for the Truthfall Palace. He also knew that 2 more powerful women got onto the trial tablet. One was Infinity Sect's Wen Tsai. Another was Clear Dream Mosque's Ling Xiaoshuang. When she first got on the tablet, she was 23rd, but 10 days later she had fallen to 33rd. From this, one could see how intense the competition was. When he arrived at Truthfall City, Yi realized what busy really meant. This city was like a marketplace, there were too many people. There were even a lot of Golden Core State and Hollow Spirit State cultivators. Occasionally, one could even see 1 or 2 body condensation state cultivators. City Lord Yi, we've arranged our accommodations. The Green Pill sect has prepared us 4 rooms. They're in Siphon Hotel, should we go there first? Yushanping asked. He paused before saying, Brother Go and I will be going to the Dao discussion podium to hear the South Peace State geniuses discussing the Dao. Let's go together. Yi immediately said, Brother Go, you guys can go around first, I'll come back at night. Gulian nodded and the 4 split up at the city. Yi had little time. His 1 minute cultivating was almost equivalent to 2 minutes. He wasn't going to stay with Gulian and them since he had to go to the marketplace to see if there were spirit herbs he needed. As for the Dao discussion scene, Yi felt that collecting resources was more important. He could check it out later. He had a lot of spirit stones now, but to Yi it was important to change them into what he needed. He still needed a new set of armor after the last one broke in the Divine Damnation. Yi came to the marketplace and saw countless stalls. This was true prosperity. He hoped that Mou City would have this sort of prosperity in the future. There were huge amounts of spirit herbs and materials, but few high-level ones. Yi bought what he needed and what the city would need too. In a short time, Yi had spent a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. He didn't find anything especially good, but he bought in large quantities. Yi walked into a rather large forgery shop. He wanted to see if there were good armors here. There were a lot of people here, so he didn't get the service he had received at Yudao Magic Artifacts. Yi didn't even go upstairs and was attracted by a material on the first floor. It wasn't a high-level material, at most level 4. It was a pale blue string. Yi immediately thought of the blue moon or in his storage ring. It would be perfect to use this to make a few necklaces for Luoying and the others. Give me this, I'll take it. Show me this. A voice said the same time as Yi. Chapter 1033, Flirt with a Nun. Yi pointed at the blue strand and spoke, but he heard a crisp female voice saying the same thing. Yi turned around and saw a beautiful face. It was a nun dressed in white. Judging by where she pointed, he knew that she also wanted the strand. Yi didn't have to have this string. Since she liked it too, he would go elsewhere. Before Yi left, the nun suddenly looked at him and said, I seem to know you, you've appeared somewhere before, I have a familiar feeling. Her words shook Yi. He had never seen this nun before. How did she feel he was familiar? Yi feared being recognized a lot right now. If he was recognized, he would be finished. Just when Yi wanted to slip away, he heard a voice from the second floor say, Xiaoshuang, hurry up. Xiaoshuan? Yemo also felt this name was familiar. He looked at this nun and saw that she was nascent soul state level 1, clearly she just broke through to nascent soul state, such a young nascent soul state level 1 cultivator? Yemo thought of the Ling Xiaoshuan from Clear Dream Mosque. This woman must be that Ling Xiaoshuan. Yemo's thoughts continued rapidly and immediately he knew why she felt he was familiar. This woman must have gotten to the trial tablet right after him, only then would she remember his chi and might even think that the person who went to the trial before her was him. Yemo knew he failed, but there were still a few people at the square that night. Although the Lightning Cloud sect wouldn't take notice of a failure like him, Yemo was sure that the reason he failed was not because of his power being insufficient. If this woman could feel the power he left behind, she might suspect him. 9-star sects like hers would have close connections. He couldn't let her be suspicious at all. Otherwise, if she told the Lightning Cloud sect, he was done for. Yemo's guess was right. The reason that Ling Xiaoshuan felt Yemo was familiar was because she felt a sliver of his power. But she couldn't think of why she felt this man was familiar. Yemo thought of this and immediately stared at her chest, then her face, and then her stomach. If she wasn't wearing Dao robes, his eyes would have rested on her legs. Ling Xiaoshuang saw that Yemo looked at her with such lecherous eyes and immediately threw that sense of familiarity away. She was about to burst into rage, but before she said anything, Yemo wiped the drool from his mouth and murmured, "Such a pretty nun." Suddenly, it seemed he realized his mistake and smiled lecherously at Ling Xiaoshuang. "You're so pretty, were you talking to me before?" "I'm Ning Xiaoma. Oh, you like this material, it's fine, I'll buy it for you." Then, Yemo kept staring at her with perverse eyes and called, "Attendant, hurry up and come, I want to buy something." Ling Xiaoshuang's face was pale with fury. She glared at Yemo coldly and left. She immediately knew that her sense of familiarity was wrong. How could she be familiar with someone like that? Seeing that Ling Xiaoshuang turned around with speaking, Yemo quickly called out, "Girl, don't be in a rush to leave, we can go to the Dao discussion social together. Say one more word and I will dig your eyes out." Ling Xiaoshuang didn't want to talk, but the nun at the staircase wasn't easy to mess with. Brother, you've got balls. Do you know who that nun was? Clear Dream Mosque's Ling Xiaoshuang, you dare to flirt with her? Watch out for your head. Another nascent soul state primary stage cultivator walked up to Yemo and said, "Ha." Yemo wiped the sweat from his forehead in shock. His shock was fake, but the sweat was real. If Ling Xiaoshuang recognized he was Yemo, then he would really be in danger. After the attendant came, Yemo quickly took out the spirit stones and bought the strings before leaving. He didn't dare to go upstairs. It was best to not show up at this place. Seeing that Yemo ran away without daring to say anything, everyone laughed. Yemo just wanted to go back to where he was staying in case someone else saw him. Yemo just came to Siphon Hotel and saw Yu Shanping and Gulian walk out. Yu Shanping saw Yemo and immediately called out in joy, "City Lord Yi, Brother Gu and I will be going to the Dao discussion podium. Let's go together. I heard that Black Ice sect Zhao Rong is going there too." Yu Shanping seemed to know that Yemo was interested in this Zhao Rong and reminded him. He didn't expect to have really said the right thing. If Yu Shanping didn't bring up Zhao Rong, Yemo might really not go. But since Zhao Rong was going, Luoying might go as well. Thinking about this, Yemo immediately said, "Okay, I'll go have a look too." They just got near the Dao discussion stage and heard some ruckus. A nascent soul state level 3 was hacked off the stage and fell into the crowd. He spat some blood and crawled up before running off. Yemo just noticed that there was a nascent soul state level 1 cultivator on the stage, yet he could beat a nascent soul state level 3 to the point of spitting blood. Soon, Yemo realized he knew this person. When he was at the herb plane, the two fought over the purple flower fire. This guy was Infinity Sect's Dong Wuya. He was Golden Core State peak stage at the time. But now he was a nascent soul state cultivator too. His cultivation essence was stable. This guy was Golden Core State Hall of Fame number 4 at the time. Yu Shanping introduced to Yemo, "This is Dong Wuya, Infinity Sect's core disciple, ranked 17th on the trial tablet." "Dong Wuya, young Master Dong is so powerful." Wuya Qianbei. Dong Wuya looked around and saluted with his fists. The Infinity Sect's ideology is freedom of will. Although that friend is 2 levels higher than me, he didn't fight with a free will. Instead, he feared me, therefore he was kicked off the stage. We cultivators are pursuing the Dao, then why fear?
The crowd erupted at these words.
Yi Mo sneered. This was bullshit.
Dong Woya, he was only nascent soul state level 1, but his cultivation essence was more powerful than that nascent soul state level 3 cultivator.
This was due to his talent and cultivation method. But since he won, he could say whatever he liked. Yi Mo scanned this place with his spirit sense and didn't find Luo Ying. As for Zhao Rong, he didn't even know who that was. Infinity Sect Dong Woya is waiting here. Would any other friend like to give me a few pointers?
Dong Woya stood and said, "This is too boring," Yi Mo murmured. Gulian laughed.
Boring?
If you knew what the prizes for the top 10 prize were, then you wouldn't think it's boring. Each time the Truth Fall Palace opens, the city gives huge rewards to those cultivators who participate in the Dao discussion. The top 10 would get at least a low-grade Dao artifact. I heard that one time the first even got a hollow meridian pill. Who would reject such a prize?
Yu Shanping nodded.
Yes, even if you can't get into the top 10, being on the stage is a symbol of power. Even if you don't get the reward, being able to discuss the Dao with those geniuses is very beneficial. Plus, the stage does not allow killing, so most cultivators are willing to try. However, Gulian said that first prize was given only once, so clearly the pill wasn't given every time.
However, Yi Mo knew that he couldn't show off now or he would be monitored. The Infinity Sect has made quite big news lately.
The other day, the core disciple Yuan Guannan reached the Nascent Soul State Trial Tablet with Nascent Soul State Level 4 power. His name spread across the South Peace State.
Now, there's Dong Woya and Wen Sai. Gulian let out a sigh.
Chapter 1034, It's actually her. Yi Mo had heard of this Wen Sai many times. She was ranked as the first-ranked beauty in South Peace State along with Susu. Yu Shanping said, I heard that this Dong Woya likes Wen Sai, but she isn't interested in him at all.
Wen Sai only likes her martial brother, the number 1 genius of the Infinity Sect, Yuan Guannan.
Yi Mo hadn't seen Wen Sai before, but she definitely was an extreme beauty to be able to be ranked first with Susu.
A beauty like her did match the number 1 genius of Infinity Sect. Yu Shanping smiled and said quietly, however, although that Yuan Guannan likes Wen Sai, he likes Luo Susu even more. Luo Susu is also the number 1 beauty of the South Peace State. I heard that because of this, Wen Sai is going to challenge Luo Susu. Hearing this, Yi Mo's eyes turned cold. What sort of thing was Yuan Guannan? How dare he plan on chasing Susu? That Wen Sai clearly wasn't a good person either. Would Susu even bother talking to a trash like Yuan Guannan?
What right did she have to challenge Susu? Yu Shanping didn't see Yi Mo's face change and kept talking.
That Luo Susu is no simple woman.
When Wen Sai said there could only be one number 1 beauty, she said contemptuously that she never cared about the South Peace State 10 beauties.
Wen Sai could take first if she wants. Wen Sai just told her to stay away from Yuan Guannan.
But Luo Susu replied in contempt that she had a husband and other than her husband, even if Wen Sai took all the men in the world, she wouldn't care. It could be said that in the first battle between the number 1 beauties, Wen Sai was utterly defeated.
Yi Mo heard this and knew that Yu Shanping was telling the truth. Susu indeed had this character.
Knowing that Susu still thought about him, Yi Mo wanted to go to Black Ice Sect immediately, but he knew this was just a dream for him. He hoped that Susu would go to the Truthfall Palace. Heaven Star Sexy Shuanghu went up. He's Golden Core State Trial Tablet 16th.
Only 1 rank difference with Dong Woya. This is interesting.
Interesting, Yi Mo saw another Nascent Soul State Level 1 cultivator fly up the stage. Clearly, he had just reached Nascent Soul State not long ago. Everyone's attention was caught by the 2 geniuses, Dong Wuya and Yishuan, who clearly knew each other and greeted each other before taking out their magic artifacts. Yi Mo knew Dong Wuya's magic artifact, a stamp, but he didn't expect Yishuanhu's weapon to also be a stamp. The 2 stamps clashed together with immense force in the air, cultivation essence rattled, and although there was a powerful restriction around the stage, it still shook.
The 2 were really evenly matched. The body condensation state judge nodded.
Clearly, he was very happy with the 2's power. Yi Mo could tell that the 2 were indeed very close and it would take a long time to settle the score. He thought of when Dong Wuya was Golden Core State Peak Stage, he was only Golden Core State Level 1. Now, he was Nascent Soul State Level 1 at the same time as Dong Wuya. He couldn't help to sigh about the wonders of life, even though Yimo knew that he was able to progress faster than Dong Wuya because he got the Heaven Glory pill and a spirit range and countless pills. Yimo still felt quite satisfied. To be able to surpass a genius disciple in such a short time was a satisfying thing. Plus, Dong Wuya's resources were also quite good. A 9-star sex core disciple would definitely not lack resources. With Yimo's power, he was no longer interested in the fight between the two, but he saw that Yu Shanping and Gulian were enjoying it quite a lot. Yimo moved his eyes away and saw a pretty back that followed a nascent soul state cultivator into a spirit rest tower outside the stage. Tea towers were like bars and leisure centers on Earth. They provided a place for cultivators to rest as well as all sorts of spirit wine and tea. The figure was definitely someone he knew. He couldn't even tell Yu Shanping and Gulian and quickly went into that spirit rest tower. Ling Xiaoshuan and her martial sister had walked around the market for half a day and just walked into the spirit rest tower. She saw Yimo follow in as well and immediately her eyes flashed with a sliver of disgust. She said coldly, "This Ning Xioma is really shameless." "Xiaoshuan, who are you calling shameless?" The nun next to her heard this and asked. But before Ling Xiaoshuan could reply, she also saw Yimo walk in here, seemingly desperate. "That guy is shameless indeed. He actually followed us here," the nun next to Ling Xiaoshuan said in contempt. Yimo didn't see Ling Xiaoshuan, but even if he had, he would have to make sure if her figure was the figure he had seen. At this moment, the pretty figure turned back and saw the desperate Yimo, but she didn't mind. "Is it really her?" Yimo's head buzzed. He didn't think he would meet Dongfang Nana here. He destroyed her Dantian and was about to kill her, but because Yi Zifeng was so crazy about her, he let her go. Then, the two left. Luo Ying and Yimo didn't know where they went. Many years later, he saw her in a city in South Peace State without Yi Zifeng. Dongfang Nana was already Golden Core State level 1 power and her Dantian somehow recovered. Her cultivation talent was also really good. Yimo was desperate. Without hesitation he rushed up to her and grabbed her shoulder. "I have some business with you, come with me." "Shameless thing." Ling Xiaoshuang saw this scene and couldn't take it anymore. She released her flying sword and was about to kill Yimo. She realized now that Yimo didn't come in here for her. He probably knew that she wasn't easy to mess with, so now he was harassing another girl. She had to kill such a person. Although it was quite some trouble to kill in this city, she knew it was fine for her. No one would offend her sect for an irrelevant cultivator, but before Ling Xiaoshuang made a move, the nascent soul state cultivator next to the girl already attacked Yimo. He released a foldable fan and the fan covered Yimo with a bleak chi. Yimo used his cultivation essence to dissipate the bleak killing intent. At this moment, Dongfang Nana just came to her senses and hurriedly ran behind the nascent soul state cultivator. She looked at Yimo with horror. She didn't know why Yimo suddenly attacked her. She had never seen this person before. "How dare you act up in front of me, Wu Yu? Seeing that you blocked my casual attack, break your arm." You used to grab her and piss off. The nascent soul state cultivator glared coldly at Yimo. "Huh, he's the 7-star sect Eternity Sees genius, Wu Yu. You mean the guy who's nascent soul state level 7 when he's not even 100 years old, ranked 267 on the nascent soul state trial tablet? Of course it's him. The cultivator who offended him is gone for sure, but young Master Wu doesn't seem to want to kill." Yimo blared coldly at Wu Yu. Dongfang Nana was in front of him. He had to take her away no matter what and ask where Yi Zifeng was. Feeling Yimo suddenly increasing his power, Wu Yu was dazed. A mere nascent soul state level 3 dared to do this in front of him. Did he think he was Yuan Guannan? Wu Yu just wanted to speak up when Dongfang Nana suddenly pulled him and said, "Big brother Wu, never mind, let's go in." She saw the familiar anger in Yimo's eyes and began to worry. "Why go? I must take his arm. This trash should be thankful I'm not killing him," Wu Yu said. Yimo calmed down. He knew that if he used all his means he would be able to beat Wu Yu, but this was Truthfall City. He wouldn't be able to kill Wu Yu without people noticing him. He was too impulsive just now. Chapter 1035, Number 1 King of Nascent Soul State. Thinking about this, Yimo sneered and turned to leave, ignoring Wu Yu. He knew that it was impossible to take away Dongfang Nana here, but he already knew she was at the 7-star Eternity Sea sect. "That was enough, you want to go? Leave an arm behind," Wu Yu said coldly. His fan opened and swept about, directing a few sharp, bleak rays at Yimo's arm. He didn't just want to slice off Yimo's arm, he wanted to pulverize it.
Emo immediately felt a powerful cultivation essence wall seal him off. Wu Yu made it look easy, but Emo knew it was just that he didn't want to cause a big commotion here. Even an ordinary nascent soul state level 3 wouldn't be able to stop this. If he was going to counterattack, it would cause a big commotion, but there was no way Emo wanted to lose an arm. Without a thought, he released Zisu, but before he moved, a white sword ray slipped past Emo and Wu Yu. That sword ray was like the scorching sun and easily dissipated the bleak sharp ray from Wu Yu. Even the cultivation essence wall blocking Emo disappeared. Emo immediately knew that someone helped him. His spirit sense scanned that the white ray turned into a flying sword and landed on a man's back upstairs. It was already strange that a flying sword had a sheath, but even more strangely, the man carried the sheath on his back. Wu Yu didn't expect that someone dared to intervene after he reported his sect, but he immediately recognized who the person who stopped him was. He said, "Su Changji, what is the meaning of this? What does this have to do with you? You want to go against me for a solo cultivator?" That cultivator said lazily, "I like to mind other people's business. If you don't like it, we can sort it out on the Dao discussion stage." Wu Yu clearly knew that he was no match for this man. His face sunk and he said to Dongfang Nana, "Let's go." He didn't even go up to the spirit rest tower. Dongfang Nana glanced at Emo fearfully and followed closely. Wu Yu walked to the door and suddenly turned to Emo. "You better hope you're this lucky in the future as well. Don't let me see you again, or it won't just be one arm." Emo said expressionlessly, "This is what I want to say to you also. I hope you don't meet me again next time." Wu Yu's eyes flashed with contempt and he just walked out. After Wu Yu left, the cultivators in the tower laughed out loud. Emo knew why they laughed. It was because his magic artifact looked like an ugly kitchen knife. Emo put away Zisu like nothing happened and saluted with his fists to that cultivator. "Thanks for helping, friend." He felt this Su Changji was a familiar name, but he couldn't remember from where. This man only looked middle-aged, probably no older than 300 years. His power wasn't absurd though, only nascent soul state peak stage. Why was that Wu Yu so scared of him? Su Changji laughed and waved to Emo. "Brother, why don't you come up for a talk?" "Okay." Emo didn't know why Su Changji wanted to talk to him, but he felt Su Changji had no nefarious intentions, so he went up. Ling Xiaoshuan glared at Emo and said coldly, "This lecher has some luck. If it wasn't for Su Changji, he wouldn't be able to get away today. This Su Changji rose to fame in a short time, but I heard he's quite a person. Why would he click with someone like Ning Xioma?" Emo saw that when Su Changji stopped Wu Yu, no one dared to discuss the matter anymore, as though they feared him. What shook him even more was that he heard Su Changji was a solo cultivator. Su Changji clearly had a top-grade room in this tower as he could see the Dao discussion stage outside. "Brother Su, thank you." Emo thanked Su Changji again. Su Changji waved his hand and poured a cup of spirit tea for Emo before saying, "You're Emo, you came from the North Far State, right? Pei High City's MOU also belongs to you." Emo got up abruptly and looked at Su Changji in shock. He had never seen this person before. How did he know so much about him? Su Changji smiled and waved his hand to Emo. "No need to worry. If I'm not wrong, you probably took care of that Tian Alfeng. You only dared to do that because you didn't know who he was." Emo felt his head buzzing. If this matter was leaked, he would have to flee to the ends of the world. How did he know? Wait, he was just guessing. He wasn't too sure that Tian Alfeng was killed by him. He knew so much about him so clearly. He came from North Far State, but one had to be Hollow Spirit State to come from North Far State. How did he come then? Did he get referred by a disaster transformation state as well? Emo suddenly remembered the name Su Changji and blurted out, "I remember you. You're the number one of the 50 nascent soul state kings in North Far State. Right?" North Far State didn't have a nascent soul state hall of fame, but there were 50 kings. Emo heard the number one master was Su Changji. Su Changji smiled and nodded. "That's right, I'm that Su Changji. I only needed to see your unique purple kitchen knife before recognizing that you were that Emo that Wang Yusek's Shan Di Chen Bei talked about. I was also recommended to come here, but by Ling Zhongtian Xianbei." North San's number one master? Emo knew Ling Zhongtian. He was the number one master of the North Far State and was also said to be a solo cultivator. Su Changji nodded. "That's right, Ling Qianbei is undoubtedly the number one person in North Far State. But the cultivation difference between North Far State and South Peace State is too great. Ling Xianbei can't even be ranked amongst the top 100 in South Peace State. Really? Yemo asked in shock. Yes, the South Peace State cultivation level is far from what we see superficially. Many truth realization state cultivators don't show up in the world. They just want to ascend to the immortal realm. We never hear of them. Su Changji nodded seriously. Yemo suddenly asked, Brother Su, since you were recommended by Ling Zhongtian Xianbei, why didn't you join a sect? Su Changji shook his head. My situation is rather complicated, it can't be solved by joining a sect. Plus, even if I join one, I won't be able to break through nascent soul state. Why is that? Yemo asked subconsciously. Disillusion flashed across Su Changji's eyes. He said after a moment, the cultivation method I'm cultivating is very special and high level, but it only has steps up to nascent soul state. There's nothing for any stages afterwards. 100 years ago, I was already in nascent soul state tertiary stage, now I'm still at this level. If I don't get a new cultivation method, I will remain a nascent soul state cultivator until I die. So this was it. Without a hollow spirit state cultivation method, a nascent soul state cultivator might explode if he forcefully tried to break through. Yemo didn't know why Su Changji didn't change cultivation methods. But he didn't ask. Su Changji continued. Ling Zhongtian Xianbei knew of my situation and he tried very hard to help me find the latter part of that cultivation method, but he still hasn't been able to find it up until now. He eventually used a recommendation spot to send me here so I can search for my fortune myself. I've been wandering around everywhere and made quite a name for myself, but I haven't gotten any news of it. Although Yemo could write a new cultivation method using the 3 birth chant, he only just met Su Changji and didn't know if he was trustworthy. The 3 birth chant was too large a secret. Chapter 1036, Take a disciple for the master. Su Changji didn't know what Yemo was thinking and continued. Although I'm the number 1 nascent soul state in North Far State, if I go to the South Peace State trial tablet, I would barely make it into the top 50. I just don't want to expose that I came from the North Far State, so I didn't go try. For me, the most important thing is to find the latter half of my cultivation method. Yemo fell silent for a moment before asking, How do you know so much about me, Brother Su? Su Changji laughed. Don't worry, I know a lot about you because you're too famous in North Far State. You're the pill concoction Hall of Fame #1 and created the spirit weaving pill. Old Man Kong favors you as well. News of what you did in the herb plains spread out. Only a madman like you would form your golden cord during a battle. After you came out, you killed Ghost Immortal Sex GZ Yuan. I went to Peihai City to look for you after Shan Di Chenbei said you were there. I've long admired a genius like you, but you'd already left Peihai City. It's really fate that we could meet here. He paused and said, You probably don't know what happened after you left. Many big sects went to Peihai to find you hoping you would join them, but unfortunately, they didn't find you just like me. Hearing this, Yemo immediately asked, Brother Su, how is my Peihai MOU doing? Su Changji smiled, You don't need to worry, MOU is very well. After you became famous, many of your friends went to join MOU. Ghost Immortal Sect and that pill tower wanted to start trouble there, but one you sect intervened and the 2 powers didn't even dare to say anything. I still have a letter for you here. Before I left Peihai, your wife and sister told me to give it to you if I met you. Then, Su Changji passed a letter to Yemo. Yemo read the letter and felt warm. Song Yangzhu, Yiling, Su Jingwen and them all sent their messages telling Yemo they were fine and not to worry about them. They also mentioned that Su Changji helped Yemo a lot. Su Changji wasn't familiar with Yemo, but he helped Yemo clearly because he liked what Yemo did. Yemo felt his heart rest easy and put the letter down. He thanked Su Changji again. Thanks a lot, Brother Su. Su Changji waved his hand and smiled. I don't have that many people to think about, I'm very free. Brother Yemo, you probably came to this city for the Truth Fall Palace, right? Yes, I want to go see too, the opportunity is rare. I only got an opportunity by chance. Yemo nodded. Su Changji fell silent for a moment and said, Brother Yi, you know why I came here. My cultivation method is very special and I can't change to another cultivation method. So if you go to the Truth Fall Palace, can you help me see if you can find the latter half of the cultivation method? After Su Changji brought him the family letter, Yemo was already planning to help. He just didn't know what Su Changji's cultivation method was. Now that he said this, Yemo felt he didn't need to hide anything. He got up and said, "Brother Su might not believe me, but if I have a general look at a cultivation method, I can perfect it myself. I did this for my own cultivation method." Looking at Su Changji's shocked eyes, Yemo continued, "If Brother Su trusts me, you can show me your cultivation method, I might be able to help." Yemo wanted to help Su Changji, but if he wasn't willing to take out his cultivation method, then never mind. Su Changji finally woke up from the shock of Yemo's words. If he didn't know who Yemo was, he would have thought Yemo was at least truth realization state or even an immortal. After a long while, Su Changji breathed, "No wonder Brother Yi can dominate cultivators of the same level in North Far State. You have such overpowered capabilities." "Thank you, but my cultivation method is different from others. It's not that I'm not willing to show you, but if you can't find the latter part, it's indeed unable to be completed." Yemo smiled and didn't speak. If Su Changji wasn't willing to take it out, he wasn't going to offer a second time. They had a good impression of each other, but after all, they'd been together for too short a time. Just when Yemo thought Su Changji wasn't going to take it out, Su Changji brought out a cloth made from unknown materials and placed it in front Yemo. "This is the cultivation method I got, have a look. It's not something that's substantial." Usually, cultivation methods were inscribed in jade slips. Yemo rarely saw ones recorded on cloth. It was clearly an ancient cultivation method. Yemo nodded and just read the beginning before looking at Su Changji in shock. "Blue River Spirit Chant, your cultivation method is a spirit cultivation method?" Su Changji smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, when I got this cultivation method, there was also this sword, Blue River Spirit Sword." The words Blue River Emperor were on the sword hilt. Yemo soon found that this cultivation method was much faster than even ordinary heaven-grade cultivation methods. Many cultivation essence routes and meridians were similar to his 3-birth chant, but there were some places that needed to be perfected. Su Changji saw Yemo study the cloth intently and didn't say anything. After a while, Yemo wrapped up the cloth and gave it back to Su Changji. "Brother Su, I've read it. It has definitely surpassed a heaven-grade cultivation method. I don't dare to guess what level it's at, but I'm sure that even if there was a latter half to this, it's not on Luoyu continent. It might be from another realm. I think it would be very hard to find the latter half of this cultivation method." Su Changji didn't seem too disappointed with Yemo's words and just sighed. "How can I not realize that, but I find that I can't change to other cultivation method." "It's very different than other cultivation methods," Yemo smiled and interrupted. "Brother Su, if you want to cultivate another cultivation method, I have a way. This cultivation method is just unique in the cultivation essence you cultivate. This can be solved." "Ha?" Su Changji got up immediately and asked desperately, "Brother Su, you have a way for me to change to another cultivation method?" Yemo smiled. "Of course, but I can also keep perfecting your Blue River Spirit chant slowly. It just depends on which one you choose." "You can really complete it?" Su Changji grabbed Yemo's hand in excitement. If the Blue River Spirit chant could be perfected, why would he choose another cultivation method? Yemo nodded. "If Brother Su trusts me, then I can. But right now I'm only nascent soul state level 3, I can only perfect it to the hollow spirit state tertiary stage. The cultivation method afterwards will need to wait until after my power increases before I can finish it." "I trust you, of course," Su Changji said without hesitation. If this cultivation method wasn't completed, he would be stuck in nascent soul state forever. Regardless of whether Yemo sussed or not, he would try it. Plus, he liked the way Yemo did things and had investigated him. He knew what sort of person Yemo was. He wouldn't lie. Despite what Yemo said sounding absurd, he was subconsciously willing to believe it was true. "Brother Yi, if you can help me perfect the Blue River Spirit chant, my life is yours," Su Changji got up and said seriously. If Yemo could perfect it, Yemo was akin to his master. "No, Brother Yi, if you perfect it, you're like my master. If it's not that I really want to be friends with you, I would worship you as my master," Su Changji said genuinely. Yemo immediately understood and said, "In that case, I'll take you in as a disciple." Su Changji dazed, thinking, "I didn't say I was going to worship you as a master." Yemo laughed and patted Su Changji's shoulder. "My master is called 3-birth,
I'll take you in as a disciple for my master. How about it, martial brother Su? Su Changji immediately understood what Yimo meant and said happily, very well, martial brother Yi, great. Su Changji didn't know which master this three-birth was, but clearly he was no ordinary person to be able to teach a disciple like Yimo. After talking for half a day, Su Changji said he would go to Mou City in South Peace State while he waited for Yimo to come out from the Truthfall Palace. He wouldn't need to roam around everywhere. Ling Xiaoshuan was very unsatisfied, however. He wanted to teach Ning Xioma a lesson, but that guy stayed with Su Changji and hadn't been out for an entire day. What were they talking about? Chapter 1037, Meeting Dongfang Nana again. Yimo just informed Yushan Ping and Go Lian and moved to Su Changji's place. After his ordinary cultivation, he would help Su Changji perfect his cultivation method and discuss cultivation experience. Although he really wanted to buy an armor cultivation artifact, he feared being recognized by the Lightning Cloud sect, so he didn't dare to go out. 3 months swung by, and when Su Changji got his perfected to Hollow Spirit State Blue River Spirit Chant, his joy was inexpressible. Although he didn't know how well it was perfected and if it would be worse than it originally was, it was so much better than having no cultivation method. Although it was Yimo's first time seeing the spirit cultivation method, it was all the same to him. The cultivation method might be a higher level, but it was still encompassed under the cultivation theory described by the three-birth chant. Martial brother, I'm going to find a place to reach Hollow Spirit State. I won't wait for you. But be careful of that Wu Yu. He seems magnanimous but is actually a vengeful spirit. He will be going to the Truthfall Palace for sure, be wary of him. Su Changji got his new cultivation method and couldn't wait to try it out. He hadn't been able to cultivate for almost 100 years. Yimo smiled. Martial brother, don't worry, you can wait for me at Mou City after your divine damnation. As for Wu Yu, it was just as he said. Wu Yu had better pray he didn't meet him again. If he saw Wu Yu when there was no one around, he would become the next Tian Alfeng. After sending off Su Changji, there were 10 days before Truthfall Palace opened. Yimo eventually couldn't resist going out. He didn't believe he could be that unlucky. It had been 3 months since that event. He didn't believe he would meet that nosy Ling Xiaoshuan. Every time he thought about that divine damnation, he still felt some fear. He had to buy another set of armor. A good set of armor could save his life. Yuyang Artifact Store. It wasn't a very big artifact store, not even second grade. But Yimo came here especially. Su Changji had introduced it to him. He told him that the place didn't have top-grade cultivation artifacts, but the quality of items were very good because the owner Yu Yang was a level 9 forgery grade master and could cultivate extreme grade spirit artifacts. If he was lucky, even half cultivation artifacts and occasionally low grade cultivation artifacts would be produced. His quality was better than others of the same level. However, it was more expensive than many other places. Only loyal customers would come here. As soon as Yimo left, he felt someone following him. He immediately thought of Wu Yu and sneered. He was planning to take this guy out at the Truthfall Palace. But since he couldn't wait, then it wasn't Yimo's fault. Thinking about this, Yimo chose a deserted place to go. He didn't even scan his spirit sense out in case his stalker noticed. Truthfall Palace was prosperous and bustling, but most of the people were gathered at the market or the Dao discussion stage. 15 minutes passed and Yimo arrived at the most deserted corner of the city. He stopped and scanned his spirit sense out. Coming to this point, clearly the person behind him already knew that he was caught. It's you? Yimo looked on in shock as he saw Dongfang Nana. Dongfang Nana didn't seem scared and worried like last time. She caught up quickly. Yimo realized that Dongfang Nana wasn't trying to follow him but wanted to see him instead. Dongfang Nana walked up to Yimo quickly and knelt down sobbing. Yimo frowned. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Dongfang Nana at all. Big brother, Io Zifeng, kill me. Dongfang Nana wiped her tears and wept. Yimo's face changed. He didn't even ask how Dongfang Nana recognized him and questioned her harshly. What happened to Zifeng? Speak. Dongfang Nana sniffed. I lived with Zifeng in Canada when the portal opened to the small world. Many people went there. I couldn't endure living a peaceful life, so I persuaded Zifeng to take me to the Duanhong Ranges too. Zifeng is also in South Peace State? Yimo was shook. Yi Zifeng had no spirit root. It would be a living hell for him here. He wouldn't even be able to survive. Dongfang Nana's Dantian was destroyed too. Why did the two even come? Dongfang Nana nodded and continued calmly. When I came to the small world, we followed many people to Xanja Mountain and came to the South Peace State.
Coming here, we realized this was a cultivation world and there was no way back. Zifeng wanted to look for you, but we didn't know anyone here. We didn't know where to start. Just tell me where he is. Yi Mo blared coldly at her.
If this woman dared to lie, he would kill her immediately, Dongfang Nana said pitifully. I don't know, when I came here with Zifeng, we were barely surviving in a small city. Then we heard a big sect was taking in disciples. Zifeng and I went to check our spirit roots. Zifeng had no spirit root, but I was a pure wood spirit root.
No wonder she cultivated so fast. Yi Mo didn't expect this woman to have such good talent.
Clearly, the 7-star sect Eternity Sea saw this and wasn't going to let her go. They were going to train her as a core disciple, Dongfang Nana continued. That sect was Eternity Sea. The person responsible for taking in disciples saw that I was pure with spirit root and was very happy. But when they saw that my Dan Tian was shattered, they were very disappointed.
Yi Mo sneered, but then did they find that you've never cultivated before so your Dan Tian could be recovered? Once someone had begun cultivation.
A shattered Dan Tian was very hard to repair, but for those who hadn't cultivated, it was troublesome but not impossible.
Yi Mo didn't damage it too much on account of Yi Zifeng. Dongfang Nana nodded in horror. Yes, they recovered my Dan Tian and are going to take me to Eternity Mountain. Then Dongfang Nana began sobbing again.
After a while she said, Zifeng was very happy for me after knowing I was chosen. I said I must go to Eternity Sea with him. He agreed, but the second day when we were planning to leave, Zifeng disappeared. Yi Mo interrupted. Was Zifeng killed by those Eternity Sea bastards? If you dare to lie a single word, I'm going to kill you even if Zifeng wants to protect you. Dongfang Nana sniffed and didn't seem to hear his words at all. I don't know, but before he left a letter for me. He said he can't stop following my dream, he will go find you. Dongfang Nana took out a letter and gave it to Yi Mo. Yi Mo opened it and saw it was indeed Zifeng's handwriting. He had written, Nana, sorry, forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I know that after you realized there was cultivation in this world, your greatest hope is to cultivate. Cultivators have endless life, but I'm useless. I can only follow you and let you watch me die. I can't stop your pursuit of cultivation. I can't let a woman sustain me. I'm going to go find my big brother. Perhaps he has a way of letting me cultivate. Sorry, I'm going. If I can cultivate, the first thing I will do is come see you. Take care, Zifeng. Yi Mo knew that this letter was something Yi Zifeng would write. Yi Zifeng looked amicable, but he had his pride. If Yi Zifeng followed Dongfang Nana, it would indeed be dragging her behind. Would the heartless sea let Yi Zifeng hinder a genius disciple's cultivation? Yi Mo wasn't sure if Yi Zifeng's departure was related to the Eternity Sea, but they were very suspicious. He would only know for sure once he saw Yi Zifeng. Yi Mo wasn't too worried about Yi Zifeng leaving alone, but more worried whether Eternity Sea would kill him. Dongfang Nana just kept sobbing and didn't even look up. Are you from the Dongfang family? Yi Mo suddenly asked. He asked now because he knew she was from there. With their feud, he would need to be more careful. Chapter 1038, The Woman Who Doesn't Go Away. No, my full name is Cheng Nana. When Dongfang Wang invited me to join the Dongfang family, I was indeed wholeheartedly helping him do things. I thought the future Dongfang Wang painted was real. Even when I was with Zifeng I had ulterior motives. Dongfang Nana seemed to know Yi Mo detested her a lot and she didn't dare to look up at Yi Mo. She just said quietly, when Zifeng saved me and took me from Luoyu, I realized what Zifeng meant to me. I did a lot of things in Luoyu and Zifeng knew some of them. But he never blamed me. Without him, I have nothing. Yi Mo sighed. Zifeng valued relationships a lot, just like him, but he could tell what was right and wrong. Zifeng's love for Cheng Nana was really something else. He clearly knew she was wrong, but he still let her do what she wanted. But Yi Mo could feel that Cheng Nana wasn't lying. His senses had always been accurate. It seemed that Cheng Nana was genuine to Zifeng now. Yi Mo asked after a moment, how did you recognize me? He had changed his appearance and Cheng Nana had only seen him once and her power was very low at the time. How could she recognize him? Dongfang Nana said, the moment you pulled me, I saw the fury and pain in your eyes.
You looked at Zifeng and I the same way at Luo Yu City. I would never forget those eyes. I immediately knew it was Big Brother, so that was it. Dongfang Nana was Zifeng's wife, but she followed behind a nascent soul state cultivator like she was his girl. Zifeng was gone too. How could GMO not be furious and disappointed? Seeing that GMO didn't speak, Dongfang Nana suddenly said, "Big Brother, I want to leave Eternity C sect and look for Zifeng with you." GMO shook his head. "With my current power, I can't take you away. Just stay at Eternity C sect for now. You're a core disciple, no one dares to do anything to you. And, I hope what you said just now was all true." "Yes." Chang Nana's eyes flashed with a sliver of disappointment. She knew EMO was speaking the truth. Suddenly, as though to explain something, she said, "That day I went with Wu Yu to the Spirit Rest Tower because my martial sister wanted to drink the snow fir tea from there. I was helping her buy it and Wu Yu wanted to come along no matter what. I know, I'm going to the Truth Fall Palace, stay at Eternity C sect and cultivate. Regardless whether I can find Zifeng or not, I will come tell you. Tell me first, which city did you and Zifeng separate in?" EMO asked.
Zifeng was immortal, he shouldn't have gone too far, Chang Nana agreed.
"That city is called Shu Chao City. I asked the Eternity C Sex people to look for him but they said they didn't find him. I believed them, but now that I think about it, they probably lied to me." She didn't know about spirit sense at the time, but after she cultivated and learned about spirit sense, she knew how easy it would be for a cultivator to find an ordinary person. "Take this, if anything comes up, message me." EMO gave his flying sword messenger to Chang Nana. He didn't leave a communication bead because South Peace State was too big. Who knew where he would be at? Chang Nana took the flying sword and hesitated before saying, "Big Brother, you need to be careful of that Wu Yu. He said he would kill you in the Truth Fall Palace." EMO waved his hand. "Don't worry about that, if I was so easily killed I wouldn't be standing here today. Go back first, don't let anyone know that you know me." Although Yemo's instincts told him that Chang Nana didn't lie, this was the cultivation realm, anything could happen. It was better to be careful. If he had to compare, he would trust Su Changji more than Chang Nana. "How dare you, you shameless thing." A crisp voice sounded out and a sword ray flew towards EMO. EMO waved up a cultivation essence wall and blocked it. He then stared at the person and said, "Did I offend you? Why did you suddenly attack me?" He knew that sword ray was a casual attack, so he blocked it casually too. But he cursed his luck. He was scared of meeting Ling Xiaoshuang the most in this city because only she could guess that he killed Tian Alpham. But every time he came out, he always saw her. Ling Xiaoshuang stared at EMO in fury and then at Chang Nana. "You're a shameless person indeed. 3 months ago you assaulted this girl, and now 3 months later, you've tricked her here to assault her. You're a disgrace to the cultivation realm. Last time Martial Brother Wu didn't kill you, but I will kill you now." Then, Ling Xiaoshuang's power increased and her flying sword began to emit a bleak killing intent. EMO sneered. "With which eye did you see me assault her? Plus, if it was you. Even if you let me assault you, I wouldn't be bothered." Ling Xiaoshuang just wanted to say, there are still tears on Chang Nana's face, "I'm not blind, how could I not see?" But after hearing EMO's words, she increased her power even more and couldn't be bothered to talk. Chang Nana quickly stopped Ling Xiaoshuang and said, "Martial sister, thank you, but I think you've misunderstood. Big Brother Ning didn't assault me, he's just discussing some things with me." Ling Xiaoshuang didn't expect that the woman EMO was assaulting would speak up for him. She was dazed and forgot to attack. Ling Xiaoshuang could clearly see that Chang Nana wasn't being controlled, so she couldn't understand it even more. Her killing intent dissipated, and after a long while, she said angrily, "Shameless." Then she turned and left. EMO tried to avoid contact with this woman, but this didn't mean that Chang Nana didn't want to talk back. She didn't feel comfortable being called shameless, so she rebutted, "You're shameless." Ling Xiaoshuang heard this and was furious. She was the second beauty of South Peace State 10 beauties. Countless people admired her. This was the first time she was called shameless, but thinking that she cursed first, she only sneered and left. EMO breathed easy seeing that Ling Xiaoshuang didn't stay. EMO let Chang Nana go first and then he went back to Yuyang Artifact Tower. EMO thought that the shop would be empty, but after coming here he realized how wrong he was. The location was distant and the place wasn't big, only about 40 square meters.
but there were 4 chairs, meaning that the place could only accommodate 4 customers at most. Each chair had a small square table in front of it. Emo was surprised to find that there were already 3 people inside when he arrived. The 3 cultivators scanned him casually with their spirit sense and didn't mind. They just looked down while sitting on their seats as though waiting for something. Chapter 1039, Competing Bids. There only seemed to be these 3 cultivators in the shop. Emo studied the place. There were just a few spirit artifacts placed on a wooden rack. There was nothing covering it and a layer of dust on it. There seemed to be another room inside, but it was blocked by a formation, so Yemo's spirit sense couldn't reach it. If Su Jichang didn't recommend this place, he really wouldn't believe there was a forgery great master here, and a level 9 one at that. How could this place even be called an artifact shop? May I ask if Master Yu Yang is here? Yemo could only ask the cultivator sitting on the side, seeing he couldn't find anyone from the shop here. The cultivator sneered and didn't even look at Yemo, much less answer him. The 2 people on the side didn't even change their expressions. Yemo was speechless. These 3 really had an attitude. The weakest of them was nascent soul state level 4, the highest was nascent soul state level 7. Any of them had higher power level than him. Yemo could only go sit on that empty chair. The 3 saw that Yemo sat down and looked a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Yemo knew what they were surprised about. In the cultivation realm, a small difference in power was actually a huge gap. Yemo was nascent soul state primary stage, but these 3 were middle stage or tertiary stage. Yemo was the weakest here and had no right to talk. The 3 ignored Yemo, clearly not welcoming him here, yet Yemo still sat down. Before long, another customer came. It was another nascent soul state cultivator, a female who was only nascent soul state level 1. However, this woman immediately caught the attention of the other 3. She was a very beautiful female cultivator. Her body formed perfect curves at the door and she emitted a feminine vibe all over her. However, her face was very cold. Even Yemo admitted that this woman was quite attractive. She was on par with Ling Xiaoshuang and seemed to emit a unique attraction to men that would draw their attention to her. Her eyebrows slanted upwards. Clearly, she had her own opinions and was a very confident woman. Yemo took back his gaze. This woman was very beautiful, but to him, it was just that. Both Luoying and Ning Qingxue were better than her. The woman saw that there were no more seats, so she just stood in the room and didn't speak. Yemo took no initiative to give his seat over to her. He felt the cultivation essence waves. There was a strong fire element presence, meaning that Yu Yang was still forging. But someone else got up. It was that nascent soul state level 5 cultivator. He stepped out and saluted with his fists to the woman. Martial Sister 1, I'm Tian Xian Sex Ji Chuanxue. You can sit at my place. The female cultivator glanced coldly at Ji Chuanxue but stood there without moving. Ji Chuanxue felt awkward but laughed at himself before sitting back down. Yemo felt it odd. This woman was only nascent soul state level 1 and that Ji Chuanxue was nascent soul state level 5 and from a 7-star sect. How could someone like him be so easy to talk to? But soon, Yemo realized what was going on. If Ji Chuanxue sucked up to the woman just because she was pretty, he would have kept talking. But that woman ignored him and he didn't dare to get angry. Clearly, the woman had a higher status than him. Female cultivators with the last name 1 and a higher status than Ji Chuanxue. A nascent soul state level 1 with this level of beauty. Without a doubt, she was Wensai. Yemo had a good impression of her at first, but when he realized this woman was Wensai, he immediately felt disgust towards her. She had challenged Luoying. What he didn't expect was that a 9-star sect core disciple would come to the shop to buy something. Soon, the restriction was lifted and heat burst out from inside the room. A skinny, black man walked out, bringing the scorching heat with him. He was as skinny as a bamboo stick. The man walked out and the 3 nascent soul state cultivators sitting next to Yemo got up and saluted with their fists. Master Yu. When Sai called out, Yu Qianbei. Yemo realized this man was Yu Yang. His power was nascent soul state level 9, barely a Qianbei. Yu Yang didn't speak. He walked to that counter and sat down before saying slowly, this is the last business for this year. The items are not bad. Extreme grade attack spirit artifact black rock sword with a price of 1.15 million top grade spirit stones, half cultivation artifact golden net worth 1.9 million top grade spirit stones, and half cultivation artifact armor 9 flavors, costing 2.9 million top grade spirit stones. Then, Yu Yang looked at the 5 and said, the highest bidder gets it.
If you have good material, you can use that in your bid. Yemo realized why Su Changji said this place was more expensive.
Not only was the base price marked higher than other shops, but this guy also got bidders to come. No wonder the other three didn't like it when he came. Luckily Emo made it on time today. This was Yu Yang's last business for the year.
The other four clearly already knew about the rules and dates.
Su Changji got this news from somewhere else, so it wasn't very accurate. We understand, these are old rules, Ji Chuanxue smiled and said.
We're quite lucky this time. There are 2 half-cultivation artifacts and 1 extreme-grade spirit artifact. That's close to a half-cultivation artifact as well. Good things, good things.
I'll take 9 flavors.
Yemo liked that half-cultivation artifact. Insolence.
A mere nascent soul-state primary stage cultivator dares to take it.
Ji Chuanxue sneered. When Sai heard this and sneered.
Ji Chuanxue just realized that when Sai was also nascent soul-state primary stage.
He started to sweat and smiled apologetically. Martial Sister One, I wasn't talking about you. You're the core disciple of a 9-star sect. You're not someone ordinary people can compare with. Yemo looked at Ji Chuanxue in contempt and said, if you lower your head just a little more, it'll be on the ground. Plus, Master, you said that the highest bidder gets it. Is there a problem with me taking it? If you have a problem, then bid. When Sai didn't expect Yemo would dare to disrespect a 7-star sect's core disciple.
But she immediately realized that Yemo was missing a screw or two. Ji Chuanxue heard Yemo's scorn and wanted to rage, but remembering that this place was Yu Yang Artifact Tower, his fury dissipated. He just listed Yemo as someone he must kill.
He said coldly, 3.1 million. 3.5 million. What everyone didn't expect was that when Sai placed a bid even before Yemo, Chapter 1040, Power of the Heaven Flame, that nascent soul-state cultivator went from the south door to the north door, but Yemo followed him without lagging behind at all. If it wasn't that he was choosing the path, he would suspect again whether Yemo had someone to help him. When that cultivator left the north door, he went even faster. When he saw that Yemo had no intentions of escaping, he felt a little unsafe. When the two were nearly 20,000 kilometers from the city, the nascent soul-state cultivator stopped. He was sure now that Yemo didn't fear him at all. Although he didn't know why a nascent soul-state level 3 wasn't scared of him, he didn't want to drag it on anymore. As soon as he stopped, he took out a blood-red sword without talking. As he spun around, the red sword brought about countless white demonic chi that swept over at Yemo. He was planning to kill Yemo as quickly as he could, no matter what schemes Yemo had, a demonic cultivator. Yemo released Zisu, also bringing about purple sword rays. Before the demonic chi even reached Yemo, there were light cracking sounds. It was corrosive demonic chi. Yemo didn't expect that this ordinary-looking demonic cultivator cultivated corrosive demonic chi. Even if Yemo could block this chi, he wouldn't dare to let it touch him. Who knew how painful it was? Yemo didn't dare to hesitate at all now. Zisu was releasing a more and more powerful chi as more and more purple sword rays were released, forming a defensive formation. This was the first time Yemo used illusion cloud formation kill strike with a defense formation. Yemo's cultivation essence was powerful, and as his sword rays grew, that demonic chi was completely blocked out by the sword ray formation. The nascent soul-state cultivator saw this and was dazed, but the next moment he was happy. He didn't think that Yemo was a mere nascent soul-state level 3 yet was still so powerful. This meant that Yemo believed he could kill him, so there would be no helpers. Ji Chuanxue was right, this was indeed an insolent guy. Seeing how he sneered at Ji Chuanxue and didn't even let Wen Sai have what she wanted, he thought Yemo had a big origin, but in the end, he was just an idiot. He had some power and looked down on everyone. This guy would be killed soon even if he didn't kill him today. Thinking about this nascent soul state didn't have any more concerns. A sharp howl sounded and the demonic chi started to rumble even more before pierced into Yemo's formation immediately. A putrid smell pervaded the air. Punk, you wanna block my zero-life demonic mist with a mere sword ray formation? The cultivator used more hand signs as he spoke and the mist got thicker. This guy was definitely acting weak. Yemo knew his power. He was nascent soul state level 3, but he had 8 spirit roots and cultivated the supreme 3 burst chant. Both his cultivation essence and spirit sense wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. He was sure he could even kill the nascent soul state level 8 Golian easily, but this cultivator was only nascent soul state level 7 and his cultivation essence was so dense.
This zero-life demonic mist was too shocking. Yemo was sure that even Wu Yu wouldn't have it easy if he met this guy. The demonic chi grew more terrifying and his illusion cloud formation kill strike couldn't stop it anymore. If it was some other cultivator, Yemo would use Purple Eye Soul Sever and even Shadowless, but it wasn't a good choice for this demonic cultivator. Even if he killed him, the demonic chi would still remain. The demonic cultivator saw that Yemo didn't have any means to resist and could only watch on as his zero-life demonic mist invaded his surroundings. He sneered, a mere nascent soul state level 3, his power was not bad but he had almost been scared of this cultivator. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and made sure that there was no one within a 1,000-kilometer radius here before dropping his hesitations. His power grew when the illusion cloud formation kill sword rays became denser, pre-death struggle. The nascent soul state level 7 sneered in contempt. Die. Then, a bone-chilling red ray suddenly exploded from the blood-red sword and pierced out from the mist. This red ray seemed to even condense the air and charged straight at Yemo's dantian. Yemo waved his hand and a red flame was released from his hand. At the same time, the red turned into a huge terrifying flame that expanded from Yemo. Sizzle. There were only burnt smells in the air as the demonic mist had already been burnt to nothing. Clash, Zisu and the blood sword clashed together heavily. Instantly, blood rays splashed everywhere. Meanwhile, Zisu formed countless whirlpools of sword chi. The blood ray was intentionally spilt everywhere but had been burnt to nothing. Meanwhile, Yemo used this opportunity to use Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike. The nascent soul state level 7 didn't expect that Yemo's cultivation essence was no weaker than his, and even a little stronger. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and before the blood even landed on the ground, Yemo's flame had already vaporized it. At the same time, the flame began to sweep towards the cultivator, my zero-life demonic mist. The nascent soul state cultivator only barely took back his sword ray before Yemo's terrifying flame completely enveloped him. You actually have a heaven flame, I. The cultivator was swept away by the mist lotus heartfire before he could finish. Before his death, he finally understood why Yemo wasn't scared of him. Even with his power, he was killed easily. One could see that ordinary nascent soul state tertiary stage cultivators couldn't even resist him. Yet, such a powerful nascent soul state cultivator was unheard of. But he couldn't even regret anymore as his consciousness was annihilated by the heaven flame. After Yemo killed this cultivator, he took the storage ring and turned to leave. After a while, he went back into the city through the south door. He didn't even care about that blood sword. Yemo knew that despite them fighting so far away from the city, the demonic mist was so powerful that there was no way powerful cultivators wouldn't notice, so he went back to the city immediately. At the same time, Yemo was very happy with his mist lotus heartfire. This made him want to create a battle technique for his heaven flame. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his heaven flame was, it might not be able to lock down the opponent if he was too strong. If the opponent also understood fire, it might be even harder. 15 minutes after Yemo left, 2 cultivators came. It was easy to see that they were countless times stronger than Yemo. One even frowned and looked at the direction Yemo left. Blood sword? One cultivator picked it up and looked at it, the other cultivator looked and nodded. It has some history. 3,000 years ago, it killed countless people in the hands of the blood demon Shirlan. Recently, it fell in the hands of a solo cultivator called Lu Jianxiang. He's also a murderous demon cultivator. Who killed him? It's said that he's very careful. Although he could kill people higher level than him, he never risks it, so how can he be killed? The first cultivator explained, the blood sword has a name called Blue Butcher. But since it's been left on the ground casually, it's obvious that Lu Jianxiang has been killed. There are clear signs of battle here as well as traces of the zero-life demonic mist. This means that the person who killed him has a similar power level. In that case, why did that cultivator leave Blood Butcher here? It's a top-grade cultivation artifact, but it seemed to have lost its spirit, the other cultivator said. The first cultivator frowned and said carefully after a while, Brother me, if I'm not wrong, there are marks of heaven flame. Blood Butcher was destroyed by the heaven flame, that's why it was dumped here. What, heaven flame? There's a cultivator with heaven flame? The other cultivator was shocked by this news. Chapter 1041, Gathering of Geniuses. This is not only heaven flame, but heaven flame that has reached red color. Who has red heaven flame?
That first cultivator asked assertively.
Heaven flames were hard to get and even harder to upgrade. Some people could get heaven flames but would remain unable to upgrade it their entire life. However, there were people who could upgrade earth flame to blue color. Emo didn't know that people had guessed that he had heaven flame. The first thing he did when he got back was to spirit control the 9 flavors. The Truthfall Palace was about to open, and after seeing that nascent soul state level 7, Emo didn't dare to be careless. He was strong amongst nascent soul state cultivators, but there were too many prodigies in the world. Sometimes, it wasn't that he was weaker, but a sudden strange attack might be able to kill him if caught off guard. At the same time, Truthfall City let out some news. The demonic cultivator Lu Jianxiang, ranked 219th on the nascent soul state trial tablet, had been killed outside the city not long ago. With this news, many people started guessing at who had killed Lu Jianxiang, because although he was cruel and merciless, he never fought people who were higher level than him, and he really knew how to run away as well. But the news was that Lu Jianxiang was killed during a heated battle. This meant that Lu Jianxiang died to another nascent soul state cultivator, so the genius nascent soul state cultivators in the city were all targets of conjectures. What? He actually killed Lu Jianxiang? When Sai heard this news and didn't even dare to believe it. She guessed that the cultivator who chased out after Emo was Lu Jianxiang, but she wasn't too sure. Now that Lu Jianxiang had been killed outside the city, it clearly the doing of that nascent soul state level 3 cultivator. When Sai came from a 9-star sect and was the core disciple as well as number 1 beauty of South Peace State. She had a narrow heart and a sense of superiority, but that didn't mean she was dumb. Instead, she knew how terrifying true genius disciples could be. There were many people stronger than her, but no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to kill the nascent soul state level 7 Lu Jianxiang with nascent soul state level 3 power. If it was just an ordinary level 7, it would have been easier for her to accept. But who Lu Jianxiang was, she knew very well. Even some nascent soul state peak stage cultivators didn't dare to face his zero-life demonic mist. Even her martial brother Yuan Guannan wasn't able to kill nascent soul state level 7 Lu Jianxiang as a nascent soul state level 3. Just how overpowered was this cultivator who killed Lu Jianxiang at such a disadvantage? The sense of humiliation she felt from Emo was gone. Instead, she felt deep concern. If she met this cultivator outside in the wilderness, he wouldn't have mercy on her at all. From how he led Lu Jianxiang outside and killed him without a sound. When Sai knew this guy was definitely an astute person, after Emo's spirit controlled the armor, he cultivated for a few days. He felt it was about time, and thus he left Su Changji's place and went to Sifan Hotel. Little did he know that Golian and Yu Shanping were very worried. Emo had just given them a notice and left. They didn't know where he was staying at all. The Truthfall Palace was about to open and Emo was still nowhere to be seen. How could they not be worried? So as soon as he saw Emo, Yu Shanping acted as if he had seen his family and immediately came up, asking Emo if he was okay. He didn't even dare to ask where Emo went. Brother Yi, tomorrow you two will go on Green Pill Sex ship together. We're extra people, so try not to talk or even look around. There are usually big sex geniuses on the ship, and if we offend someone, we can't deal with it, Yu Shanping said. We're going on a ship? Emo asked in confusion. He thought it would be through a teleportation formation like the herb plane. Gullian nodded. Yes, you need to go on a ship to get to Truthfall Palace. Dao Friend Yu's words are quite low profile, but it's the truth, Gullian said. He was afraid Emo wouldn't be able to control his temper and would screw things up. Emo smiled and said, I know, don't worry brother Go and brother you. Seeing Emo agree, Yu Shanping breathed easy and said quietly in Emo's ear. Did you know that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the city? A few days ago, a very powerful demonic cultivator Lu Jianxiang was killed silently outside the city. No one knows who killed him, but he was ranked 219 on the nascent soul state trial tablet. So, it's right to keep a low profile. Emo was shaken. He knew the demonic cultivator was powerful but didn't expect him to be ranked 219th on the nascent soul state trial tablet, but now, Emo had a vague idea of his power. If he went to try the nascent soul state trial tablet, he might be around 100 or so. Once he reached nascent soul state middle stage, he was confident in getting top 10. At nascent soul state tertiary stage, he was certain to get in the top 3.
But Yemo wasn't interested in doing that at all. He knew now that even if he found Luoying and Ningqingxue, so what? With their fame, it wasn't realistic to meet them. Perhaps the cultivators challenging him every day would be too many. The second morning, Gulian and Yu Shanping took Emo and that Golden Core State cultivator to gather at the Green Pill Sect ground. The leader of the Green Pill Sect was a body condensation state middle stage cultivator. The cultivator scanned Emo and the Golden Core State cultivators. Seeing that their chi was very ordinary, there was a sliver of disappointment in his eyes, but he still nodded to Gulian. "You guys can go back, these two will come with us to the Truthfall Palace." "Yes, Yang Qianbei, Wan Bei will leave now." Gulian and Yu Shanping didn't even dare to talk much. Emo glanced around casually, but found there were 16 people from the sect going to Truthfall Palace. This meant that 8-star and 9-star sects would have even more. Looking around, Emo saw someone familiar. It was that Qiu Shui from the Herb Plain, but she was now Golden Core State Peak Stage. She had reached Golden Core State Peak Stage in such a short time. It was probably due to the blue and pill he gave her. However, now all the cultivators from the Green Pill Sect were gathered in front of Qiu Shui. When the group came to Truthfall Square, many sects were already there. Even though this square was huge, it still seemed noisy. There was a huge ship parked at the square. This was probably the ship taking them to the Truthfall Palace. He lowered his power to nascent soul state level 1 and even seemed a little unstable. Yemo's caution was correct. Soon, he felt a few spirit senses scan over his body. He even suspected that one of them belonged to Yu Shanping. As more people boarded the ship, the people in the square grew less. Yemo and Gu Wei were at the end of the Green Pill Sect's line. Although the Green Pill Sect gave 2 spots to them and had 2 extra rooms, they didn't give the rooms to Yemo and Gu Wei. 2 hollow spirit state cultivators from their sect came instead. Yemo and Gu Wei couldn't even stay in Green Pill Sect's place. They could only live with people from the Solo Cultivator Alliance. There were very few solo cultivators going to the Truthfall Palace. Many of them were recommended by the Solo Cultivator Alliance. However, the Solo Cultivator Alliance's status was far weaker here than in North Far State. This was because North Far State had Ling Zhongtian, but Yemo didn't mind. He didn't want to be found. When he came to the Solo Cultivator rooms, he found that there were almost 200 solo cultivators and they all stayed in this big hall. Everyone just had an area. Not even their own room. For a cultivator, a private room was the most important, yet so many were squeezed here together. Chapter 1042, The Female Cultivator Who Wants to Make a Deal with Emo. Emo found a place to sit and started to close his eyes in meditation while hiding his chi. It was after about 15 minutes that Emo felt the ship shake. He scanned his spirit sense out but found that the ship had already gone into the sky and was getting faster and faster. Almost immediately, Truthfall City disappeared from his spirit sense. Many of the solo cultivators on the ship knew each other and started chatting with their friends. Some people started dealing pills and materials. There was hardly anyone cultivating here as this noisy place wasn't suited for it. The Golden Core State cultivator who came with Emo sat in a corner and didn't say anything. Through their discussions, Emo knew that the ship would take 6 days to reach Truthfall Palace. Emo could tell by the speed of this ship that it was much faster than his flying ship. This speed was at least that of an extreme-grade cultivation artifact, or even beyond a cultivation artifact. The first day hadn't even passed and many cultivators started to go to the deck together. Because there were many genius cultivators this time, a lot of people wanted to go meet some geniuses, but more people wanted to see the market on the deck. Emo didn't have the mood to go up. He didn't want to show his face in front of anyone, much less go shopping with all those genius sect members. However, although a lot of cultivators went to the deck, there were still a lot of cultivators in the hall. There were very few nascent soul state cultivators amongst solo cultivators. After all, most talented ones were taken by the big sections. There were more than 10 nascent soul state level 1 or level 2, and Emo was the only nascent soul state level 3. Emo found that he was the most powerful in this hall. Emo suppressed his power to nascent soul state level 1 and showed it to be unstable, but even so, he still seemed to stand out from the crowd. He immediately wanted to show his power at Golden Core State Peak Stage. This was because Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivators made up the biggest group here, even more than Golden Core State Level 9. But Emo didn't do this since there were already a few people who knew he was nascent soul state level 1. The cultivators who went to the market came back and the hall became noisy again. Meanwhile, Emo scanned his spirit sense out and saw Wen-Sai. She was walking towards him. Emo felt strange. When he first saw her,
she acted like she was the most noble person in the world. People like her usually lived in the luxury rooms. How could she come to the solo cultivator's hall? Emo didn't believe she would come look for him. Firstly, he had never revealed his chi. Secondly, she wouldn't know he was here. There was a handsome youth next to Winsai. He was already nascent soul state level 5 and walked together with Winsai side by side. The two seemed a matching pair. Regardless, Emo still casually wiped his face and changed stealth sand to 9 transformations. Although not even cauldron filling state cultivators could see through stealth sand, it didn't change the appearance as completely as 9 transformations. Say, don't worry. If we find that guy, I will make you happy, that male cultivator said. Emo heard this and sneered. It seemed he had guessed wrongly. This woman really might be here looking for him and even brought someone to help her. It was probably due to him slapping her face with 10 million spirit stones and her not wanting to let it go. Martial brother Yuan, Martial sister Wen. As soon as the two came to the solo cultivator hall, many solo cultivators came up to greet them, but they just nodded casually and started scanning the hall carefully with spirit stones. Emo knew that this martial brother Yuan was Yuan Guannan. He was indeed very handsome, but he thought, no matter how handsome you are, I don't mind you staying with Winsai, but if you try to hit on Susu, then don't blame me. Winsai scanned her spirit sense in here again and again. She didn't even find a nascent soul state level 3, much less that cultivator who slapped her face. Not here? Yuan Guannan saw Winsai have a disappointed look. Winsai nodded. Winsai continued, if a solo cultivator can reach nascent soul state level 3, he would clearly be over 100 years old. How can he be here? That's true. Winsai agreed. Yemo's spirit sense was powerful and the two didn't hide their conversation, so Yemo heard this clearly. After the two left, Yemo immediately took off 9 transformations. As soon as he did, a rather fat cultivator suddenly came up to Yemo and said, Zhenbei, do you have some problem with Winsai? This voice was coarse. But Yemo could tell it belonged to a female cultivator. Yemo heard this and was shaken. His first reaction was to kill this cultivator. Who are you? Yemo calmed down quickly and put up a sound restriction. He knew that if he dared to kill someone here, he would die a horrible death. He stared at this female cultivator, waiting for her reply. She was very fat and her face was distorted. There were red marks and it looked very ugly. She was the ugliest woman Yemo had ever seen. Her power wasn't high, only golden core state level 7. The female cultivator shook her head and said, it's not important who I am. I just want to make a deal with you. If you're willing, I'll continue. If you're not, then I won't say it. But Zhenbei, don't worry, regardless of whether you're willing or not, I won't tell that you're the person Winsai is looking for. She explained, the reason I know you're the person Winsai is looking for because when they came in, you changed your mask magic artifact. I was watching you constantly. I've been hiding myself as well, so I saw what you were doing immediately. Yemo couldn't hear any lies from her words, so he frowned and said, tell me about your deal. If I can do it, then I will. If not, then sorry. The female cultivator nodded and thought for a brief moment before saying, I want to ask you to help me kill someone. This person will be going to the Truth Fall Palace for sure. He represents the 6-star sect Earth Demon Sect. Yemo sneered and didn't reply. He had heard of the Earth Demon Sect. He killed 2 from there at the Herb Plain. One was called Gu Yicheng and one Chai Kong. That Gu Yicheng's demonic ray soul locking net was indeed powerful. Yemo heard Guo Qifan say that it wasn't perfected or else it would be much stronger. The female cultivator continued to say, he's called Fu Rong. Fu Rong? Yemo was shaken and almost asked about it. The female cultivator noticed Yemo's sudden change in emotions. She continued, that demon tricked away my Chao Huan pill and destroyed my face. That isn't all, he and his father worked together to trick someone's daughter away and killed the father. He's evil, he's an animal. Yemo heard this and his face went cold. He stared at this female cultivator and said, I don't think you're any good either. How did you get your Chao Huan pill? You probably got it through taking a few lives. Yemo thought of Fu Rong's story about one pill killing 2. That was a secret that Fu Rong knew because he was probably there. This female cultivator said this too, probably because she was one of the women there, but Yemo knew that if it was Fu Rong, then he wouldn't be going to the Truth Fall Palace for sure, since he knew Fu Rong was probably over 200 years old. Yemo didn't say this though, he wanted to know what this female cultivator wanted. Chapter 1043, Bitter Bamboo's whereabouts. Hearing Emo's words, the woman's calm face turned pale. After a long while, the female cultivator calmed down and said, "That's right, I'm also an evil woman. The thing I regret the most in my life was tricking Big Brother Wu for Fu Rong, this animal, killing him and his friend in such a manner. I was very dumb. I actually believed Fu Rong, that bastard. Other than Fu Rong and I, no one else knows about it. You know probably because Fu Rong told you." Then, she stared at Emo and said, "If you're his friend, then pretend I said nothing." Emo smiled, "I know this person, but I'm not his friend." When he spoke of this, I wasn't the only one there. The female cultivator continued, "When he tricked away the Chaohuan pill, he wanted to kill me, but due to an accident I managed to survive. However, I lost my face. I've been following him since then, wanting to kill him, but he's been very careful. Although I've used all my means on stealth, I still didn't get a chance until one day," the female cultivator continued with hateful eyes. "That day, he went with another woman to the deep sea and heartless sea. I knew I couldn't kill him, but I still couldn't resist following him, wanting to find a chance. What I didn't expect was that animal said something to the woman and she seemed to have understood something. She cursed at him while the animal suddenly attacked her. He heavily wounded her. That woman ran into the heartless sea and I saved her." Emo nodded. "Is that woman called you Nyangyan? How do you know?" The female cultivator stared at Emo with a face full of shock. "Fu Rong definitely wouldn't tell anyone this. How could he know?" But she quickly nodded. "Yes, she's Yun Nyangyan. I tried to save her, but she didn't survive. She was too heavily injured. She gave me her father's heritage before she died." Hearing this, Emo's eyes brightened. Yu Baixing definitely left behind the bitter bamboo. Did this female cultivator want to do the deal with him using the bitter bamboo? This was impossible, right? That was so precious. Seeing Emo's eyes brighten up, the female cultivator sighed. The person she found probably wasn't any good. His face brightened up as soon as he heard about heritage. But she had no choice now. Thinking about this, she said, "You probably know who her father is. It's Yu Baixing Qianbei. If you can kill Fu Rong, I will give all of his things to you. There are not only tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones but also a few cultivation artifacts. There's even a top-grade cultivation artifact. The most precious thing is, there is a hollow meridian pill." Emo immediately became disappointed. The hollow meridian pill was precious, but Emo was sure he could get the spirit herbs for it and concoct it himself. What he cared about the most was the bitter bamboo. Why didn't she mention it? The female cultivator looked at Emo in shock and asked, "Is it not precious?" Then she said, "That's right, the most precious is a hollow meridian pill." "Is there anything else?" Emo asked, unsatisfied. The female cultivator looked at Emo strangely. A nascent soul state cultivator who didn't care about the hollow meridian pill. This was too strange, but she still said, "She did say that she has a family treasure. She didn't tell me the name, but she said if I can meet the person who can get her revenge, then tell that person where the treasure is. She just told me it was no less valuable than the hollow meridian pill." "Okay, I agree, I'll kill Fu Rong. After I take his head, you will tell me where that thing is." Emo was sure that it was the bitter bamboo. The hollow meridian pill was nothing compared to the bitter bamboo. 10,000 hollow meridian pills couldn't compare with the bitter bamboo. It was an ancient spirit item. Plus, Emo was going to go after Fu Rong anyways, huh? The female cultivator didn't expect Emo to be this straightforward. Emo knew she was shocked and smiled. "I just want the location of that last item. As for the heritage of Yu Baixing Qianbei, I don't need it, including the hollow meridian pill." "You don't want the hollow meridian pill?" The female cultivator looked at Emo in shock. She couldn't understand how a hollow meridian pill was unattractive to a nascent soul state cultivator. Emo nodded. "That's right, I don't need the hollow meridian pill. Wait for me, after I kill Fu Rong at the Truthfall Palace, I will come ask you." This female cultivator fell into a long silence before making sure Emo was saying the truth. Then, she sighed, "I thought wrongly of you before, you're a real sincere person." The woman took out a map and gave it to Emo. "The thing is in the Truthfall Palace, this is the map.
Niang Yan said that although the Yu family's ancestor got it, they weren't able to keep it alive, so Yu Baixing Qianbei kept this in the Truthfall Palace. Originally, I should only have shown you this after you killed Fu Rong, but if I do that, it would mean you would have to wait another 30 years after killing Fu Rong. Yi Mo was very surprised. If the female cultivator didn't show him the map, then he wouldn't be able to get the bitter bamboo. The Truthfall Palace only opened every 30 years. What if someone else found the bitter bamboo and took it? Then, that would mean he took the map, but it wouldn't do anything for him. Seeing Yi Mo take the map, the female cultivator said, I actually don't have a right to go in the Truthfall Palace. I came here to find someone to kill that animal. Since Qianbei took the map, I hope you don't go back on your words. If you can come out, I will be waiting for you inside Truthfall City Square. Yi Mo smiled and said, Do you think I'm someone to go back on my words? Don't worry, even without this deal, I was going to kill Fu Rong. But there's one question I need to ask you. According to what I know, Fu Rong doesn't have the right to go in the Truthfall Palace either, right? I hope you can explain this. Seeing Yi Mo stare at her, the female cultivator grit her teeth and said, It's because he and his father have the same name. The two used all the means they had to get the heritage. After Fu Rong's father died, he inherited everything, including his name. When Niang Yan found out it was already too late. Yi Mo was getting goosebumps from hearing this. Yu Baixing was tricked by Fu Rong 150 years ago, and then his daughter was tricked by the son. The female cultivator got up and saluted to Yi Mo before turning to leave. Wait. Yi Mo gave a jade bottle to her and said, This is what you need the most. The female cultivator took the bottle and opened it before calling out in shock, Chao Huan pill? Special grade Chao Huan pill? She used all sorts of calculations and hurt the man she loved as well as his best friend before getting a middle grade Chao Huan pill, but today, just because of a few words, she got a special grade Chao Huan pill. Such was life. No wonder this person didn't care about the hollow meridian pill. He was too wealthy. She had never heard of someone giving out the Chao Huan pill so casually. It seemed it was better to be a good person. She gave him some convenience and she immediately got the biggest repayment of her life. Little did she know that the bitter bamboo's enticement for Yi Mo was greater than anything. Perhaps due to this bitter bamboo, his life would be greatly different. Yi Mo also felt that this woman had changed a lot. She harmed two friends for a Chao Huan pill before, but now, she didn't even hide the hollow meridian pill. Chapter 1044, Appearance of the Truthfall Palace. At the same time, Yi Mo had to think about things. If Yu Baixing couldn't keep the bitter bamboo alive, it didn't mean he couldn't. He had the book thing and knew bitter bamboo very well. Thank you Qianbei for giving me another chance at life. Qianping will remember this forever. The female cultivator got up and put away the pill before leaving and squatting at one corner of the hall. For the next few days, it was very boring. Yi Mo didn't even take out the map to look at, he just sat in one corner, meditating while thinking about how to find Fu Rong and place a spirit sense mark on him. 6 days later, the huge ship stopped at the peak of a mountain. Yi Mo followed the solo cultivators out of the ship and scanned out with his spirit sense like everyone else. He found that this place seemed extremely similar to the peak of the magical continent mountain. This mountain top was very flat and smooth, with an area of a few hundred kilometers squared. There was a huge sacrificial altar in the middle, but it was empty. Yi Mo felt strange. There was no teleportation formation nor some Truthfall Palace, but Yi Mo didn't ask anyone. He knew that many people didn't know anything just like him. He just needed to stand here and wait for news. As expected, Yi Mo didn't wait long before a disaster transformation state tertiary stage cultivator flew out. He stood in midair and scanned the thousands of cultivators waiting to enter the Truthfall Palace and said loudly, The Truthfall Palace opens again. Theoretically, any cultivator on Luoyu continent younger than 100 years can go in regardless of where they're from. However, due to limited spots and the level of danger, there are limited spots for Luoyu continent's 4 states and the Heartless Sea. Our South Peace State is the head of the 4 states and always has the most people going in. The cultivator paused and continued, So, I want you guys to be getting the most benefit out of it too. The people going in the Truthfall Palace are mostly the elite sect members of sects. Although there are countless treasures inside, if you don't even keep your life, nothing is worth it. Stay alive and you will have the chance to reach the peak. Even the immortal realm is not just a dream. When the disaster transformation state cultivator spoke about the immortal realm, his tone was clearly excited.
Those cultivators listening were more excited. Ascending into the immortal realm was every cultivator's dream, every powerful being in the cultivation realm's dream. Although Luoyu continent previously always had people ascending into the immortal realm, leaving behind countless blood-boiling stories, in the recent millennium, no one has ascended into the immortal realm. The disaster transformation state said after the excitement, the Truthfall Palace has 9 levels, each level has extreme quality things. Those cultivators who can reach higher than level 5 will have unexpected acquirements. But I need to remind everyone, assess your ability before you go. He didn't say anything about avoiding killing nor anything about forgiveness. Clearly, it meant that as long as you had the power, you could do whatever you wanted in the Truthfall Palace. However, the cultivator didn't mention anything about going in the Truthfall Palace, but no one asked, so Yemo didn't either. A few thousand cultivators waited at the top of the mountain. Many cultivators started scanning their spirit senses around however they liked. Yemo didn't hold back either. The first thing his spirit sense noticed was the Earth Demon sect. That female cultivator didn't lie. Yemo soon found Fu Rong. He also wore a stealth mask spirit artifact. If Yemo didn't look for him specifically, he wouldn't be able to find this guy. His chi had changed and it was now at nascent soul state level 1. He probably ate the Chao Huan pill. Yemo knew that in this case, he wouldn't be able to put a spirit sense mark on Fu Rong. The cultivators started discussing about forming teams and squads. They didn't seem worried about going in at all. They probably knew how to get in, but Yemo didn't. 6 hours quickly passed, and just when Yemo was getting anxious waiting and wanted to ask, the sacrificial altar suddenly lit up with countless vibrant colors. After a rumble, the rays grew even brighter. Yemo found that he couldn't see what was going on, nor could he scan his spirit sense inside the light. Did the Truthfall Palace appear? Yemo saw that all the cultivators started to look at the bright place. The rumbling sounded for 15 minutes before gradually calming. The bright ray also slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, that disaster transformation state cultivator came out again. The Truthfall Palace is open, please go in now. Don't all rush in together, we'll start with the 9-star sects. Yemo saw a tall palace tower that soared into the clouds appear before him. It looked very ordinary and seemed old. There was a round light pillar in front of it, but no door. This was the Truthfall Palace. Yemo was shocked to find that when he reached his spirit sense out to the Truthfall Palace, he couldn't send it left nor right. He couldn't even see what was behind the Truthfall Palace. He then subconsciously scanned the top but was shocked to find he couldn't even see it either. Thinking that all the cultivators in Luoyu continent could go, Yemo began to wonder. Did the tower appear like this at the other states as well? But now, there were people going towards the Truthfall Palace already. Yemo found that any cultivator who walked inside the light pillar was teleported away. Yemo was shook. If this was a teleportation formation, it was of a far too high level. Yemo and Gu Wei was with 7-star sect Green Pill sect, so when it was the Green Pill sect's turn, Yemo followed behind them. When Yemo walked into the light pillar, he felt his body become lighter and a feeling of dizziness. It seemed to last for both a very short and very long time. When he woke up, he was in a huge square. This was definitely a super long distance teleportation. With his current spirit sense power, even if he teleported from the North Far state to the South Peace state, he wouldn't feel dizzy. There seemed to be a void around the square. When he scanned his spirit sense inside, it felt like throwing mud into the sea. Although more and more people appeared, no one left to go into the void. Yemo didn't understand the Truthfall Palace at all, so he didn't move upon seeing that no one else did anything. In a short while, no more cultivators came in. Clearly, everyone had already arrived. Yemo found that Fu Rong was amongst the Earth Demon sect members. He couldn't go up to mark him with spirit sense. It seemed he could only find another way later. At this moment, Yemo found that the void started to dissipate. He could now scan his spirit sense inside. Those big sect members started to form squads at the square, so did the solo cultivators. They formed squads based on power levels. They were all quite similar, and there were usually about 4 to 6 cultivators in a squad. The few Hollow Spirit State cultivators also formed a Hollow Spirit State squad and left the square. Yemo was now nascent soul state level 1, so there were a lot of cultivators asking him to form a squad, but he rejected them all. Since he needed to find the bitter bamboo, it would be inconvenient. Gu Wei formed a squad with some golden core state level 8s and left the square. There were less and less people remaining in the square. Yemo wanted to wait longer, but he saw that Wen Sei and Ling Xiaoshuang were still here and didn't want to wait anymore.
If he left last, then he would be noticed.
Thinking about this, Emo dashed out and immediately left. After he left, he realized the place he came to was a big grassy plain, but when he scanned the square with his spirit sense, it was still the void.
As time went on, the void disappeared. Emo exclaimed, "Such a powerful formation, did that cultivator leave by himself?" The remaining cultivators noticed, "So introverted," someone said, when Sai frowned. She had stayed to see if there would be any strange cultivators, and now she actually did see one. Emo left fast, but his back seemed familiar. She sneered, she was sure that it was the guy who insulted her. Chapter 1045, forming a squad with nuns. There was only Emo on this grassy plain. He took out the map the female cultivator gave him. It was very precise, but it didn't tell him which level the bitter bamboo was at. This made Emo very annoyed.
To him, even if he only got the bitter bamboo in here, he would be very successful, but Emo had more to worry about. He didn't even know where to go to ascend to the second floor. It seemed he could only check the area level by level. As long as he found the places described on the map, he would be able to find the bitter bamboo. It was hard, but for the bitter bamboo, it was worth it. Understanding this, Emo took out his flying ship. There were a lot of low-level spirit herbs on the first level, but before he found the bitter bamboo, he really didn't have the mood to dig them up. Just when Emo felt amazed at the spirit chi density here, he felt his flying ship suddenly lower as though some force was pulling it down. Emo was shocked and immediately took out Zisu while putting away the flying ship. Zisu was Yemo's attack magic artifact. His control of Zisu was far better than the flying ship. The suction force was powerful, but after he got on Zisu, he instantly broke free from the suction force. He turned back and looked with his spirit sense. It was a swamp. There were some broken magic artifact pieces on the top. It was clear that a lot of cultivators had died here. There really were lethal traps everywhere in the Truth Fall Palace. As he was thinking about this, Emo suddenly heard a howl of pain. Emo reached out with his spirit sense immediately. He thought someone was accidentally sucked in, but what he saw was a golden core state cultivator being ripped to pieces in midair. Emo was scared quite a bit.
There were space disposition here? You couldn't fly?
This was too unfortunate. If he didn't see a cultivator getting ripped apart by the chaotic flow of space, he might have become the next victim. Emo didn't dare to stay in the air anymore. He landed, and as soon as he did, 4 female cultivators came. 3 of them were dressed like nuns. When Emo found the mark of clear dream mask on their sleeves, he subconsciously wanted to run, but soon he found that Ling Xiaoshuang wasn't present. There were 2 golden core state peak stage, 1 nascent soul state level 1 and 1 nascent soul state level 2 cultivators. Just when Emo wanted to ask how to get to the second floor, one round-faced nun walked up to Emo and said, "Martial brother, you can't fly in Truth Fall Palace, there are spatial wind blades in the air."
It wasn't due to special chaos flow nor special disposition.
This made Emo relax. Special wind blades were powerful, but not enough to take his life. The other 2 were a different story. Even body condensation state cultivators would die, seeing that Emo didn't seem to care. The nun said again, "Martial brother, you can't not care about them.
Even hollow spirit state cultivators might not be able to dodge them, much less us golden core state and nascent soul state cultivators."
Emo looked at this golden core state peak stage round-faced girl and had a good impression of her. He saluted with his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, martial sister. I'm a solo cultivator and don't know these things. If you didn't remind me, I might not even know how I would die." The round-faced nun smiled. "Martial brother, you're too polite. We've been briefed by our masters before we came in.
It's normal that a solo cultivator wouldn't know."
Due to this, Emo's bad impression of clear dream mask greatly diminished.
"Are you by yourself? You need to form a squad in here.
Otherwise, if you see the 4-direction kill formation, you won't be able to run.
We're from the clear dream mosque. How about you stay with us for now?"
The round-faced nun clearly had a good heart. "Chingy, what are you on about? Let's go. We need to meet up with the martial sisters above," the tallest, pretty-looking nun said unhappily. Chingy turned back and said, "Martial sister Qinghan, he's by himself. If he keeps going, he might lose his life before he gets to the second level." The tall nun didn't say anything after this. Chingy smiled sweetly to Emo. "My martial sisters are very nice. We have a map.
There aren't many good things on the first level. You might as well come with us to the second level." Yemo wanted to reject initially.
Although he didn't know what the four-direction formation was, he believed he would be able to deal with it with his formation skills, but when Chingy said they had a map, he was interested. Yemo wanted to ask them to copy the map to him, but thinking that it wasn't even sold in the Truthfall City, it must be really precious, so he didn't ask. Yemo quickly said, "Okay, thank you Marshal Sister Chingy, I'm Ning Shema." I was troubled with not being able to get to the second level. I'm really grateful to go with you guys. Chingy smiled and introduced Yemo to her other martial sisters.
The tall pretty nun was Qinghan. She was the strongest at nascent soul state level 2.
The shy-looking nun was called Qingyue and was nascent soul state level 1, and the one girl who didn't wear nun clothes but instead wore a purple dress was called Xia Yushan. The female cultivators from Clear Dream Mosque were all very cultured. Yemo felt that Qinghan didn't really like him joining, but when he came, she didn't show any bad emotions. At the start, they didn't talk much because they didn't know who Yemo was and he was a guy.
But soon, they found that Yemo only followed them from far behind and didn't speak.
Each time there were spirit beasts, he would help but never asked to share the loot.
However, he wouldn't reject the loot given to him.
This way, Yemo soon got a good impression from the four female cultivators. Besides Chingy always talking to Yemo, Xia Yushan began to speak with him as well. Because Yemo showed nascent soul state level 1 power, Xia Yushan sometimes asked about cultivation, but she soon found that Yemo gave her answers easier to understand than her master. His words were truly golden. Xia Yushan asked Yemo all sorts of questions, realizing this, and eventually Chingy also came to ask Yemo questions. Even Qinghan and Qingyue greatly approved of Yemo, and Qingyue began to ask Yemo about cultivation. Yemo now felt that he had showed off too much. It was fine if he could answer questions for golden core state cultivators.
But for nascent soul state cultivators as well, this wasn't normal.
So, for Qingyue's questions, he just thought for a while and said he didn't really understand. Soon, they came to the entrance of the second level. It was a stairway whose end couldn't be seen with spirit sense. There were a lot of cultivators gathered here, but most belonged to sections.
Yemo knew that these sect cultivators must also have maps.
Solo cultivators didn't have maps and thus would take much longer to reach here. Seeing Yemo, a guy cultivator with the nuns of Clear Dream Mosque, many cultivators seemed surprised, but no one spoke. Clear Dream Mosque was a 9-star sect, Marshal Brother Shema. Each level of the Truth Fall Palace has a stairway like this.
Although your eyes and spirit sense can't see the end, the stairway isn't actually very long.
From level 1 to level 2, there are 222 stairs. Each stair has a greater resistance force than the previous one. Once you feel you can't go up further, you must not force it or you might be ripped apart by the stairway.
Chingy explained. Yemo rejoiced. Luckily someone reminded him.
If he tried to force his way up, he might really be ripped apart. Qinghan walked up first, Yemo went last. Indeed, after each stair he went up he felt greater pressure. But from level 1 to level 2, it was fine for ordinary golden core state cultivators. Much less Yemo. At the second level, Yemo felt the spirit chi here was denser than level 1.
Yemo realized why Yu Baisheng placed the bitter bamboo here. I see season wheat.
Xiao Yushan screamed. Season wheat was one of the 3 main ingredients for the hollow meridian pill. This was only the second level, but it was already found. Wait! Yemo suddenly called out, stopping Chingy who was about to charge up. Chapter 1046, Trap. What's wrong, Marshal Brother Shema? Chingy stopped and asked. Yemo hadn't been with them for long but he knew a lot. Whenever there was a problem, Marshal Brother Shema would be right about it. Even Qinghan and Qingyue looked at Yemo in confusion. The season wheat was very precious to nascent soul state cultivators, but they'd been with Yemo for a while. They all believed that Yemo wasn't someone who would want to take the season wheat for himself. Yemo signaled for Chingy to take a few steps back and then pointed at the season wheat, saying, "Scan that with your spirit sense." The earth next to it seems to have been disturbed and then covered with grass. This means that not long ago, someone dug away a spirit herb next to the season wheat.
The nuns understood without Yemo needing to explain.
Since the spirit herb next to the season wheat was gone, there was no reason for the season wheat to remain. The strongest powered cultivator here was hollow spirit state and the season wheat was precious to them as well.
There was no way someone wouldn't want to take it. Understanding this, the female cultivators looked at Yemo in admiration.
which normal nascent soul state cultivator would scan the earth around the season wheat after seeing it, and if I'm not wrong, the spirit herb that was dug away is also another season wheat.
If this person can take away one, why did he leave the second one?
Yemo continued to explain. Xia Yushan quickly asked, Martial brother Shoma, how do you know that the other herb was season wheat?
Yemo smiled. Most pill masters know that season wheat appears in pairs. A single plant can't survive alone. Yemo was contemptuous in his heart at the guy who laid the trap. There was one thing that Yemo didn't say.
Many people in the cultivation realm thought of the season wheat wrongly. They only knew that it could be used to concoct the hollow meridian pill, but rarely did they know that season wheat was actually two spirit herbs. One was season, the other was wheat. The two could both be used to concoct the hollow meridian pill, but both also had another important use. If both herbs were used, it could be made into the season wheat pill. Season wheat pills could be used to repair cultivators' dantians.
Dantian repair pills were very rare.
They usually required level 9 or level 10 spirit herbs. But the level 7 spirit herb season wheat could also repair dantian.
This repair didn't mean mending Chang Nana's uncultivated and simply broken dantian.
That condition could be cured by many other herbs in the cultivation realm. The season wheat pill could truly repair cultivators' dantians. If he could concoct a few season wheat pills, Yemo believed they would be worth a fortune. Martial brother Shoma, are you a pill master too?
Xia Yushan looked at Yemo in admiration. Yemo said awkwardly, I'm not.
But he said in his heart, I'm a pill king, oh.
Xia Yushan seemed a little disappointed. Martial brother Shoma, do you mean that someone has laid a trap here? But I don't see any trap. It all seems normal?
Xingyi asked, there really does seem to be a problem.
Xinghan looked around and frowned. Yemo nodded, you're right, someone set a trap here. Wait, I'll show you one. Yemo casually took out a few formation flags and threw them out.
Soon, a trap formation appeared around the season wheat with 3 nascent soul state cultivators around it. If Xingyi and the others went to dig it up, they would be trapped there. There was 1 nascent soul state level 5 and 2 nascent soul state level 3 cultivators. If they ambushed them when they were trapped, Xingyi and them wouldn't be able to get away. Understanding this, Xinghan's face turned frosty. Their sect was easy to talk to, but that didn't mean they liked being ambushed. Yemo knew that although this was a level 3 trap formation, the stealth formation disc he just broke was a level 6 one. Otherwise, Xinghan and them would have found out, well punk, so you know formations. You could even find a level 6 stealth formation disc in a short amount of time. I really couldn't tell, the nascent soul state level 5 said. Yemo sneered, trying to trick a level 5 formation master with a mere level 6 stealth formation disc? Even nascent soul state cultivators who didn't know about formations would be able to see through it if they were careful. Seeing the 3 ready to ambush them, Xinghan was full of anger. Without a thought, she released a flying sword and charged out. Yemo was speechless. He thought Xinghan was the leader of this squad and should be more reasonable than the others. But she was actually more impulsive than anyone. Although he didn't know how powerful they were, Yemo could tell from the chi that the nascent soul state level 5 was far stronger than Xinghan. The other 2 nascent soul state level 3s weren't people Qingyue could beat either. Yemo was really stuck. If he was by himself, he would kill the 3 without hesitation, but if he killed the 3 easily, he would be doubted by the nuns. Xinghan's flying sword clashed with the fire-red sword spirit artifact of the nascent soul state level 5. Xinghan's flying sword brought 3 rays of white light that turned into 3 intense sword rays seeping with killing intent. The 3 sword rays enveloped the nascent soul state level 5. 2 sealed off his escape while the last pierced at his dantian. With a clank, the 3 white rays were dispersed while the red sword hacked out a 10-meter-long sword shape. The sword fire was many times stronger than the sword rays. Before the fire even reached Xinghan, she felt that soul-burning heat. The closer the sword fire came, the harder she felt it was to move. Even if she was to release her defensive magic artifact or take back her flying sword, there was no time. She could only forcefully set up a cultivation essence barrier, but that cultivation essence clearly couldn't stop the sword fire. After some sizzling, the sword fire hacked open the cultivation essence wall. The fire didn't weaken much, but Xinghan spat blood. She was about to be hit head-on by the sword fire. Yemo saw that Qingyue still hadn't reacted inside. The nun's battle experience was too weak. Even though Xinghan wasn't as strong as the nascent soul state level 5,
she shouldn't be spitting blood on the first round. What was the point of Clear Dream Mosque sending these inexperienced cultivators out? But GMO immediately understood, it was to put them through trials of blood. Sometimes, too good of a talent wasn't necessarily enough. It meant you cultivated fast but didn't experience much. GMO wasn't going to watch them kill Qinghan. He took out a flying sword and then hacked out. He was tens of meters from the sword fire, but once he finished his move, he clashed with the sword fire. Slash, GMO flew into the sword fire and with a thud, it disappeared. GMO was in front of the nascent soul level 5, chapter 1047, hostage. That nascent soul state level 5 saw that GMO hacked his sword through his sword fire and was dazed. After all, he was nascent soul state level 5 and GMO was only nascent soul state level 1. Was this luck or did this person really have such power? Qinghan was dazed too. GMO's superficial power level was weaker than hers and even she almost got hit. How did GMO break it? But soon, Qinghan realized that regardless, they were no match for the three despite having the advantage in numbers. Understanding this, Qinghan yelled, "Who are you? How dare you ambush people from the Clear Dream Mosque?" GMO knew what Qinghan meant. If she called out the name of her sect, usually people wouldn't choose to start a conflict with 9-star sect members, but GMO knew that it was pointless to say this now. These people weren't blind. Could they not see their Clear Dream Mosque's mark? Qingyue and the others understood and released their magic artifacts. What is Clear Dream Mosque? You think you little nuns and a punk can fight us? That nascent soul state level 5 sneered. You're not from South Peace State, you're the beast cultivators from Heartless Sea. Qinghan said in shock. If they were from the South Peace State, they wouldn't dare to be so rude to the Clear Dream Mosque disciples. GMO didn't speak. He knew that these people weren't beast cultivators. Beast cultivators were spirit beasts who morphed into human form through illusion form pills. He could see through that easily. Also, a beast cultivator needed to go through form tribulation before he could attain a human form. That was about the equivalent of disaster transformation state level. Otherwise, he could only use an illusion form pill, but usually, that meant one couldn't hide their beast chi. There was also another pill called morph form pill that morphed the beast cultivator completely. But even that required level 8 or higher beasts. The three didn't have any beast chi at all. Clearly, they were human cultivators. The nascent soul state level 5 sneered and didn't answer Qinghan's words. He just said, "Leave behind your storage rings and go, I won't harm you." Then he looked at EMO. Clearly, he felt a little concerned with EMO stopping his sword fire. If it wasn't that they were unsure of EMO's power, they would have attacked already. EMO sneered. He had gone through too many schemes and battles. This nascent soul state level 5 clearly didn't mean what he said. Perhaps as soon as they handed out their storage rings, they would attack. Keep dreaming. Qingyue looked shy. But when she got angry, she wasn't hesitant at all. She released a lotus-shaped magic artifact and was about to charge up. Qinghan stopped her. She had fought with them and knew that if they fought, her side was no match for them. Their power was much higher and they weren't ordinary cultivators. We need to discuss about handing over our storage rings, EMO said to the nascent soul state level 5 cultivator and then spoke telepathically to Qinghan. Martial sister Qinghan, take the other martial sisters and go first. Leave it to me here. I will persuade them to not chase you, EMO said. The nascent soul state level 5 sneered and agreed. How can we do that? Qinghan immediately refused. EMO knew that they were inexperienced but not people to leave friends behind, so EMO immediately told her, I will delay them and persuade them not to chase you. When you guys get out, I have a small transmission rune to use for escape. You guys go first, I can escape for sure. Qinghan looked at EMO in shock. The small transmission rune wasn't very special, but it wasn't something any nascent soul state cultivator could obtain. It was enough to escape the range of their spirit sense. Clearly, Ning Shoma didn't lie about being able to escape. Xingyi and Xia Yushan asked EMO a lot of questions and worried about him the most. Seeing their worried eyes, EMO felt warm at heart. He knew it was now time to ask them for the map. Just when he wanted to ask for it from Qinghan, he heard the nascent soul state level 5 sneer, Are you done? If you don't want to hand me the storage rings, we will attack. The nascent soul state level 5 didn't want to drag it out too long. EMO thought that these three cultivators clearly weren't ordinary people. Since Qinghan and the others had a map, it meant that they had one too. He didn't need to ask for the map. Update by, thinking about this, he smiled and walked towards the nascent soul state level 5.
The nascent soul state level 5 took a step back instinctively, but soon he realized his reaction wasn't right and took a step forward. But Yemo stopped and waved his hand. A pale yellow flame appeared that had some milk-white mist around it. Snow essence flame? The nascent soul state level 5 called out in shock. The two other cultivators were also shocked. They didn't expect a nascent soul state level 1 to have a rare flame, especially one that was ranked very high in the cultivation realm. Snow essence flame was ranked 15th amongst the rare flames of the cultivation realm. It was a pure water element flame. Extreme fervor burst from the nascent soul state level 5's eyes and from those of his two friends. Even Qinghan and the others were shocked.
Snow essence flame wasn't ordinary. They didn't expect Yemo,
a solo cultivator, to have it. Even core disciples of Pill Sex didn't have it. Qinghan didn't expect Ning Xiaoma to use this to make the three give up on hunting them. But indeed, whoever saw this would give up other things. Seeing that they were about to attack, Yemo smiled. This fire is already spirit controlled by me. If I want to, it will immediately extinguish and disappear from the world.
What do you want? The nascent soul state level 5 stared desperately at the flame.
He already considered the flame to be his. Yemo smiled. Let the four go. I will be your hostage. You can keep me here.
Okay, I'll let them go.
The nascent soul state level 5 agreed without thinking.
He waved his hand and the cultivators captured Yemo.
One nascent soul state level 3 even started setting up a trap formation. Martial sister Qingyi, you guys go first. I'll come back soon. Yemo smiled and said, okay, martial brother Xiaoma, take care. Qingyi, Xingyue, Yushan, let's go. Qinghan said, martial brother Xiaoma, you must come find us, we'll be waiting for you. Qingyi knew that it was pointless to stay here with their power. The four girls immediately left while the three nascent soul state cultivators just stared at Yemo's flame, not saying anything. After 7 minutes, that nascent soul state level 3 cultivator suddenly said, those pretty nuns are far gone.
You can give us the snow essence flame now. This way, you can go meet up with them early.
Yemo suddenly smiled and nodded, that's right, but I know what you really want to say.
Your trap formation is ready. You can attack, right?
Then, Yemo put away the snow essence flame. Seeing this, the nascent soul state level 5 said, attack, don't let him bring it out again. Chapter 1048, Minding Others' Business. Qingyi and the nuns were gone. Yemo had no concerns now and released Zisu. Illusion Cloud Division Sword brought out a cascade of sword rays. The nascent soul state who was setting up the formation found that Yemo wasn't trapped in his formation at all. He was very surprised. But countless purple sword rays had already swept towards him. When he released his own magic artifact, it only managed to block a few purple sword rays before being pulverized by the countless others. Seeing that Yemo had instantly killed a nascent soul state level 3 cultivator on his side, the nascent soul state level 5 immediately realized that he had been hiding his power. He immediately yelled to other cultivators, attack with full power, this person is at least nascent soul state tertiary stage.
Before he finished, Yemo hacked Zisu over at him.
At the same time, Yemo let out Shadowless. Yemo's cultivation essence and spirit sense was already stronger than that nascent soul state level 5. With Shadowless ambushing him, the nascent soul state level 5 could only block one strike from Yemo before he had his nascent soul enveloped by Shadowless. The next moment, he felt his spirit sense hurt and was killed by Yemo. Yemo wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible, so of course he would attack with full power. The remaining nascent soul state level 3 saw that Yemo had instantly killed two of his friends who were stronger than him and was scared witless. He didn't dare to fight Yemo at all and released his magic artifact, turning to flee. However, there was no way was Yemo going to let him escape. He didn't even take back Zisu and used Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike. That nascent soul state level 3 immediately knew things weren't good. The next moment, he was dismembered. Yemo put away Zisu and Shadowless and quickly picked up 3 storage rings. He quickly dug out the seasoned wheat and immediately disappeared. Martial sister, will martial brother Xiaoma be okay? Why hasn't he met up with us yet? The nuns had already run for 10,000 miles and Qingyi couldn't help asking this question. Qinghan fell silent for a moment and said, he has a small transmission rune. Technically he should be able to get away even if he can't beat them. Even though she said this, Qinghan felt guilty. She knew that when they left, those people were already setting up a trap formation. As for whether or not a small transmission rune could get out of a level 3 trap formation, she wasn't too sure. She could only meet her martial sisters and ask. If she was by herself, she wouldn't have left, but she still had 3 younger martial sisters with her. She was told by the big martial sister and her master that she needed to take care of the younger martial sisters. She was very grateful to that Ning Shoma that they wouldn't be raped. The group fell into silence. At this moment, at an ordinary location next to the Truthfall Palace, Emo went into the Golden Page world. He took out the 3 nascent soul state cultivators' storage rings. There weren't a lot of spirit stones in there, the 3 combined only had less than 5 million, but there were quite a few spirit herbs. Most were level 4 and level 5 with a few above that. Emo immediately found the seasoned wheat amongst them. He took the 2 plants out and put them together before carefully planting them inside his Golden Page world. The 3 storage rings didn't disappoint Emo. He found 3 copies of the same map. It mapped Truthfall Palace from level 1 to level 6, but there was nothing above that. The map was also very precise. He found that there was an ordinary stony beach on level 3 that looked exactly like the map the female cultivator gave him. Emo suppressed his excitement. This ordinary place was just the kind of place Yubaixing Qianbei liked to set up his stealth formation. He put away the map and wanted to go level 3 immediately. As for the rest of the things, he just casually organized them. There were 2 extreme grade spirit artifacts, a few sect jade cards. The jade cards had the name of a sect from the West Mass State. Emo couldn't even be bothered looking at it and destroyed them. The 3 had a good plan to rob others, but were unlucky and ultimately lost their lives to Emo. After knowing the location of the bitter bamboo, Emo left the Golden Page world and found his direction heading towards level 3. There were 333 stairs from level 2 to level 3. Emo came a little early and there were only a few people. But Emo didn't care. He wanted the bitter bamboo and quickly rushed up the stairs. Before the people on level 2 could react, Emo had already disappeared from the stairway. He was only one person and he went up as soon as he came. The people watching this glanced at each other and also went to climb the stairs. They believed that since the cultivator was desperate to go to level 3, there must be something good there. Soon, there were no more cultivators at the entrance to level 3. Those who could come here were elite sect members, so 333 stairs weren't hard for them. Emo didn't go far and he noticed some fighting cultivation essence waves. Emo didn't want to go look and just scan the area casually. When he saw that it was one man and woman fighting, he immediately changed directions and headed to the battleground. There were 2 cultivators watching from the side. The male cultivator, who was Golden Core State level 9, had the lower hand. The 2 male cultivators watching were probably on the side of the female cultivator. They were watching and pointing fingers at the Golden Core State level 9 in contempt. The reason Emo rushed over was because he knew the male cultivator. It was Guo Qifan, who he met at the desert herb plain. He and his martial sister led the way for Emo and Emo had given them a few pills. Guo Qifan was Golden Core State level 9 now, clearly due to the pills he had given them. Emo was nascent soul state power and showed it to be nascent soul state level 1. As soon as he came, everyone noticed. They stopped fighting and Guo Qifan saluted with his fists, showing his respect for a nascent soul state. Qianbei Guo Qifan immediately ate a pill as he was injured. The female cultivator and her 2 friends didn't show much respect to Emo and just retreated a little, clearly waiting for Emo to go away first before they could continue attacking Guo Qifan. But what they didn't expect was that this nascent soul state didn't plan to leave. Emo asked coldly, "Why are you guys fighting?" The Golden Core State peak stage female cultivator and her friends were dazed, not expecting there to be a nascent soul state who didn't mind his own business. Guo Qifan also looked at Emo in surprise, but he realized Emo seemed to lean towards his side. "Qianbei, we have some conflict with this person." The female cultivator finally showed some respect for Emo. Emo didn't seem to hear this and looked at Guo Qifan. "Why are you guys fighting?" Guo Qifan was much more respectful than them. He said, "My 2 friends and I found 2 crisp green vines here. They came here later and saw them too. There was a level 6 red-back wolf guarding it. So we decided to attack it together and split half the crisp green vines. However, this red-back wolf was very strong and killed my 2 sect members. They've lost someone too, but we eventually killed the wolf together." Guo Qifan pointed at the female cultivator and said, "She said her friend died to the wolf, so they want both of the crisp green vines." "Are my sect members not dead too?" I tried to reason with them, but she attacked me without hesitation. Emo just noticed that the female cultivator and her two friends had a star symbol on their clothes. Seeing Emo looked at it, Guachifan said, "They're from Heaven Star Sect."
So people from the 8-star sect can rob whoever they like? Heaven Star Sect? Emo suddenly asked. Pandai from the 10 Beauties is from your sect? Chapter 1049. This person is called Ning Shioma. Hearing this, the female cultivator showed a contemptuous look. With Emo's appearance, he still dares to hit on Marshall's sister Pandai?
But she said pridefully, "That's right, Marshall's sister Pandai is from our Heaven Star Sect." Guachifan had decided to not take the crisp green vine. His cultivation cauldron sect was only a 5-star sect. It wasn't good for him to ask for things from members of an 8-star sect. It might even negatively affect his sect. Where is the crisp green vine? Emo asked. The three just remembered that Emo was a nascent soul state cultivator. Even though they didn't have to care about nascent soul state cultivators, this place was the Truth Fall Palace. They didn't know who Emo was as well. If Emo wanted to kill them, they would lose their lives here. Understanding this, the female cultivator and her two friends looked uncomfortable. They clearly thought that Emo wanted to take the crisp green vine. UP. Dated by Reed, Emo wasn't going to care about the crisp green vine, he had too many. It's here, the female cultivator hesitated and said. Usually, solo cultivators were like insects to her, but now it was a different situation. Emo's voice turned cold. Give me the crisp green vine and piss off. Marshall's sister, give it to him and let's go. The male cultivator could tell that Emo didn't care about the Heaven Star Sect. He knew that if things continued, they would suffer, and this nascent soul state cultivator might even kill them all in his fury. They just needed to give the things to Emo now, and when they met their own sect members, they would get revenge. Marshall's sister was unsatisfied but was still prepared to take out the crisp green vine. But before she did anything, a huge firework was set off from the northwest side. A few more colors arose from different fireworks. It's the sect calling for a gathering. The female cultivator sat in shock and even forgot to take out the crisp green vine before she just sped off. The two male cultivators followed too. Emo didn't get angry though. He also looked at the fireworks in a daze. The different colors represented different sections. What worried him was that it was the place where the bitter bamboo was marked. Thinking about this, Emo burned with anxiety. He immediately said to Guachifan, "I'm going to see what's going on, we'll talk later." Then, Emo got on his flying ship and headed northwest immediately. Guachifan saw this and murmured, "This Qianbei seems similar to the brother I met at the Herb Plains. He seems very interested in the South Peace State 10 Beauties." Then, he shook his head and took out his flying spirit artifact to follow. Emo couldn't understand how there were so many people gathered at the barren rocky beach. There were at least 500 people here, and this was due to some people not having reaching level 3 yet. Otherwise, there would be even more. A defense formation was exposed in front of everyone. It was a level 6 defense formation. Seeing this, Emo's heart sunk. This formation was the location on the map, the place Yu Baisheng had placed the bitter bamboo. It was obvious that the stealth formation outside of it had been broken. Emo knew that if the bitter bamboo was revealed, then even if he got it, he would never live a peaceful life. This was such an ordinary place. How could someone find the defense formation here? Emo's eyes scanned onto Fu Rong and came to a realization. It seemed that although Yun Yang didn't tell Fu Rong the exact location, he still found the approximate location. Fu Rong was quite lucky he reached this place before him. However, this Fu Rong knew there was bitter bamboo here. Why did he reveal it to everyone? When he saw Fu Rong's bleak eyes, it was clear that he didn't intentionally do this. This defense formation wasn't broken yet. And just when Emo was thinking how to get in before they broke the formation, a few more people arrived. There were at least two he didn't want to see. One was Ling Xiaoshuang, another was Wen Tsai. But Emo couldn't leave. The enticement of the bitter bamboo was too much for him. What is it? The first man who flew here asked. Emo knew this guy. He was nascent soul state level 5, the genius of the Infinity Sect, Yuan Guannan. Another nascent soul state from Infinity Sect got up and said, "Martial brother Yuan, I saw a powerful spirit chi whirlpool appear here and then I came. Then, I saw these Earth Demon Sect cultivators. I suspect that this place might be the entrance to the Truth Fall Palace Forbidden Grounds. Then, he pointed at Fu Rong. When he said the words Truthful Palace Forbidden Grounds, there was a ruckus. Clearly, these words meant quite a lot. Yuan Guannan nodded and said to Fu Rong, "Tell me what's going on."
Yes. Fu Rong didn't dare to show any unhappiness in front of Yuan Guannan and said,
"I reached level 2 and accidentally got separated from my sect members. When I got to level 3, I wanted to find a place to send a message for my sect members to gather here. I found that this rocky beach is very spacious and easy to see, so I was prepared to wait for my sect members here. Then," he said, "because I know a little about formations, I found a stealth formation here. After I opened it, I saw another huge defense formation. But as soon as the stealth formation was broken, countless spirit chi whirlpools appeared and they got bigger and bigger until finally disappearing 15 minutes later. Then, you can guess what happened next. The spirit chi whirlpool attracted countless cultivators and they believed this was some Truthful Palace Forbidden Grounds." Yemo sneered. Fu Rong was at most a level 3 formation master. If he hadn't studied Zhu Baixing's formations, he wouldn't be able to find the stealth formation at all, but people thought this place was Truthful Palace Forbidden Grounds now. What should he do? It was impossible to go in and get the bitter bamboo in front of all these people. Suddenly, he felt some coldness. He subconsciously glanced back and saw Wen Sai staring at him with a cold face. Her eyes were full of intense killing intent. Yemo knew that she had recognized him. Just when Yemo was hesitating, another pair of cold eyes glanced at him. Yemo cursed. This time they belonged to Ling Xiaoshuang. At this moment, a few more people flew over. It was those Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivators that Yemo had kicked away. They were slower, so Yemo had been here for a while before they came. The three saw Yemo and that female cultivator immediately walked to a girl with a veil on her face. "Martial Sister Pandai, this guy wanted to rob us because he was nascent soul state cultivator." She pointed at Yemo with strong sense of dissatisfaction. The woman glanced at Yemo and said, "You're a nascent soul state level 1 cultivator but you dare to rob our Heaven Star sect Golden Core State cultivators things. Do you have any shame or did our sect offend you?" Yemo was already unhappy, and this woman just heard one side of the story and used the Heaven Star sect to threaten him. Since when was he afraid of threats? But before Yemo could speak, Ling Xiaoshuang spoke. "Martial Sister Pandai, this person is Ning Shilma, he's a lewd pervert. He harasses any pretty girls he meets and even uses lewd means." Chapter 1050, Warmth of Friendship. When Sai looked at Yemo in surprise and the contempt in her eyes grew. She didn't expect this guy to not only be small-hearted but to like to bully low-level cultivators and also to be lecherous. Pandai stared at Yemo coldly and suddenly, a dual-ring magic artifact appeared. She said coldly to Yemo, "Give back Martial Sister Yu's things and apologize, or I will kill you." Pan Yaidi was nascent soul state level 2 and the core disciple of an 8-star sect. Other than Wen Sai, no one believed she was unable to kill Yemo. Ling Xiaoshuang believed that Yemo wasn't even a match for her. How could he beat Pan Yaidi who was stronger than her? But Ling Xiaoshuang told Pandai telepathically, "Martial Sister Pandai, he hid his power, he's actually nascent soul state level 3. Pandai nodded and looked at Yemo with even more contempt. "Being sneaky and lurking in the shadows, you won't accomplish much. If you don't do as I say, I will still kill you." Even though Yemo was nascent soul state level 3, Pandai was confident she could kill him. The South Peace State 10 beauties had an abundance of fans everywhere. The cultivators around her already started to look at Yemo with unhappy eyes. Even the matter of this defense formation had been set aside for the moment. Yemo saw that he had enemies all around him and sneered. He knew that even if he fought them now, he wouldn't be able to beat so many cultivators. He still had important things to do. Now wasn't the time to attack. "What, you still don't want to hand it over?" Pandai saw that Yemo didn't speak and sneered. Her dual ring buzzed as she injected her cultivation essence into it. "Martial Sister Pandai, let me deal with things like this. I'll make sure this guy begs on the ground." Another male cultivator next to her said. Yemo scanned this male cultivator. He was nascent soul state level 4. Without a doubt, he was also a genius among geniuses to be able to reach nascent soul state level 4 within 100 years. Pandai shook her head. "No need, I said I will make him spit it out and so I will do it." Yemo looked coldly at Pandai and said, "Idiot, then tell me, what did I rob from that woman?" Pandai turned around and asked Martial Sister Yu, "Martial Sister Yu, what did he rob from you?"
Tell me and I will make him spit it out.
Marshall's sister Yu seemed a little worried, but she soon calmed down and pointed at Yemo. He robbed my crisp green vine. Before Marshall's sister Yu could say anything else, Pandai glared at Yemo coldly.
Give it back.
The crisp green vine wasn't something very precious to nascent soul state cultivators. A nascent soul state cultivator robbed a golden core state female cultivator's spirit herb, and it was only a mere level 6 spirit herb.
Immediately, everyone looked at Yemo contemptuously. Yemo saw that this woman wanted to find trouble for herself and couldn't be bothered controlling his anger anymore.
He raised his hand and a flying sword appeared in his hand. He stared coldly at Pandai. If you wanna fight then fight, stop spewing bullshit. When Pandai saw that Yemo would rather fight her than give the crisp green vine, she also got angry. Her power levels rose. However, Ling Xiaoshuang frowned. Her sex cultivation method was all about the heart and she felt that Marshall's sister Yu hadn't told the truth. However, she didn't say anything. In her eyes, Yemo need to be taught a lesson. Kill him.
Kill him.
Cultivators around them started cheering for Pandai. Almost everyone was saying to kill Yemo quickly. Marshall's sister Pandai, leaving such a shameless cultivator in the world is a harm. Just kill him, don't worry, I'm sure he can't escape, Yuan Guannan suddenly said. Pandai glanced at Yuan Guannan. She knew that he meant she could attack full on. If she was in danger or this Ning Xioma tried to run away, he would attack. However, she didn't reply. When the two were about to fight, a few more flying swords headed over. Marshall brother Xioma, I knew you would be fine.
Thank God, Marshall brother Xioma, you're alright.
This is great.
Xiaoma brother. UP dated by Reed. Yemo heard this and immediately knew Qingyi and the others were here.
He felt some warmth, but didn't accept Xia Yushan to call him Xioma brother, but for women had arrived. Everyone knew where they came from. They were sect members of the Clear Dream Mosque. 3 of them were nuns. Everyone was shocked to find that the nuns of the Clear Dream Mosque were with this shameless and lewd cultivator.
Pandai even forgot to attack and was confused with what was going on.
Clear Dream Mosque had strict rules. How could their sects be associated with this Ning Xioma, and be so intimate as well? The nuns of the Clear Dream Mosque who were already here also looked at Qingyi and the others in shock. Ling Xiaoshuan was even more confused. Her martial sisters greeted Ning Xioma before greeting her. Suddenly, she thought of the female cultivator she met at Truth Fall City. After Ning Xioma got to her, she would rather cry and help Ning Xioma than. Ling Xiaoshuang didn't dare to keep thinking. She didn't believe that in such a short time, Ning Xioma had the means to get all of her martial sisters. Ling Xiaoshuang suddenly felt cold. If this really was the case, then Ning Xioma was too good with dealing with women. Seeing Yemo chatting with her 4 martial sisters, she immediately called out, Qingyi, what are you guys doing there? Hurry up and come here. Qingyi also noticed something was wrong. She looked around and saw Clear Dream Mosque's moon dual rings as well as Yemo's flying sword and understood something. She looked at Pandai and asked, Martial sister Pandai, is there some misunderstanding between you and Martial brother Xioma?
Martial brother Xioma? Pandai looked at Qinghan in confusion and asked, were you tricked by this hypocrite?
He's lecherous and likes to abuse low-level cultivators.
He's not a good person.
Why are you calling him Martial brother Xioma? Pandai didn't know how to speak and had already offended Qinghan and them. Hearing this, Qinghan's soft voice turned cold.
Pandai, what do you mean?
You not only frame Martial brother Xioma and you do that to us as well.
Is the Heaven Star sect very great? You can speak without being responsible for your words?
Yemo saved them by risking his life and they had been with Yemo for more than a few days. The 4 were very grateful to Yemo. Yemo was always respectful to them. He was nothing close to lecherous, but now Pandai framed Yemo like this. Plus, Pandai's words meant that they were staying with a lecherous person. Didn't that imply they were lecherous too? Pandai also realized her words were inappropriate. Qinghan was from a 9-star sect, while she was only from an 8-star sect and at most had the title of South Peace State 10 Beauties. Just when Pandai didn't know what to say, Ling Xiaoshuang said, Martial sister Qinghan, you guys must have been tricked by that Ning Xioma.
He's good at pretending.
Hurry up and come back, stop speaking for him. Qinghan was dazed.
She didn't expect Ling Xiaoshuang to say that of Ning Xioma too.
She was very disappointed. She knew very well what sort of a person Ning Xiaoma was. Martial sister Qingxuan clearly thought of Yimo like this because of other people's words. Qingyi was a kind-hearted girl. She heard Ling Xiaoshuang's words and began to tear up.
Martial sister Qingxuan, martial brother Xiaoma is really a good person. Don't wrong him. If someone is to start trouble with him, I will be the first to help him. I will help brother Xiaoma as well. Xia Yushan immediately got up and said. Qingyue, who never spoke, just stood behind Yimo, and Qinghan released her flying sword. Yimo suddenly felt touched. He just helped them casually, yet they were so thankful to him. This made him feel the warmth of friendship.